Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow.
We started with 10 teams overall, but it's all boiled down to two. One with the capability to bang smack, make the other team go completely kaboom, and the other with the ability to inflict death by 1,000 wounds, make their opponents bleed. It's Bleed and Boom, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Penta Pro Series. It's Grand Finals Day, baby. Let's get it. What's up, Pochi? How you doing?
Dude, I feel like it's early Christmas already, CA. Not
Oh,
only are
yeah.
we gonna get to have a banger of a match today, not only are we gonna get to enjoy ourselves with an SEA derby, an extravaganza of a best of five, but I'm going to a land tomorrow. I'm gonna just enjoy the rest of December, it feels like, dude. How are you doing?
Oh, exactly. It's just as you said it, man. It feels like Christmas has come early. It's the weekend here, Saturday afternoon, just perfect heading into Christmas. We get to watch the best of these teams just pop off against each other, Bleed Esports and Boom Esports. And both teams that we were expecting coming into this grand final stage. So I'm sure they've got a heck of a lot prepared to show off for us.
I mean, it kind of showed in their best of three matchup, right? Especially with the way
Yeah.
Boom Esports tried to enter their debut into the finale stage of the Penta Pro Series. It felt like they always wanted to come into this with an ace up their sleeve, but hey, it seems like Bleed just one up them. So it's going to be interesting, especially considering yesterday's best of three, right? Where we got to see Revenant fight without any pressure on their shoulders. They were able to mount a resounding comeback on Breeze with an absolutely rev- revolting
Oh.
Rena on Chink, who just did not relent on that defense. He just found individual plays after individual plays, round after round after round. Man, it felt like almost a fairy tale. And in all honesty, the kind of scoreline that Bleed pulled out on Pearl, it felt dominant. But hey, a lot of those rounds came close to the wire, CA. So I'm pretty sure Boom
Mm-hmm.
they've had a you know, couple of moments where they could draw, analyze, and then put into practice today on the server.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if either of these teams just comes out of the finish start line, guns blazing, looking to cut at the other team the way we saw Boom do the other day with the fracture pick, or if it's more comfort based as these teams, maybe in like a Texas standoff kind of style, just look at each other like, I think you're prepared. We're not going to go for the kill just yet, and rather go for the comfortable maps that both of them are good at the start of the series.
I mean, I could hypothetically see that happening, and considering that both these teams have somewhat of a deep map pool, and this being a best of five, I'd say the likelihood we're gonna see these games being played on, mutual comfort zones is highly likely. And hey, see, considering all the hype up that we've been building over the past few days, I had to embody it, man. This is only for you. This is
Let's
only
go.
for you, only for you, my friend.
Oh boy. I hope we get to see him in play. Maybe on Pearl, maybe on Fracture. We'll see one of these teams pull him out, though. It seems unlikely, but it's not impossible, especially for
Exactly.
Boom, I think, because like you said, Revenant proved that the best way to match up against Bleed is to take the fight to them, to match their firepower with firepower of your own and bring that spontaneity into play. And for Boom to do that, Harbor could be a crucial pick. He's all about the aggression, the proactive gameplay. So maybe, just maybe, they can use him to throw a curveball into Bleed's way. And because I'm sure Bleed hasn't necessarily got a lot of practice playing against the Harbor and really pull it out. But the reason we're putting the onus on Boom to try and experiment, to try and find a new way, is because Bleed got the better of them in their last matchup. 2-0 was the victory for Bleed Esports then. So coming into today, Bleed are sure to be feeling like the favorites.
And see, here's the thing, man, with the way you kind of describe the entirety of what Boom should play like, it's exactly what Bleed play like, right? It's taking
Yeah.
proactive fights, it's playing aggressive, it's taking those risky calls, but also adding in a little bit of conditioning in there and switching into those slow, grindy defaults at the perfect time. And again, you could see a Harbor hypothetically even fit that bubble. I'd see it more fits into Bleed's bubble than Boom's. So,
Yeah.
it's something that we definitely will get to see considering as a best five, right? We're expecting both these teams to be at their A game because again, Bleed, they want to walk into this and walk out of the Penta Pro series with a statement out of the win, saying that they are going to be the
Yes,
top
sir.
contenders in 23 to make it past Ascension. And hey, this is also a part of what they're fighting for, right? This massive prize pool where today's winner bags 18 grand and the runners up will have to just settle for half.
Yeah, exactly. And Well, $9,000 is no small amount to just be able to double it up on the basis of one series. That's what is sure to be on every single team's mind. And I think you said it very well when you said that the Harbor, the proactive gameplay is very much in the ballpark of Bleed rather than Boom, because that's one thing I am particularly worried about, which is the fact that Boom are a very slow, methodical team. Even in terms of the players they have with regards to lineups, like the triple duelist one that they like to play on Icebox. It's all about making sure that they're able to punish aggression. So in theory, it sounds amazing because you can punish out Bleed, but Bleed have shown the ability and the propensity to stay one step further to be able to adapt. So for Boom to change from such a passive reactive team almost to a very
Yeah.
proactive team in a matter of a day, that sounds scary.
And you mentioned one thing, right? The ability to react and adapt. That's one place they
Yeah.
failed yesterday on Breeze. You consistently
Oh yeah. Okay.
found looks from Ching. You consistently found entries from Ching. You consistently found Crazy Guy losing his life within the first 10 to 15 seconds of the round. And considering he was the one playing Sova, the sole initiator on the side of Bleed, it was kind of a heartbreak, right? To see what unfolded in front of us. But hey, that's something that Boom will have to find a way to capitalize on now at least. Again, considering that this is a best of five. Okay, here's the thing. We've been saying that Bleed has such a big map pool, right? What did they ban out here? Because the map they ban is going to be also crucial.
Bind. Has to be Bind. I think Bind and Haven are instantly going to go out of the picture for either teams. Bind likely, I think, is just because Blade haven't necessarily prepared it. It's probably one of the teams who's just like, hey, Bind and Breeze are going to be gone. We already have a Breeze. Let's just not bother with Bind at all. And similarly, so for Boom, they've consistently banned our Haven. So it has fallen into the court of where both Revenant and Bleed were strong on Haven, so it could be a target ban, but I think it's more of a comfort ban. So I think it is going to be comfort bans, but that's where it'll change in the picks where which team decides to pick it up, whether it'll be a comfort pick or whether it'll be a target pick. Because while Fracture was picked by Boom last time, it didn't necessarily look like a comfort pick for them. They were more trying to target Bleed, and that didn't work out.
True. And let's quickly glance over the rosters as well, because we've been talking a lot about the team and their group performance, right? The individuals are certainly the ones who take away the spotlight. You have the young bloods and the raw, crisp aimers in the form of Darion and Juicy, who have been absolutely berserk throughout the tournament with their respective chamber and jet performances. You have Crazy Guy, who is EO Wise One for Bleed, and you have JH and Scary, who find themselves as consistent pillars, especially Scary. This man has been a rook for Bleed Esports in this tournament so far. And if he continues to deliver on that front, it's going to be a very, very hard attack that Boom Esports will have to orchestrate, because you see that utility combination between GH and Scary, right? Especially on that fracture game is what comes to mind, where Scary was on the Omen, if I'm not mistaken. Dude was absolutely feeling it. He was taking
Mhm.
the riskiest fights across the map, considering he was the Omen, but he had so much support. He had so much trust in his support that it didn't deter him whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think one thing is certain is that we're gonna see players like Scary, players like Crazy Guy really step up to the mark, because I do think these are some of those high stakes players, where there are some players who are just a lot better, a lot more comfortable when there's no pressure on them. There are players like Scary and Crazy Guy who can really step up when things start getting intense, when things do start to pick up the pace. But hey, I think all of this talk is setting us up for a beautiful matchup. But at the same time, one thing that I am curious about is what happens to Bleed's mental after yesterday. Because while they were able to close
Exactly.
out the Pearl map, I think that weakness being exposed is sure to light a fire in Boom's eyes and really motivate them to try and take down Bleed today.
And exactly, dude. Considering the fact that both the games that we had in that opening day one, where we saw Bleed and Boom duke it out in the best of three, both of them did go close to the wire. If I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, the map of Fracture went 13 to 11, and I think 13 to 10 on map
Yeah.
2. So it's not like, Boom were falling back from such a big lead or they're slacking off. It was very neck to neck. A lot of those rounds came very close, and you saw individuals plays being made as well. alongside the solo plays from Scary, who starts things off. You see 1v2s, 1v3s as well from the board. So it's not going to be all that surprising if it's a completely different story today. Hey, we all know
Mhm.
the same script, but they're different heroes to it.
Oh, absolutely. And I wonder who the heroes are going to be today, especially from the side of Boom, where I feel like Famous had a great impact, but the other players were not necessarily consistent in that series. In the very next day, it looked like a completely different Boom altogether, which tells me that coming into this grand finals, we're going to see all the players step up to their standards, step up to their marks, and really
Yeah.
deliver. But similarly said for Bleed, I think they have the talent to make it happen. But I'm curious to see if somehow Boom can target specific members of Bleed and put them under pressure.
And here's where I find a little bit of comfort for Boom. They didn't really have to play against VLT, right? So it keeps a lot of what they have in the bag a little more secretive.
Yeah.
And hey, this best of five is truly going to put the test on both these teams. And the reward is massive. I favor Bleed in this best of three, straight up. What about you?
Hmm. I think definitely for me as well, Bleed are the favorites, but the veto is going to decide to a large extent. And Boom, ban out Fracture. So Bleed should insta lock
Interesting.
that Haven. And
Okay.
it comes out. Now, the question is, where does Boom go? Do we see that Breeze?
Yeah, okay. They indeed were in the chat yesterday. I had a suspicion, but hey, true to my gut. What did Bleed go for from here? They've been looking. Okay.
I think I said.
Icebox.
Ooh. Icebox is very curious here, OG, because on
Exactly.
one hand, yes, Boom have improved, or Bleed have beaten them, but Boom have improved to a large extent. And Ascent coming out, that leaves Pearl for our very last map. Neither team really wants to go there, but they will if it is necessary. Now, Haven, Breeze, Icebox. Very curious first three maps because Haven and Icebox, I do favor Bleed to a large extent, but Breeze slightly favored towards Boom because of what we saw. But I think Breeze and Icebox are two of the maps that could completely flip around simply because I think Bleed will be ready for Breeze after yesterday. They will have prepared,
100%.
corrected their
Yep.
mistakes. And similarly, so Boom will be ready for Bleed's aggression after their first match. They would have prepared, understood how to punish that aggression to a large extent.
And I feel like to, again, a large extent, what happened yesterday was um, the detriment of Chink's circumstantial. That where he found himself, without any alarm bot, without any body presence. So, to the credit of Bleed, that's something that's relatively easy to fix over the span of, a night, where you talk about your defaults, you talk about how you want to modulate and shut down these individual plays, and it's just a couple extra steps that you need to take towards that attack to make sure that you kind of seal the round shut early on by not giving any early avenues, by taking coordinated fights together. So yeah, I still feel that Bleed have had the time to prepare, and considering the fact that we start off on Haven,
Yeah. And look,
yeah,
Haven
that
again, I
icebox
think.
is in an awkward place, man.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because I really think that this has the makings of a 3-2 or a 3-0. I don't think a 3-1 is likely in this series. Where if Bleed pick up Breeze, I for sure favor them after Haven and Breeze to finish it off with a 3-0 on Icebox. But imagine if Boom pick up Haven. Then suddenly the tables would turn, and I could easily imagine Boom finishing it off in that 3-0 manner because the first map, while it definitely favors Bleed, the next two are a little more even depending on the pre-match preparation. And then the last two, I feel like they're completely wild card maps where Ascent, both of these teams are sure to feel comfortable, anything can happen. And Pearl, both of these teams are sure to feel uncomfortable and anything can happen.
Like you said, it's gonna start off on Haven, right? So we're gonna expect to see the operator show come out from the side of Bleed, at least for what I'm concerned. And hey, the side of Boom Esports have shown that they love the utility play. They love the aggressive play. That's one strategy, in fact, that they employed on Fracture. So I still feel like with the way this matchup is, it's has the potential to go into contrasting styles, not only in terms of gameplay but also in draft, which keeps me all the more interested, right? Because when we start the game off with Haven, Haven's gonna be something that helps you comprise both with new, lineups, with old lineups. For example, with what
Yeah.
VLT pulled off in that playoff stage against Revenant, I'm assuming, I think. But
Mhm.
yeah, so the starter on Haven, I love it. Then we head on over to what, Bind, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
and
No, no, we head on to Breeze, then
sorry,
Icebox,
yeah,
Ascent, and
Breeze.
finishing it off with Pearl.
So here's the thing, on Breeze and Icebox, I'm expecting more or less mirror compositions. There's very less that you can try and tinker around with. If you're trying to go the VLT curveball route and you're trying to, go something like Jet and Goru, yeah, I see the potential of a curveball, but that's that's highly unlikely considering that this is the grand finals.
Yeah, I don't expect any of these curveballs against each other for these teams. The only possibility I think is a bleed on Haven instead of opting for the Jet Chamber that we saw already. Opt for the Jet Reina instead and show us what they can get done. And then Pearl is where again we'll see some very different styled comps. So on Breeze and Icebox, to a large extent, I think these teams will play on similar notes, try to focus in on each other. But
Yeah.
particularly on Haven, I'm curious what we're going to see because in the newer meta, I would favor a lot more of the KO Sky or even the Sky Sova old type of compositions. But in the current meta where you have the chamber, I think the Breach is king, especially because he
True.
completely trashes the Killjoy to a large extent. And assuming that Darion is going to pick up that chamber instead of that killjoy, I wonder if Boom pull off a breach completely or if they expect him to go for the chamber and therefore don't get the breach. So it's a bit of a question mark, because we've seen Darion on killjoy, we've seen Darion on chamber. I'm curious to see which one he pulls out.
Dude, and like you mentioned, right, you're seeing this go one of two ways. It's either going to be a swift 3-0 or it's going to be a long 3-2 affair. Considering
Yeah.
that it's Pearl and considering that Bleed have shown that they bleed on that map essentially. Again, Revenant, even though it was what a 13-7 if I'm not mistaken, it still was what a good 8 rounds that boiled down to maybe a 2 versus 2, 3 versus
Hmm.
3, or a 1 versus 1. So it had the potential to swing both ways, and Boom can look at that and try to draw away crucial aspects from how especially it played out in the early segment of the first half, where you saw, one tap god pop off towards the middle segment where he was taking fights on a fade, for crying out loud, towards mid. So again, does this encourage Boom to kind of change their play style to play a little more, of individual success rather than setup, and a little more methodical of an approach?
We've seen the methodical approach from Boom before, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they go. But like you said, and like we've seen before from Revenant against Bleed, it's not necessarily the methodical approach that works out. It's really challenging Bleed, putting them under pressure and making them sweat and turning up the heat to
Exactly.
a large extent. So, Boom, they're gonna have to do that. Otherwise, I think Bleed are gonna be very comfortable because without that pressure, it's very easy for them to adapt.
Makes sense. You know what, this entire series that we've been drawing the narrative of an SEA versus SA final at the train. Now we come down to reality, right? It's an SEA versus SEA finals. It's
Yeah.
Bleed versus Bloom. Now we've seen both these teams pull off big plays. We've seen Bleed be far more dominant than Boom, but that doesn't
Hmm.
undermine their significance in this best of five, in this finals. Who individually from either team are you going to be looking specifically at on the server?
Or definitely for me, I think Famous versus Juicy is going to be a battle
Okay.
that is really interesting to witness and a battle that will be something that has been predefined, right? Because we've seen Famous really be the star player for Boom to a large extent, but now coming into the playground of Juicy to a large extent, especially on Haven, we've seen Juicy pop the heck off. So for Juicy, it's all about denying him from getting onto a strong start and making sure that at this
Yeah.
point they can completely push forward and challenge Juicy to a large extent, make him uncomfortable.
The one player that I'm going to be looking out from either side is going to be Scary and Blaze King.
Right.
I feel like both
Ooh.
individually on their controllers are pulling beyond what any controller should pull in terms of weight.
I,
The kind of performance they've been having is admirable. And I feel like, especially in the context of this matchup, the controller is what makes the bigger difference. Because not only do you set up utility, but you live for those later segments of the rounds where, you get into those 3v3s, you get into those post plants. There the impact lies.
is this the actual Agent Select? I would be very confused if they pull off the Astra Omen on Haven.
Yeah.
It's something Fancy United have done way back in the day, but it's a very weird one. I'm not gonna lie, and to see Boom pull it off, I think it'll again
Yeah.
speak to the fact that we've been talking about they're just gonna play it slow and safe rather than fast and strong, right? Especially with the Sky coming into the picture, it's not a bad composition for sure. It's just something that isn't necessarily going to phase Bleed. It's not necessarily going to put them into a difficult position. But hey, I always like unique compositions and curveballs, so we see what Boom have got up their plate, assuming that is the right one and not a technical glitch in the overlay.
In all honesty, there are two ways that you can curb a player with an operator, right? One is an initiator who dumps utility, and two, a
Mhm.
controller that denies LOS and makes your life hella uncomfortable and sweaty. So I see the reason why they would attempt something like this. And again, when you have that double controller, it helps you set up fakes brilliantly. It gives you more utility to play around with for map
Mhm.
control. So it's easier for you to modulate the space and be in a little bit of a safe position at the same time. But that's again if you're able to play your whole you know deck of cards right on the attack. And considering the fact that this is SEA, you know that some shit's about to go down. You know that there's gonna be one guy who's gonna peek that random angle and run away with that double kill. So I still find the opportunity there for Bleed to try playing for those kind of individual plays. With that slow grindy default comes those small holes within your offense, right? Where just as you
Yeah.
leave the angle, that push comes on through, ye old Valorant timing. So I'm not going to be surprised if you see any of those.
Eh. Ready to go into the game, into the lobby, and I think we've received confirmation that that is the actual lineup. So, like you said, it's really curious. There is that idea that you can use the smokes to deny Juicy's op to a large extent, and especially with Derion now on that killjoy, it's not something you have to worry about in terms of that double op setup. I must say, the actual executions onto site a lot more difficult without that secondary initiator, especially without that recon, right? No fade, no Sova. You're relying purely on flashes to make it happen. So Berserk's likely to function as the secondary duelist on his Omen, and in that way, the Astra on Blaze King likely to function as a secondary initiator in some ways, where the Omen can set up the smokes for the Astra to then use her pulls and gravity wells to get them into the site in itself. So they do have flexibility in their controllers to function as pseudo controllers and pseudo duelists and pseudo initiators. We'll see what they're actually able to make happen. Is Boom starting off now on the defense and get
So
proactive already. They
aggressive.
spot out the turret, and you can see Bleed. They're expecting that, man.
Yeah. Now Juicy has confirmation, but he ends up becoming it. Firm kill. And a two-man advantage instantly for Boom. As they're able to dismantle that early setup as well, brilliantly so. And they haven't found much position. Oh no, scary. Detected by the turret. Now needs to back
The
off.
second too early.
Alright. They have no opening
And
here
still,
essentially. And
they're
look at
just
the
trying to look for contact. Hope that Boom make a mistake, but it's not going to happen. Boom, happy to play that safe game. Look at the way their utility is well set up, right? The turret to mark
exactly.
the garage and C setup, and the alarm bot in case the turret is smoked off and they come up for the flank. So Boom have got every angle covered, and they're able to enable the three stack bleed are walking right into.
Oh, famous finds that kill, and be just walking into a series of bad gunfights, which again was a very well orchestrated rotation from Boom. Really able to read the tendencies that Bleed love to put themselves in. And hey, the way Boom Esports played that mid round, they had so much utility, right? So they don't find any problem giving up area control because they have full ability in regaining it without a sweat. So yeah, that's something that's gonna be a little hard for Bleed to navigate through in this first half. It's gonna be interesting to see how they do so.
And remember, while in the first BO3, Boom went off the bat to pick Fracture and target Bleed, just to be shown that they can prepare for it. It seems like for Haven, Boom have taken a leaf out of Bleed's playbook. They leave Haven intently open, knowing that Bleed are able to instantly snap it up, and they prepared something special for it. Now, Bleed looking for the force buy right here and try to shut this momentum down. They've got 2 Spectres and 3 Stingers with not full utility. Darion especially just on 1 Nano Swarm. So they're gonna have to play it smart. They're playing contact towards A long, and they will be able to set up the hit onto site now.
Marshall.
The flash is coming out.
Oh.
Famous, he misses the shot and he's caught out, and that's a crucial one because now Juicy can lead the charge.
Does have the flash as well. Shiro is not able to recenter his aim. Blaze King though right around the corner to pick up where his teammates to drop it off. But not for long. Naveen is gonna force the issue. Yes, he is. Unexpected. Oh, he's able to fall back as well. Isolates this to a 1 versus 1. Pushes. And Crazy Guy hears this coming. So low HP. But he still makes it count. And Bleed fighting man for man. Gun for gun. Foe for foe. Find the trade to force the equalizer early on. And Boom, not able to continue on the back of a flawless pistol. Almost a flawless pistol, in fact.
Yeah, and it's a huge round for Bleed here because not only do they push Boom off into an eco, they're gonna delay the operator and Famous for that much longer
Take what they have.
and ensure
Not a
that
lot,
Bleed
actually.
have
Last
economy
grand.
now for days.
He'll be able to maybe compromise just a little bit. He really does want to pull it out. Oh wait, what? Scary? He found that early kill towards Garage? Oh! Early Astra Def, I see.
Yeah, Blaze King looking
this
for
one.
the early place. And now Famous on his push caught out as well. Bleed will be able to make a count push directly into side. They've invested into that Guardian and the Phantoms this round, knowing they can play a better bonus in the next. But to do that, they've got to make sure they don't drop these weapons out. And Berserks and Shiro able to find a decent chunk of damage. And Shiro able to double down. Boom's job is done because now, even though it's a 1v2 and it's unlikely Severin wins this round, Boom has inflicted a ton of damage.
Yeah. Exactly. And considering that Famous now might be able to land his hands on that operator.
Yeah, he will.
So, yeah, this entirety of this best of 5, if it ends up panning like this, man, it's gonna be like a 6-hour slugfest. And that's what I hope, you know? That's what I want to see Boom do.
I need a drop.
And half shields, man. Compromises in. Does have full util though. And he does have that innate read that it's going to be a take towards a lobby again. So he's going to be well set up to try and pull in early impact.
Oh, he sees the dash as well. But again, he misses that shot. And Juicy, he makes
Despite
his
paranoia?
teammate pay. Juicy shutting him down as Famous this time. Comes in for the repeat to find the trade. 4v4 right now on the map. But it's really Bleed in a slightly better spot with control over A long.
They've lost carry
Gotta
though.
play
Solo
smart, 'cause
controller.
Yeah, exactly. With no smokes, they've got to play it smart, play on that contact, and look for the rotate. And they have the potential to do exactly that with 3 out of 4 members of Boom stacked on this A side.
And they're droning out Famous's position. I think he does have the Astra right around the corner. I don't think they checked for him.
Revealing area.
Put down the recon dart for caution as well. Just an attempt there. Famous. Gonna be denied. And Bleed respecting that operator. Now committing the quick rotation as they head on over towards that B side. It's a nano swarm that has to hold them. And mind you, Crazy Guy has already made position. So Famous really needs to start picking up these frags as they come. When he has the opportunity to deny. No!
It's displaced by that fault line, and Juicy makes them pay. They're on with the trade now, and the lockdown coming online. No breach, no Sova. It's impossible to break this lockdown. It's almost as if it's the new patch. And Boom, they won't have a chance to make this retake happen now. In a 2v3, they just have to go for the save. This was their buy round.
We try getting that operator. Yeah, Shiro's gonna throw the fake bird. Gonna hope that they go towards C-Link so he gets a chance at getting that op. And Crazy Guy is doing
Crazy
very
Guy's
well to
marking
mark
it.
it as well. Oh lol, he's
no.
scamming it.
Yeah, no chance now. Beautifully done by Bleed despite...
Oh no!
Ooh,
Wait, oh,
okay. That's a
never
whoopsie
mind.
daisy. But
Never
I don't
mind.
think they'll care because Boom have to now go for the eco. Bleed are in a much
True.
better position in terms of economy, a couple weapons. They won't despair. And look, again, the fact that they lose carry the controller so early into the round and yet make it count, that's what is crucial. The shock dart, especially from Crazy Guy, is so well done to break out any of the utility around the entry of the site. He doesn't get the alarm bot, but he gets the nano swarm, and crucially so. And then the discipline here, knowing they don't have smokes, they shouldn't peek a link till the fault line comes out and displaces Famous lead now with a 3-1 lead and a better eco. But Shiro's got the hero Vandal with the help of Blaze King. Can Famous make his knives count?
Nothing marking this at the moment, at least, except for that Lambot. Not going to be given the chance to take that duel. Lead are just waiting for that over-aggressive stance, man. They know that this is where they might force a little desperation from Boom, and they're waiting for said desperation to kick.
Take flight.
By getting no info towards holding mid and towards C long, they try getting a little bit of space cleared out towards this ace side. Lambot's gonna give this away though.
Yeah, forward alarm bot reveals their position, which allows more than enough time for the backup to come out, especially on the basis of Famous's flank, who's giving them so much information. Now, the 4-man stack for Boom here in this site. They're not able to deny, not just yet, as Juicy's knives them. He makes it count.
Flash.
Pop flash though, and the trades for Boom come out for the short push denied. It's all down to Famous now in a 1v2 round. They're gonna plant. They're not even gonna plant for
B?
A. Oh no, they are gonna plant for
Okay,
CT.
they are.
I'm just gonna play off on defensive positions.
Planted.
No. Yeah, Crazy was just swinging alongside that turret. And hey,
6-man turret.
here's the thing, CA. Considering they lost 2 to the spike in the round prior, and it was only 1 surviving, considering now only 2 survive, Leeds still don't have that economy to rely on. Boom, as soon as they pick up a round, they can start picking up on pace. And that's what Boom are going to rely on now. They still have an easier way back into this early half than if it would have been, you know, a much more clinical Bleed. And Bleed clearly will have to respect that now. They have utility to do that as well, but I think they should have that astral wall. I think they've not used the rolling thunder thus far. So there's opportunities here for Bleed to walk in the path of caution and not give Boom a chance. And that's what this timeout could be, you know, used in return for, because it's a Boom. It's the side of Boom who called this timeout.
And look, for Boom, it's all about how they can navigate this first half. Because make no mistake, I don't think Bleed are going to be faced by this double controller comp heading into the second. Well, yeah, sure, when they're on the attack, the double controllers, the smokes to be able to anchor the site respectively, can make it a lot harder for Bleed to go for hard executes. That's where the power of the breach does come in. And without that stopping power of an extra KO, without the stopping power of an extra breach, life becomes impossible. So Boom, they've got to make this first half count, because otherwise Bleed will just walk away. And in terms of ultimates, again, it's Bleed with the better weaponry and glass cannon operator here for Famous here. OG, it's a scary one.
Yeah, and they don't have the rolling thunder just yet. He could take the orb here, JH, and get it, but they do have the Hunter's Fury, so ability to get the side and play post plan, very strong. Brilliant first pick. That's no post plan now, essentially, for the side of Bleed. Boom, they've gotten the early pick. Converting this round is also crucial. Famous, he's not able to dodge it, and Boom need to rely on Blaze King making a hero play. Sadly, he can't. They isolate the fight, they isolate the site, they can isolate the plant.
But the early Seekers, OG, that's a retake tool taken away. And now with the Cosmic Divide available, it's all down to this 1v1. And thankfully, they're able to shut
Lockdown!
the flank down, the lockdown, but the aftershock available, JH
Yes.
to be able to make quick work of this and shut it down. And Bleed maintain their post plant, but still Boom with the man advantage.
The position's gonna be also crucial. Oh, JH! Famous dodging the stun, but he's not able to dodge the headshot. Beautiful reaction. And Scary not able to hold on to the alive, but his comrades are.
The Seekers, man.
So
Shiro,
sweaty, man.
Shiro just a second too early with those Seekers. I think the comms must have been very chaotic in that moment. I can imagine them electing for a fast retake since they were able to dodge out the Rolling Thunder and back off from sight, but nobody to pounce on the back of them, and they're not able to make it count. Because look, as soon as Bleed get onto site, they're able to shut down the Seekers before they even get into the plant, and with nothing available for the retake. And yes, I count the Killjoy lockdown as nothing against the Breach in this patch. It's nigh impossible
exactly.
to make it happen.
Lead uncontested here at the C side. Find the site. Should comfortably find the plant. And Crazy Guy should comfortably reposition for that Hunter's Fury. They have the backline secure as well momentarily by Scary.
And Severin, his position shut down. The economy of Boom
what a
not going
dodge.
so well. And it's once again the case of Bleed just standing strong on their favored map. 6-1 now, likely the lead in this first half as Bleed get off to a resounding start in this grand finals day. In this BO5, Bleed, they've come to play.
Ace King wanting to deny giving any free ult points. Goes down at the spike. But it's Bleed who are going down in this best of 5 as clear victors, at least for now. And again, this is the moment where Bleed become more powerful, right? Because they use this early segment of the attack to try and condition the other team. And now comes where Bleed have been saving their power move for. So I'm curious to see as what that is gonna be like. They've been heavily contesting that ace side in the early segment of the first half. They go back to their early A aggression yet again. Famous with that operator. This time lands the shot that he was required to. Although Jay had to find the trade, and again having perfect utility to deter Famous. If he might have stayed concealed past that utility, he would have stood a chance. But he took his chances. Boom called the bluff.
V3 still Bleed. They've got the lead. They've got the Rolling Thunder once again, recycling their ultimates beautifully. Lead in a great position. And while they will miss their entry lead, Juicy, in this round, with the forward position they've got and the ultimates to play, not just for entry but also in the post plant, Lead in a great position to pull this round off. Berserk's caught out. The shrouded step to get him out of sight, but with just the Cosmic Divide available to retake, it's going to be easier said than done for Boom, especially with the man disadvantage.
Yeah, yet again, Crazy Guy does have that Hunter's Fury, so the longer he has this in the back pocket, the more problematic getting these retakes for Boom will be. So forcing these key pieces of utility out and getting the numbers back and even possibly the round could be the difference maker for Boom in this first half. The aggression, but not accounted for. The advantage just tumbles. Now it's Bleed at the disadvantage. No! Utility out of the hand! And they find this Boom!
Bleed makes some crucial errors, mistakes. Darion on the aggression. I get it on the back of the fault line. They want to push it out, but it's again that idea that when Crazy Guy is playing on the Hunter's Fury, marking the flank solo, no less, I don't think you can afford that aggression. You've got to instead play the post plant to delay, to buy time as much as you can, because that's the best case scenario. In case Crazy Guy loses out the flank battle, then you can go for the re-aggression and catch them up. Even in that moment, right, they could have pulled it off if Darion just checked that smoke. He walks past one and Severin makes them pay, and then with the utility in their hands, it all falls apart. Boom able to pull back around. That is so important for them. A crucial one in all regards. And Boom keep themselves alive. Again, Bleed trying to go for the 4-man default towards this ace side, but Boom, they've elected to fight, but the shot misses from Famous. He's gonna have to back off.
No! Utility out in hand! No! What the hell is happening? Check your angles, guys! Come on! Oh,
Gotta
goodness.
check your corners, man.
Sheesh. Okay. Let's navigate past that, okay? Let's just forget it. Boom. They still have a controller. They still have Blaze King. They still have the ability to buy a little bit of time and utility on that retake. Famous has that operator, but he's not gonna find any more aggression towards A to punish. Let's lead back off.
Placing swarm grenade.
Mind you,
Swarm
Bleed
grenade.
only lost Juicy. They have every other player with utility still alive, so it's gonna be also crucial as we head towards the last 30 seconds. They're able to
And look
convert
at G.
themselves to that post plant. It's gonna be very hard for Boom to find results.
But they've got Famous on the op anchoring down A side, and that gives them so much information to play. The Astra Killjoy, the double anchor on the C side, not expecting the platform logs crossfire Bleed. They walk in and they made mincemeat of. Instantly shut down. And now Darion left in a 1v4 with no access to the spike, no time to make it happen. He'll just get shut down. And again, I think Bleed, it's not just not checking the corner, which was a key mistake, but they're playing into Boom's hands. They've got to attack Famous as much as possible because he's functioning as that pseudo anchor with his op. If you push that operator back, then the rotations will come out.
Seconds left.
But still then, the Astra Killjoy, they're gonna happily hold down this C and Garage.
Strike down. C.
Exactly.
One enemy remaining.
Lead, they have the round, but I still feel they have the round in terms of having the ability to buy back. So I don't know, man. Without the breach on the side of Boom, that lockdown is also potent, right? So it's still possible for them to condition this A side with that lockdown, get more results. But it seems like Boom want to play this proactively. Off the alarm bot, the anti-flash, however, played from Scary, at least secures them the trade. Still have the option of the lockdowns here, just saying.
Lockdown available. But Bleed have more than enough utility to deny the Aftershock and the Hunter series, so it's all down to Juicy to lead the charge because Darion's lockdown might just make their mark. Juicy, he finds one, looking for the double. He's able to wide swing and shut Severine down. The lockdown now out to play. Blaze King realizing that he needs to play for sight. Can't necessarily play on the retake and he might just catch them out. Looks out Juicy, but he's now gonna have to back off from the lockdown. But Famous, his knives will not land. Leaves Base King in an impossible spot. 1v2 with Lead likely to play aggressive on this post plant. Blaze King with no utility, no stars to pull, to stun, to make anything happen. He's just playing off the tempo and he gets instantly shot down. That's 7-3 for Bleed. A significant lead once again picked up. They stabilize.
Imagine if he committed the suck in that position. Might have been the lineup play of his life. Could have been big, but hey. That lack of the breach on Boom, I feel like isn't being exploited to the max, man. Like they had the lockdown to begin things off with, so it was funny the way it transpired, but they were able to secure the round on the back of playing close and Juicy finding the
Out of my way.
brilliant double on the entry. Oh no! Dodge! But it's given Juicy space. He's found space. And he just needs to pick up the pace. Chooses to opt out.
But it's that conditioning factor coming into play. Bleed know that every single time across this half, they've not really looked for the rotate unless it's late into the half. This time though, they turn the tables.
No
They flip
utility
up
at
their
sea or
decisions and
garage.
they look for the early rotate. And exactly the conditioning has paid off. There's nothing in garage, nothing in C. As Boom, they've elected to play on the retake on the back of their lockdown. But surprise, surprise, the aftershock available to shut it down. Blaze King though, he pulls off a crucial one, gets the information and the man advantage.
Positioning. Oh, recon dot gives it away. Spam down, but they do not know the position of Blaze King yet again. In a position to do impact. So far undetected from Bleed. Makes his way out of the other nebula.
Oh my god,
They
timing!
have not accounted for him. Brilliantly played from Blaze King. I mentioned, man, this is the one play I'm gonna have my eye on, and this continues to pay me off.
Beautifully done there by Blaze King. Not just for the last 2 kills right there, but for the first one. Getting that peek off in Garage was a risky one, no doubt, but he's able to thread the needle and work across the thin margins to make it happen, and his team needed that to get the information, to allow for the flank from Berserks as well to shut them down. Now 7-4. It's still Bleed with a slightly better buy and slightly better ultimates, but Shiro has got his Seekers back online. I wonder if he can make those cabbages count. It's famous, he's got the first pick online, and this time they're playing A side on the retake.
Okay. Yes. At least information. He's left without a response again. One of the only information initiators out from the side of Bleed. And hence Boom Esports should be comfortable playing off angles.
Spam it. There we go. Oh, and some. Lands another. It doesn't push him off. And I think Boom have read Bleed very, very well. They know with the Rolling Thunder online, Bleed have always gone to the A side, so they're expecting just that. And Famous will deny. Without Juicy, with the Seekers as well, spotting them out. The C-Long flank coming through. Boom have all the information they need in this world. It's just the Rolling Thunder to pull off a last-ditch attempt for Bleed in this round.
30 seconds left.
Famous though, still lurking in the
Well
smoke.
covered.
Like to help him out with Berserk spam as well. It's just a trade, but it's all down to Famous and Shiro to hold it down and do exactly that. From a bad start, 6-1, Boom pull it back to a 7-5, a much, much better half.
Lead a couple of the rounds there in the first half. A little unfortunate. But hey, it's their signature play style, so still netting them the advantage. Very much able to play to their strengths in this first half. And here, like you said, right, Boom, they've been good to deny as well. This is how even of a fight that we could have asked for, man. Boom really putting on a show here in map 1 of the best of 5, and they still have the ability to clinch this back to an equalizer. It has to be on the bat of a pistol victory. Let's see if they're able to replicate success from the first half.
Got Berserks into a very, very nice position. In Haven, I love 2 particular angles if you're going to default for the audio information. One being a shot on the sewers and other garage, but Crazy Guy slow on his rotate, doesn't run, just walks. So Berserk not able to give any information, and Crazy Guy shuts Severin down. Lead still, they've left one of their controllers towards the C side looking for the second option while they look for the rotate, and again, it's all down to this crossfire hold on this A side as Boom set their sights, trying to make it happen.
Able to dodge that recon dart as well. Considering that it's Severine who's down first, this promotes aggressive play, right? And that's exactly what Darion is doing. Look at the boatload of information that he's getting. Now, quick rotations towards this A side can be committed. JH right around the corner to even commit utility if needs be. As this hit does commence, it's going to be important that they play off each other. And Juicy, he's good to get the first, and he still finds the second. A running headshot, and he finds himself all the frags towards this A side. Dances like a butterfly, stings like a darn bee. Better know his name. His name is Juicy.
Juicy with a nice 3k. And again, I love it when my Jet gets that opening frags on the pistol, because not just is it a guaranteed op now for them in their buy round, but more importantly so, he's just 3 points away from that Blade Storm, so they can really set up your economy beautifully on the defense the sooner you get those knives online. And you can see Boom, they have a clear-cut idea of how they want to play. Deny information and take passive control of areas without revealing presence necessarily so. But Bleed, an easy answer. They elect to fight, play those forward angles, and they make them count. Darion and Crazy Guy each picking up 1. And it sounds like Darion will make quick work of Berserks as well. As Boom, it's just falling apart on the Rico.
Yeah, it looks to be a very, very hard fight. Bleed are posting on a round like this. They know that they have the firm advantage, and hey, the kind of push that you can commence yourself into, especially when the attack doesn't get a plant in the pistol, the best way to play it. You don't leave chances per se. Play within the side, they might be able to sneak their way in through a couple of avenues. And
Flawless.
with this composition that they've gone for, right? The Sova alongside JH on his breach enables them to play both aggressive and passive. Depends how they want to modulate it. And for this, being well baited for as well by Crazy Guy.
He's still trying to play it slow. And Juicy gets a crucial one, dashes to make them think he's repositioned, but he's still very much looking for the fight. The recon helps him out, and just like that, Shiro, he's shut down. Remember, OG, this is the buy round of Boom. They cannot afford for it all to fall apart, but Bleed, they're doing just that. Berserk's now isolated, but Famous, he finds a crucial one with his push down A shot. He shut down JH, and that's the backup taken away from Juicy as Crazy Guy. Now to contend with Famous, he finds himself at the back end of his blade as well. But the spike is still left towards Alomi, and the flank from Scary gives them nightmares. Famous now in a 1v3 with just 21 HP. That's the buy round of Boom going down the drain.
Dude, how is Scary not even smiling after that? Like, honestly, what the hell, bro? Come on.
He's scary.
Don't be so stone cold. Like, I know he's a killer.
Blocking sight.
Stone cold
This entire round
Steve
felt
was-
like a highlight play, dude. By the entirety of Bleed.
I think Bleed
Strike down A.
perfectly exploiting the fact that no Sova, no Breach, it's so damn hard to take A long. No KO even. On the back of just this guy, you cannot take A long as easily, and this is why that first half was crucial for Boom, because you can see Bleach is happy to play the corners where they're never gonna get checked. They're never gonna get found out.
So the C side heavily stacked, the A side aggressive information, B side filled to the brim with utility. Seems like every site that Boom walks into feels like a bad option.
Blocking vision.
They break the alarm bot early though, and they set up Severine in a forward position. He's waited out all of the Killjoy utility as well. But Bleed, they'll stick to their positions. I love this from Bleed because they're like, we're gonna play our game, we're gonna play for the fights, and wherever you might end up taking, we'll mark the flanks and play for the retake. Juicy wins a close fight against Famous, but he's still just 5 HP, and Severine's on a crucial flank. Finds one and catches the Sova in his drone to make it a double. And with Berserk shutting down Darion as well.
30 seconds
Now it's
left.
down to Severine to make the side hole count. But Scary's moved in. He trades him out, and now Scary, the anchor on
play.
this side, shuts down his mirror, and looking now for the 3K on the
Unbelievable.
back of that flash. Scary will live up to his name, be that nightmare, deny that thrifty from Boom Esports.
Again, dude doesn't break a smile. I think I'm not sure if I've become as good as you in lip reading, but he's like, bro, what the hell are these guys doing?
Why knob? Why they knob?
GH had a splash as well.
Enemy remaining.
Saj. Yeah, I mean, it was a hard fight.
I think Scary forgot that he's playing the Astra, and he's still in the Reina mood from yesterday, and he's just eating them for breakfast.
Makes sense.
Oh no, 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 the recon reveals a couple of them. The Hunter's Fury now coming out, but he's not able to finish off Famous. Lucy still with the advanced position.
Still manages to find it, like, what the hell? Lol. And makes it out. Wow, criminal. These have found a trade. That's all the way towards Garage. Darion was taken down, so a lot of information utility out of the board from Bleed Esports. Hence, they're forcing this aggressive fight. As they thin down the numbers, they thin down the opportunity
Oh no.
that Boom have to win this and Scary. Oh, not like this, bro. This guy has continued to be a terror for Boom Esports so far. And it's Chiro who needs to change that story. He has himself this golden ticket of 1 versus 2, where he still stands his chances. They line up! No! Shiro demolishes Boom, demolishes Bleed, and Boom get the round. Unbelievable.
The peril of having two players who are brilliant at supporting. Both pull their utility. Little 2v1. And it's not even like they had, JH got his gun back in his hands, but I think for me it's more the idea of getting an advantageous angle to set up your crosshair in an ideal position. So honestly, you don't even need either the utility. You can just play to double push and try and catch them out, knowing that Severin is playing on that man disadvantage against the clock. But Boom, pull back a crucial round, and we've seen this before, result in a massive swing to help them out in the half, but they're playing on the lockdown, and JH is going to be like, come on, haven't you learned your lesson?
Straight up destroyed. Like Juicy destroying Severin as well thereafter. See the blades from Famous.
I've got your
Not being
trail.
elusive enough. And the secret shot in the nick of time at least enables Famous to play a little fast. Does he take his chances with the blade? Does he now hold on to that operator? Stack down.
Blocking sight.
Almost no utility. From the,
I think Boom looking for the rotate. The Seeker spotted a 3-man stack from Bleed in this side, but they're a little slow on the rotate here, so it has to be cut silence and go back A. Because if they don't do that, man, Bleed are going to be ready to shut them down on site. Look at the star placement of Scary. He's looking to fight.
Here.
Everyone notices that as well.
30 seconds
I think
left.
they try to fake this out here maybe. Use the bird to clear the close
They
angle.
don't have time.
Oh yeah, 20 seconds left on the clock. You need to make a big play. You need to do it on a big time constraint. Making the split through garage, but the rotation's already committed from the side of Bleed. Scary just needs to stay alive. He gives it up though. Oh no! The opening that they were vying for and is given to them in a silver platter. The man advantage sways the other way. And Bleed on the retake. They do have just a teeny bit of utility. But no flashes. Oh, what? Ow.
And Darion. The player's walking out. He sprays and prays, and Blaze King is caught out. The spam
The
to
hell is
fight the
happening,
second,
dude?
and oh boy, the gods certainly favoring Blade. You can see Darion also be like, alright, I guess that's why you play the Odin, crazy guy. What? Just
Goodness Christ.
Boom are gonna be so tilted. Oh my lord.
I mean, I don't even blame them. How do you play against this? Like, what's happening here? You know, like when you see those videos, right? How immortals play against Plats and they just get like butchered by Odins, those stingers. Now it
I
feels
just
like one of
wanna-
those videos, man.
I just want to say sorry to everyone who decides to go Q ranked after this match today. I'm just so sorry. You're gonna face a tirade of Odins, and everyone's gonna be like, hey, crazy guy does it. Darion does it. Why shouldn't we?
All the cool kids are doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I kind of feel so bad for Boom because logically they did almost everything right, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's logic that failed them.
Look
They're
again.
so ahead, they're like, why use logic? Lol.
I mean, to be fair, the only logic I do see with that Odin is that he expects certain positions from the Boom players in their first glance, and his crosshair placement just brilliant. He's able to spam them out, but I like with Darion laughing as well. He knows it was not just that simple. It was a little bit of luck that helped them out, and hey, fortune favors the brave. So to be brave enough as a former Jet, Chamber, and Operator player to pick up an Odin even on a 2v3 retake, he deserves that luck, man.
Right here.
I know, right? True versatility.
Come into the
Oh,
Not
no,
only
no,
with the
no,
best,
no.
but the worst within you. Talking about the worst, that's yet to be seen, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank God. Could have gotten way more gruesome.
Scanning ahead.
Whoa,
Till PG-13.
does that go grass?
Oh no!
Oh my lord.
Bro, is this even Valorant anymore? honestly.
Nah, this is Ragnarok Online.
Deploying drone.
And it's the death
Not
of
even
Boom
Ragnarok. This
coming.
is straight up San Andreas, and you have that chain gun. It feels unfair.
GTA on cheats and crazy guys. That killer machine just continuously
Heal up, squad.
running down the streets and picking them all up. I can't say who they all are, but I hope you get the point. As Boom, they'll try to make their way towards the A side. They've got the Cosmic Divide to play. They've had the From the Shadows for quite a while, but they've got to contest with a different Nightmare. Juicy, waiting for them,
That flick,
waiting
baby. Hit that
for
flick,
them to
baby.
peek out
There
of the
we go.
smoke, and he does exactly that. Delivers it to you for OG, and just like that, they've lost that killjoy. Nothing on the post plant, and JH, he's gonna double up the pain.
Grounded.
Sheesh.
One enemy remaining.
Juicy,
What a flick,
absolutely
man.
disgusting, but it's Darion to finish it off. On a map that Boom never played before in this tournament, a map they were continuously banning out. You thought maybe Boom could pull off Revenant. The way they took down Bleed on Breeze, but Bleed said, nah. This is the grand finals day, and Bleed, a serious killing machine ready to play. 13-6, they find a clinical victory.
30 seconds left.
Sheesh.
One enemy
Damn.
remaining.
That looks like one of those, anti-missiles that project laser to destroy the entire thing as it comes. On this team, just the scariest bunch when it comes to opening the show.
Yeah. And again, right, it's for me, it's just that idea that we've seen from the side of Bleed again and again, where there are rounds. Don't get me wrong, this is not an invincible team. Their strength doesn't lie in the fact that they're unbeatable or anything like that. This is not a miracle DRX run or velocity from the very first 6 months of SA. No, this is a team that can adapt. That will go down, but will fight back, and they've done that time and time again. Like even this round, where they lose their controller, but they still manage to pull it out, despite
Player standing.
losing that momentum in the second part of the first half, where they went from 6-1 up to close out the half 7-5. They understand the weaknesses in Boom's comp. No Sova, no Breach to deny these close angles, and Boom, they just couldn't fight.
Seconds left.
The way they were able to just dodge a lot of the utility from Shiro, it was almost like a haven. No pun intended for Juicy. And hey, Famous, especially on that defense, he was able to get those crucial rounds for Boom, and it feels like on the defense is the only place where they even stood a chance. Because as soon as things went over to the attack, Bleed,
One
ever
enemy
since the
remaining.
pistol, looked to be so in control. And hey, you mentioned, right, you love it when your jet player pops off from the very beginning, from the pistol round. It gets the economy ball rolling, so naturally you'll have more options as you progress into the half. So you saw that Juicy, he reserved that operator for the later segment. Got out the Phantom, got out for a brawl, and he always kept that element of
Down
surprise
A.
well concealed, at least on Haven. He showed a lot of versatility, and talking about versatility, I think you have to give it out to Scary, right? The kind of situations that he finds himself stepping up in, it's not something that you see every Astra player walk into and feel so much comfort as they walk out of that situation alive.
And again,
Pulling them in.
This round, man. This round. Oh, okay, never mind. That's hard debate. Hard debate.
30 seconds left.
Grounded.
it really did feel like Bleed just had Boomstick throughout this map, especially on the defense, where the clear weaknesses of Boom were highlighted. And I'm scared about that because, look, heading into Breeze, I expect most likely mirror matchups or mostly the small change of where JH plays KO. I wouldn't be surprised if Boom pull off a Sova Sky instead rather than a Sova KO. But Heading into Icebox, there's clear weaknesses to Boom's comp, which is the triple sentinel on the attack makes it so damn hard. So when Bleed have noticed these weaknesses, they're able to really put salt on Boom's wounds and really focus in, target those particular chinks in the armor, and get every single arrow and bullet to go through exactly that. And it becomes very difficult for a team to play because you're then forced to completely change up your comp or change up your style or try and react and adapt. And that's where the coaching staff comes into play. So we'll have to see how Boom and with their coach Meow, they're able to answer back because right now, I believe they're making quick work of them.
You know what? In retrospect, do you feel like the fracture ban now is actually hurting Boom quite a bit? Because again, the performance in fracture was really, really good against a Bleed who simply outread them. But hey, it came so close to the wire. I was truly itching for a fracture rematch at least in
Yeah.
that sense. And we could have gotten it for our opening map as well. But hey, as things stand, Bleed walk away with this first map on the back of a heavy, heavy advantage. This kind of a dominant way to open up a best of five, and considering that we're gonna head into Breeze, where I'm pretty sure Bleed are gonna be eager to make amends for yesterday's result, I'm already trembling just a little bit.
Look, 100%. And I think the simple fact is that for Bleed Esports now, not just where they're considered the favorites, but even more so, they've got the momentum and confidence in their side. So for Boom, it's not just that they have to win the next map, but I think do so in a convincing fashion and show Bleed that they left up Haven to try and gamble. And fair enough for me. Like, I agree with you. I think the fracture could have been a closer match, but I like the idea of gambling generally in a BO5, especially on the first map, because if you can tell Bleed, all right, fair enough, you got us on one of our weak maps, our gamble didn't work out, you can turn the tables around with the very next on Breeze to show Bleed that what Revenant did was not just a one time affair, not just a 1 day thing, and to punish Bleed on that map. Because if that doesn't happen, well, I think everyone knows what to expect, especially heading into Icebox, where Bleed then pick up the double duelist, the Jet Rena, and Terion starts popping off.
Absolute disgusting stuff that could be unfolding in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And it's on the onus of Boom to really wake up. I love the way Boom started off that map of Haven, right? Because right off the bat on the pistol, they played aggressive. They had that aggressive default towards bottom of mid and one member peeking out of garage. So it felt like they started it off with a solid game plan, but we really didn't get to see a semblance of that kind of a game plan or that kind of control at least over on the second half. So it's on the attack where Boom really do find road bumps against a team
Yeah.
like Bleed, who like to change up the way they play their defense as well. Because even on Haven, right, there are some rounds where they naturally played a lot more aggressive, and there were some rounds where they just held aggressive off angles, not necessarily getting more proactive information and map control. They were just more content with denying as much map control and getting early information to then base their rotation and the call out of.
Yeah, and it really did feel like a very weird comp in that regard. And I'm always a big fan of innovation, and it just felt like a Yoru once again, where they had maybe the concept in mind, but it's a whole different ball game to pull off an execution, like, especially against the might of Bleed, right? And to know that Bleed are going to instantly identify weaknesses and punish them, I think. While again, I'm a gambler. All right, I love the gambles because when it pays off, the reward is absolutely humongous to take Bleed off of Haven. But it's easier said than done, and it requires a little more preparation. So we'll have to see if that preparation, while it may not have been there on Haven, is it there on Breeze? Because that's the map they've got to really make it count. Because you look at the rest of the veto, even if somehow Boom pull off Icebox, I think Bleed no slouches on Ascent will look just as strong to close this series off. And then you head into Pearl, where, yeah, sure, Bleed might have displayed a couple of weaknesses, but a 13-5 victory on an weird comp that I don't even think they're going to play. I think that was just a comp that they showed for yesterday. They'll again be able to take the fight to Boom, knowing they have the surprise factor and the info advantage.
I think one thing that we really should expect is the fact that this might end up becoming a puggish affair, right? And talking about it becoming a puggish affair, we have the pug god himself, one tap god, to share a couple of his words with us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with the one god, the one tap himself. How you been, my friend?
Hello, how are you?
Well, भाई मेरा तो जोश ही उड़ गया ब्रो. क्या बेस्ट 3 निकाला तुम लोगों ने. How was Breeze for you guys personally?
लाइक पर्सनली ब्रीज पे मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि लाइक हम लोग ने चीन को रेना देने का सोचा, लाइक उसको खेलना था रेना, लाइक मुझे सिर्फ जाना है अंदर, मुझे सिर्फ जाना, लाइक हम लोग का ब्रीज पे कुछ प्रिपरेशन था नहीं ना, हम लोग ने ब्रीज स्क्रीम किया था, लाइक हम लोग ऑन द फ्लाई सब सब चीज़ें कर रहे थे, लाइक जिसको जो मना है उन लोग ने पिक किया, लाइक जिसको जो कॉल्स देना था, जॉश ने कॉल्स दिया, लाइक रश भी रश हम लोग को, लाइक हम लोग हंस ही रहे थे कि क्या बोल रहा है ये, लाइक कुछ प्रिपरेशन था नहीं, तो डिफेंस में जैसे आया हम लोग फर्स्ट पिस्टल राउंड जीते, देन उसके बाद बाय राउंड सब सब जीते, तो हम लोग को कॉन्फिडेंस है कि जीत सकते, तो वैसे हम लोग ने कंटिन्यू किया, और चिंग हम लोग के कॉम्स जैसे ही थे, लेट्स गो रेना में डोंट बी स्कैर्ड, लाइक ऐसे ही थे कॉल्स हम लोग, ऐसे कुछ नॉर्मल कॉल्स नहीं थे कि इधर से आ रहा है बंदा इधर इसको मारते, सब अपना अपना ही खेल रहे थे, और हम लोग जीत गए फिर।
इनफैक्ट हम
और
लोग डेस्क में भी बोल रहे थे कि इफ यू हैड टू विन ब्रीज आप लोगों को पग की तरह खेलना है, यू डोंट
यस,
हैव उतना लिबर्टी जो टीम बेस्ड गेम खेल सके. एंड टॉकिंग अबाउट टीम बेस्ड गेम ना, जो पर्ल में हुआ, आई मीन द स्कोर लाइन सजेस्ट दैट ब्लीड ने एक साइड जिता दी, बट राउंड्स काफी क्लोज थे. अ लॉट ऑफ दोस राउंड्स 2v2s या 1v1s में डिसाइड हो गए. तो पर्ल में व्हाट डू यू थिंक हैपेंड, क्योंकि आप लोगों को मोमेंटम नहीं मिल रहा था, आई मीन आफ्टर दैट फर्स्ट हाफ एट
फर्स्ट थिंग ना, एक्चुअली मैं ये बोलूँगा कि लाइक हम लोग का जो नेट है बहुत लैग, हम लोग ने पूरा पेंटा प्रो सीरीज लैग में खेला है, तो हम यस पूरा लैग में खेला है हम लोग ने, और हम लोग का लाइक जो जितने भी मैप्स है हम लोग के बहुत कम हम लोग ने क्रैक किए, और 2v2 में एक्चुअली ये हो रहा था कि कोई ना कोई दूसरा बंदा लैग हो ही रहा था, लाइक कॉम्स नहीं हो पा रहे थे, एक का सीधा लैग हो गया, डीसी हो गया, लाइक इस बहुत 2-3 राउंड तो ऐसा हुआ, और बाकी के जस्ट वीव कर दिए उन लोग ने, बहुत अच्छे प्लेस बनाए, बेसिकली यही हुआ।
ट्रू. आई मीन प्लेस तो दोनों टीम ने बनाया दोस्त. आई मीन अभी आपका रन पेंटा प्रो सीरीज में खत्म हो गया, बट यू गाइस हैव स्टिल नॉट रिवील्ड योर एक्स फैक्टर ना. अभी पैराडॉक्स का खेलना बचा है. तो हाउ डू यू अस्यूम दैट ही विल फिट इनटू दिस रोस्टर, क्योंकि पर्ल में हम लोगों ने पूरा कॉम्पोजिशन चेंज देखते हुए गुजर लिया. तो मेरे को मालूम है कि यू गाइस कैन कोप विद कॉम्पोजिशंस, लोग इनिशिएटर कंट्रोलर में चेंज हो सकते हैं. तेरे को क्या लगता है दोस्त?
लाइक वो तो सब सरप्राइज ही रहेगा, अभी जितने सरप्राइजेस आने वाले हैं आरएनटी की तरफ से, लाइक तुम लोग देख, लाइक तुम लोग को पेशेंस रखना ही पड़ेंगे, लाइक तुम लोग को और क्या लाइनअप हो सकती है, मैं क्या खेल सकता हूँ, लाइक तुम लोग को सरप्राइज मिला ही रहेगा, लाइक मैंने पल में फेड खेला,
एग्जैक्टली.
तो हम लोग का यही चीज़ें हम लोग अभी वर्क कर रहे हैं, लाइक तुम लोग को अभी बहुत सारे सरप्राइजेस मिलेंगे, तो तुम लोग को मैं बोलूँगा कि यस
Love it.
तुम लोग को वेट करना पड़ेगा वो सब चीज़ों के लिए।
Wow, I mean, I'm certainly hoping to see you guys more in 23 यार. और 23 का सीजन भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ना तुम लोगों
Yeah,
के लिए. You guys
yeah.
are building up to it really well. तो आपका पर्सनल एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है? Not only you as one tap god but also for Revenant.
लाइक हम लोग का तो यही गोल है, लाइक सब टीम्स को बीट करे, लाइक मुझे एक अच्छा चांस मिला था ये पेंटा स्पोर्ट्स में कि मेरे को खुद को प्रूव करना है, लाइक पारा ब्राज़ील गया था, इसकी वजह से
हाँ.
मेरे को सब इन करना पड़ा, तो उसके बाद मैं थोड़ा डर गया था बिकॉज मेरा लाइक सेकेंड टूर्नामेंट है ऑफिशियल, 6 महीने से मैंने कौन से टूर्नामेंट्स खेले नहीं थे, वो प्रेशर्स वो कॉम्स जैसे करना है, लाइक फर्स्ट सेकेंड मैचेस जो मैंने खेले ऑफिशियल रेकनिंग के सामने एंड गॉड्सन के सामने, लाइक मैं थोड़ा चोक हो गया था कि कैसे जाएंगे ये सब कॉल्स, थोड़ा उसके बाद मैं कोच ने मेरे को काम डाउन किया कि इट्स ओके, खेल अपने इंस्टिंक्ट्स पे खेल, तो उसके बाद सब जब कंफर्टेबल जोन में मैं चला गया, उसके बाद सब सब ठीक चलने लगा, लाइक हाँ कि मेरे को चांस मिला, मैंने खुद को प्रूव कर दिया।
Well, मैं आपको एक crucial question पूछना चाहता हूँ because I've seen your career throughout 22 ना. Even the time during True Rippers, you were a very hard carry for your team. और जो कहानी था True Rippers और आपके बीच didn't end on that great of a note. Now you're
Yeah,
getting that second chance with Revenant. Are you
yeah,
feeling at home with this organization now?
yeah. Very good org man. Like वो लोग एक फैमिली की तरह ट्रीट करते हैं. हम लोग का मैनेजर भी है, बहुत हेल्प करता है एक सब चीज़ करने के. मैं बीच में बीमार पड़ गया था, उसने सब चीज़ कर ली. सब A to Z मेडिसिन, सब सब जो TR में नहीं हुआ था.
That's just true love, man. And I hope the
या
best for you in 23. And not
या
only for
थैंक
you,
यू.
but also for Revenant in that sake, man. Any shout outs one tap got before we do see you bow out of the Penta Pro series?
या पेंटा प्रो सीरीज में मैं इतना बोलूँगा कि मेरे को बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस दिला ये टूर्नामेंट ने. मैं खेला, एंड मैं ऑडियंस को ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि कीप सपोर्टिंग मी, सपोर्टिंग अस. आगे भी बहुत सरप्राइजेस आने वाले हैं, तो ज़्यादा हिट मत फैलाओ, टॉक्सिसिटी मत फैलाओ. जस्ट सपोर्ट करो सब टीम्स को जो पेंटा में खेल रहे हैं और जो क्वालिफाई हुए हैं. अभी जो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स आ रहे हैं उनको भी जाके टीम को सपोर्ट करो. कीप द क्लीन चैट. बस मैं इतना ही बोलूँगा, ज़्यादा हिट्स मत फैलाओ.
I love that message, man. Spread love and ये
या
chat जो हम लोगों ने किया ना, it's been nothing but lovely one
या
tap. I'm honored for this privilege and hey, really good result that you and Revenant were able to pull out of the bag
या
for South
थैंक
Asia.
यू.
Hope to see you strong next year, man. Good luck.
या
Well, I mean, I think it's very crucial that Boom take a couple of words from one tap there, as they need to kind of replicate what his teammate Ching and Revenant did pull off against Bleed yesterday. And we mentioned this, CA. It could start all the way from the draft. What I'm expecting right now is a Boom Esports that tries to rely themselves on individual plays from the draft and from the very beginning. So I'm expecting
Uh-huh.
something along the lines of maybe a double duelist, maybe the Jet Rana added
Hmm.
alongside that a chamber. Considering that this is the old patch chamber, you can be criminal with the way you employ that agent. Add in the Viper and Sova to give you not only cover but also your recon. And hey, you're all set for having a derby where we're set up with nothing but pug plays, off angles, cheeky doubles, cheeky triples, backstabs after backstabs. That's what I'm expecting, at least at the minimum. What do you think?
Talking about composition, I think I would be very surprised if it's not a Sova Sky. So, assuming Shiro picks up the Sova, Severin for the Sky, Blaze King for the Viper, that leaves Famous and Berserks to fill out the remaining positions. And I could see that Jet Trader come out for them, but I think it's more likely that we see a Jet Chamber instead. So, like a Jet Chamber, Sova Sky, Viper, where Berserks maybe plays that aggressive chamber. And he could also switch where Berserks instead picks up the Sova and Shiro picks up that chamber. And we'll have to see. But I think what is especially crucial is to maybe even give the chamber to Famous and let someone else pick up the jet, because I honestly think he's looked a lot more comfortable on the chamber than on the jet, where he can play a lot more anchory sort of role while still making those aggressive decisions once in a while. He's not like a Juicy for me. He feels more like a Darion, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, and talking about Darion, Chamber, and Breeze,
Yeah.
yikes. That's something that any team would like to avoid on their day of asking, but it's not like Boom have that negotiation here. So they have two choices. Either they play to their comfort or they play to the weaknesses that Bleed have already shown. And I think at least considering that Haven did not go the way Boom panned out, they assume that, if they ban the fracture, they have something ready with the Haven to try and reply in kind with. Wasn't the case. So it has to be maybe a small gamble, like you mentioned, to inculcate more of a different game style. And I know that's hard to do, right? Especially in a best of five grand finals after you bowed out of map one. But sometimes I think it's very important to juggle between play styles and juggle between drafts just to keep yourself a little more unpredictable. The more unpredictable you are, the less accurate the read that the enemy has on you will be. And the less accurate the read is, the more to your detriment that'll work in a straight up fight. So I
Yeah.
just hope that Boom come in with a swift reply here, man. This could be hella interesting because, hey, Bleed, they choose to start it off on the defense, right? And that's where we've seen Bleed show comfort. So it's not going to be hard, even if Boom comes in with a slow start. All that they need to rely on is the fact that they have the talent to weather the storm, and this will add to their experience later on down the road in the 23 season.
And look, while Bleed have proved before that they are the kind of team to go back and really fix up their mistakes, to plug up the holes in their dam, but I think now they've got to show it's not just that, but also on the mental aspect where Boom will try to challenge them. Irrespective of which comp Boom plays, I'm sure they look to play aggressive and match that firepower of Bleed from the get go, because that was missing on Haven as well. But a few rounds that they did pull off in the first half, it was back on the back of being proactive. So I think proactivity is key, especially against Bleed, to make sure they're not necessarily playing mind games with you, and then you're playing on more of an even footing. But the same question lies for Bleed. Are they ready for that kind of proactivity? Because yesterday we gaps in their default where take that one round where Ching pushed in from halls, Crazy Guy was alone droning towards A main, and there was no trap to mark Crazy Guy's back. And similarly, so when Crazy Guy had his bow in his hand and he was caught out, these small things you could see that Bleed just not, maybe haven't had enough practice on Breeze, can be changed in a matter of a night as long as they've sat through the ward, made sure they understood those mistakes with their coaching staff, and they're able to connect all of them together and close them up. Because if they do that, then suddenly Boom finds himself in a difficult place, because that aggression will likely get punished by Bleed.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a problem with their composition. It wasn't a problem with their calls. It was just a slight problem in the way they adapted to the kind of randomness that Ching and Co threw onto the server. And hey, we mentioned this in the past, right? You try to play methodical against Bleed. Bleed will just beat you with their own mentality and their game style. The only way you beat the kind of game style that Bleed try to offer is to try and beat them with their own fire. Be and again condition them to walk out of taking very early fights in that sense, where they'd much rather like to play a slow default than punish your aggression, and that's why you can choose to change the narrative.
Yeah, 100%. Look again. The composition going to be key.
Yeah.
Severin with the Cypher. Okay, I love this already. So I think it's gonna be Sova Sky Cypher with Famous on the jet. So a lot of lurk potential, and again, it allows for that aggressive gameplay. Ooh, Sova Chaos Cypher.
Okay.
Even better. So love seeing this from Boom. They definitely brought something different to the table.
Yeah, and mind you, this is old patch Cypher and old patch Viper. So Viper gonna be as potent with her pet as you'd love and remember. And Severine needs to play on the back of a slightly less strong Cypher compared to the current patch, but especially on a map like this, right? The kind of split information that Cypher can give you compared to the Chamber, who only has one alarm bot, it's
Yeah.
invaluable. As now both the B side and the A side, considering there's one side which is going to be manned by the Viper on the back of the amount of stopping utility that she offers, and there's one side
Yeah.
that's going to be manned by a Cypher that not only has stopping utility but has a lot of kill potential if he plays on the back of his utility and make a lot of problems for your resident jet, for your resident chamber to be as impactful as they would like to be. So I love Boom's lineup, but it's going to be on the
Yeah.
back of Bleed's minor slip ups if they're not able to read into the traps and
Yeah.
the mind games set in by Boom.
Yeah. Boom going to be starting us off on the attacking side. So the Cypher gonna get his chance to set up the lurks nice and early. And we saw even in the matchup where Velocity played that Cypher, Helif started off looking strong on the Cypher. He found a lot of lurks, but Bleed were able to quickly adapt and shut that down. So they know that Halls especially is going to be a crucial one to make sure that the Cypher isn't able to find his way in. And then the only options that remain are mid connector, and you try to make your way sometimes towards the A site. Mid connector, that's where Bleed like to play. Darion, they like playing aggressive every single time we've seen them on Breeze. The first pistol, 4-man, they fight for mid. So this is going to be a crucial thing to see. Have Dune Boom done their homework? Can they shut down that mid aggression? Or do Bleed play mind games? And this is the one map where they don't play for that mid aggression in the pistol.
Bleed, they should be in a zone of comfort after the kind of performance they've put on display here in map 1. And you better hope that said comfort carries forward. This is a trauma that they certainly do not want to relive.
I'm too far.
And Darion inducing said trauma to Boom.
We talked about Darion. We know how powerful he can be when enabled by this beautiful weaponry. The chamber in his hands, he can be a menace really to every single team. He's already got Bleed off the bat, and his comrade in arms, his brother in this team, Juicy, might just double up.
Oof.
He'll do exactly that. Famous now taken out of the equation as Severin, he finds a nice trade, but now they're looking for the rotate into this ace site where JH and Scary are just playing very safe, playing to deny, but the regression.
I mean, here's the thing though, man. They need to be smart about this. And I love the kind of rotation they're committing. You know, lacking both a KO and a Jet, not really the easiest thing to breach a side. So if they find a little bit of a split defense, they have opportunities then to
Oh, that's
capitalize
huge.
on. And the
30
split
seconds left.
defense is exactly what's orchestrated. Look at Bleed's control over mid. Look at now the rotation towards A. It's hampered. If Severin can buy a little bit of time, maybe get a kill, it would make a whole difference to how Bleed might need to commit to this retake. But Blaze King, realizing that there's a huge deficit, goes above and beyond to try and even out the numbers before the retake crunch truly begins. And they're playing close behind this wall. The Frenzy's an absolute beast, man. It's scary.
Player standing.
Oh,
1-for-1 trade as Darion's got out very low, and now Blaze King suddenly in a 1v1 with Snake Bite in his hands. He
does
spots
it!
Scary out and finds the 4K. A huge clutch for Blaze King. But I think the underappreciated hero in this round has to be Severin. First for the trade onto Juicy, but second to enable Blaze King's lurk by showing his presence towards this B side. Because you look, yeah, right about here, right after this, where Severin shows himself towards that B side. That's when
Yeah.
the lurk sets up for Blaze King. But I think this is a wake-up call for Bleed. I mentioned this when we saw the cams as well. You cannot leave halls for free. You need that trap.
and again, Boom, they knew the strategical disadvantage that they were stuck in, right? They knew that they can't just waltz into a site, considering the agents that were left. So the kind of decisive moves that they took were brilliant. And J-Hat's not seeing this coming from any stretch of his imagination. As Boom double up their advantage and look to clinically deny Bleed any chance of doing damage on the back of pistols. And Darion gets a kill, never mind.
Darion though still has the headhunter, so he can make it count, but just 2v4 right now in this round should be a comfortable one for Boom. Push in towards side. They haven't got the wiper though, so a lot more position. Scary to play.
Ooh.
When he gets taken out, it's now all down to Darion, and Berserk's mocking the rotations, shuts him down. Just one weapon taken away. A great anti-eco here for Boom, as they will go into the next round playing on that bonus, likely to switch up the tempo, pick up the pace, and play for a fast hit. I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually towards the B side, because they know Darion is solo anchoring it down.
Yeah. And they need to condition a little bit of fear into him, so it's gonna be also crucial. Oh crap, he's going
the
for the
fake
glass
A,
cannon
baby.
operator. Okay, I love this adaptation from Darion, although it's gonna require his team providing the best cover that they can for him. 0 point, and he has to dodge. Understandably so. There's no need for risking such a crucial piece of weaponry. And they get good information on the back of it as well.
Interestingly so though, Boom have left the spike again towards window, and Bleed refuse to commit to the rotations. They understand that Boom want to play it slow. They want to find those small gaps in the rotations when Bleed make it happen and look for the lurks, but Boom, having taken A main early, they've got the ult orb, and now Blaze King's ult online. They set their sights on B. So it's all down to Juicy to shut down this. Because if they're able to shut him out, they get access to even the close parts of the site, set up their own
Yes.
world. The Viper Spit comes online, becomes a tough ask for Scary. Juicy The 0
Can't
point
deny.
will suppress him. He can't dash out. He just got to make
Nice
the flash.
dodge.
Fights count. He dashes out the flash though. And just like that, he's able to find one. But Famous with the instant trade works out beautifully so for Boom because they get the site.
With utility. Oh, he's timing his peak. Crazy guy aiding him from window, and this is a brilliant retake.
30 seconds left.
Heck, they don't even get the plant, so it's essentially a re-engagement. Blaze King, he has his own world to work with, but the world outside is nothing but brutal. And he needs to reply
Severin.
to brutality
Severin.
with brutality.
Oh, he's
Carry
so bad.
on. Playing yield timing
10
brilliantly.
seconds
Blaze King has no other choice but to save.
Yeah, and it's a decent save for this round. It was just their bonus, so walk away with the Vandal will help their economy build up. Bleed helping out Scary. The quick rotations coming out for Crazy Guy to find that opening and then to back up Scary to allow him to look for that jiggle shot. He lands it perfectly and they fight for the site. They refuse to give it up, knowing that retaking into that Viper's ultimate can be absolutely deathly and devastating. It's a venomous bite that Blaze King has brought to this table today. For Bleed, they're able to dodge, they're able to fight, and they're able to make their buy count. And now the operator continues, but he's got the shields as well. The traps, the headhunter bullets to help him out is Bleed in a much more comfortable, much better spot. And Darion looking for that mid shot. Might just catch a lonely Cypher out.
The peak takes his time with it. Good opening pick. The lurk dealt with. And now Boom relying on their front lines to work. They denied deep access courtesy of the fragment, and that essentially puts them in a box. Now utility can be dumped in from the side of Bleed. They operate. Oh, it almost found the shot down at 10 HP, but J has taken out of the equation. That denies any close control that Bleed were hoping for. But from range, J Hatch and Crazy Guy find their return, find their rebuttal, and Boom find themselves in a hurdle of problems. Yet again, they get to the site, but they don't have any ability to commit to the plant.
Again, Blaze King left on his lonesome to try and pull a miracle off. He did it in the pistol, but at this point, it seems nigh impossible. Because in a 1v4, he's got no access to the spike, and Bleed are playing aggressive angles, crossfires to ensure that he's not just able to waltz in on the back of his wall. I think he's just going to have to save once again. Blaze King denied. He'll have to just hold on to his Vandal.
10 seconds left.
On to life.
Toxin screen down.
Bleed Esports. Keep that operator up. Keep full players up. Pretty strong and stern reply. There needs to be that comfort as you're hitting the site. Now with the lurk removed, with the utility being dumped, how do you even deal with that, CA? Essentially what Bleed are doing is putting so much pressure and forcing Boom to take uncomfortable fights. Boom, trying to be smart about it, are not taking those uncomfortable fights. But in the back of not taking fights, they don't get momentum.
Get out of my way.
So they're essentially sticking at a standstill, and there's nothing that they can do about it.
Boom though looking to switch up the pace. They've got Chiro on that Vandal. Hero by Blaze King with his saved one, and Famous on the nice, trying to make it happen for Bleed. Looking to play on retake actually. They just back off. They're using the utility to punish them and deny it. Famous, he's caught off. The bird shot down from the sky as Darion pops yet another one off. JH finds Shiro, and in the retake, Bleed able to make them pay. Now 5v2, it's all down to Blaze King once again. He finds the one, he's on the lurk, shuts down Darion, and he keeps them alive.
I think he has to try here. I mean, how many rounds can he expect an individual to save? That's so much damage. Takes down 3 members.
Enemy remaining.
Oof!
Woohoo!
Sheesh! Disgusting. Doesn't save the round, but hey, it at least saves a little bit of face and doesn't give Bleed a saving grace in terms of having more economy to continue with the first half.
Race King, man, he's put on his cape, he's trying his hardest. In that hero role, he's most certainly been delivering, but how much can he do alone? Boom, they need to step up to the mark. Get that Viper into a better position to clutch these rounds out, and I think Blaze King will most certainly deliver. But Bleed, they switched up their setup, and Crazy Guy, he's got out, Juicy chunked out as well. Might pay the price for this advanced position. It's all down to Darion. The suppression now
They know.
gone. He's gonna go in for the
The drone
aggressive
baited
pick
him
and
in.
get punished instantly.
Yeah, he needed to try and maybe find that pick before he TP'd back, and hey, didn't want to get tagged by the drone as he was trying to do so. Understandable. Can't have a nice day, sadly. It's famous. Trades that operator into a Vandal, enables him to close the distance. Considering Juicy's HP, it's going to be a crucial fight for him to maybe take... Oh, the rotation. The quick rotation. Does have that tailwind
Steady,
enabled as
Cable.
well, so could dart its way towards door.
They're not even going to go for the A rotation because they know that Scary might have got an advanced position. Instead, they go for the mid to A, but Scary backing up. He finds
Still gets
himself
it.
in a good spot nevertheless. Takes out one, but still 4v3 with Shiro's Hunter's Fury available. They planted for backside.
Safe.
So they don't plan to go back to A main whatsoever. And with again Blaze King left on that lurk, really they have no option but to save to maybe recover Darion's operator.
And the fact that it was famous holding that operator, expecting set aggression. It was also Crazy Guy who got caught off towards mid. So, Boom, understanding the fact that Bleed love to play aggressive towards mid on Breeze. They find that timing, and not only did they find that timing, they find all the wins aiding to their sail. Because they knew exactly where the operator was positioned, right? With the suppress, it was almost a given, and that drone just confirmed things.
And look. Boom, they've answered back, and this map certainly a lot closer than Haven. Both of these teams a lot more evenly matched, where Boom look a lot more comfortable, Bleed look a lot more uncomfortable in certain spots. Still though, Bleed, with the way they run, won the last few rounds before the last one. They have built up a significant economy, and now with the Toad they force online, they get a double operator setup. Juicy towards A side, not able to land the
Oh,
shot
it's
on.
Blaze King.
Famous
Yeah, that
is
looked
Blaze King.
confusing.
Where was the towards holds? Instead,
Yep.
taking that fight and living up to his form. Shuts down Crazy Guy. Famous now. Shuts down JH, and the Hunter's Fury denies Juicy an opportunity to trade. Boom, they have the site, and now a great post point 5v3.
What did they do here? Did they save yet again, Bleed? This operator is going to be very important in their ambitions to fighting back. And they're able to do so in the current round. It keeps Bleed interested. They're able to navigate out of this with a little bit of a clean buck. Could have seen a resolve being formed, but Scary, if he does have the opportunity, might even want to try and save the op, but knows it's far removed and tries at least taking a couple of men down with him. Not the case. That Hall's fight, dude, like I was so surprised because usually on a map like Breeze, right, when you have that operator, you see your standard jet updraft just half a second before zero, and that essentially gives him the early peak towards halls as an attacker. So that's usually how you get that first peak. Considering I was seeing, famous in the front lines, I was wondering if I was looking at reality.
Oh, and look at this. Double op now on the other side instead.
Never seen this. What the hell?
Yeah, they're just playing it ultra safe, expecting maybe aggression from Bleed to try and switch up the pace, but Bleed happy to hold on. While they played on the Toad Force in the last round, these economy ultimates in the Blade Storm and the Toad Force really helping them out because now Juicy's got his hands on the knives. With the Viper Spit set up to deny B site, a heavier stack towards A, the trap is well available to deny the lurk coming through, but it's all down to Blaze King, who's been feeling himself, who's been a force unstoppable across this map, looking for the pick. But the drone pushes them back, and with a double operator, how are they going to entry? Oh, there's the answer. They had Vandals saved up in the back.
Yeah, courtesy of having that economy added to your snowball. Oh, big Hunter's Fury! Could find the frag! But he dances his way back to safety, that Severine. He was made to play an uncomfortable game of die or skip rope. Carry on.
30
Brilliant
seconds
positioning to find the frag and find his way back. He's interested though in finding more, and that he shall not be denied. The triple, he's suppressed, but he's gotten Boom hella depressed.
left. One enemy remaining.
And just like that, Darion is the one. Sets up the grave and pushes them in. Puts a nail in the coffin to get them that round. Aye. This match on the edge of a cliff could go either way at any moment, could all fall apart for either teams, but certain players keeping them alive. Darion and Blaze King especially have had phenomenal maps so far. The Phantom no less. Darion just too precise. Denies them this round and baits out the null command as well, so Bleed now in a great position with these next few rounds. But Blaze King, with his run of form, he's got his Viper Spit back online, and boom, they're gonna pick up the pace. Playing for the 1-3-1 mid default. Playing to deny, but the recon comes out beautifully and they're not able to hold it down. Crazy guys. Not even the recon actually, on the back of a drone. Tags out Famous
the
and
drone
takes him
tag.
out.
I was wondering what Famous is doing, just dancing out of the open there. Let's get the... Oh, juicy big pick off. No cover essentially now. Oh, Boom. They yet again need to resort to the kind of prowess that they resorted to in the pistol, which is playoff picks, playoff positioning, and playoff rotation. You can see them trying to do exactly that, right? Trying to catch off aggression where they find it, but Darion Swift on the deny, and Juicy well aware of the aggression
One
through
enemy
mid.
remaining.
They
Spike
so
down
well in
B.
tandem here,
Flawless.
as Boom Esports, they don't seem to get any edge in the fights that they conducted. And that double operator investment CA, it's coming to haunt them now, as they have nothing in terms of economy to speak about.
Yeah, and Bleed have taken the lead. So Boom not in the
Especially down
greatest
to the
of
last
spots,
penny.
but they've still... Yeah, they've still got somewhat of a buy. Two Vandals, a
the
Phantom,
Bulldog.
but two Light Shields, especially on Shiro, with just the Bulldog and Berserks playing on a Spectre no less. So once again, they're going to look to pick up the pace, go for that mid to A hit, but Darion...
They don't spot him! They don't spot him!
They don't catch him,
don't
he
know.
will catch them out! Finds Berserk, shuts him down, and doubles down with Blaze King as well, and he's able to get away! That's absolutely nasty, disgusting, Darion. As Boom are made to pay, Darion will be the hunter in the night. Scary and Darion to finish off that round, and he gets two. That itself is criminal, but to get away and then find the third, wowzers. Darion on Breeze on Chamber. He's gonna be real sad about the next month. About Breeze going away.
I know, right? Breeze going away, Chamber
Chamber
already
going.
gone.
No, it's not about
The fact that it
how it
happened
went
in
down,
this
it's
round
about-
C is the saddest part, right? Because we're approaching that dying segment of the first half, and it feels like Boom have severely exhausted all their options for the past few rounds.
trying to rush down this B site. The recon spots out Juicy, the flash to push him back, and with the
Not yet,
short,
that
he's
is
not
no
at the
seriously.
greatest of angles to fight. Famous gets one, Berserks with yet another, but
Okay.
okay, crazy guy.
Makes sense.
Kind of lived up to his name in a
Nationality
bad way.
101. Potential could have been real. Ends up making his way back. Hatch.
Saved, right?
They have a decent bit of money to fall back upon, so I mean, at this point, if they deny Boom weaponry, it's something that could be very crucial to them, especially their operator maybe, because Boom have shown that they love employing the sniper on the attack, right? One of the few teams who've found comfort to do so. And hey, it's a map like Breeze, so I don't even blame them. So many long avenues, so many good operator angles to find pickoffs. They picked off a round which felt like the most unlikely considering the last couple. So they keep themselves relevant here in the first half and still stand a chance of equalizing things.
And it's going to be a crucial round because 6-5 lead. I do think while they were exposed in the attack yesterday, it's at least statistically in the past has been the attack where they feel a lot more comfortable. And they're likely to fix that up from yesterday as well. So especially when you consider that this Cypher on his lurk much more potent on his attacking side. Boom, they're gonna want to make this last round count. Push it to a 6-6 half and then scrape it out in their own defense. Must say though, JH has not had the greatest of maps. He's not finding any room to play on his strong front. And a surprising one, so because I think he's one of the most consistent players in general. Now we've got a technical pause. And it does mean that these teams will just get a moment to recover, to stabilize all the momentum denied from the hands of Bleed, of course, with that Thrifty coming out for Boom, but also for Bleed to just recalibrate and understand what is going wrong. Now, what we've seen from Boom across this half has been either extremely passive defaults, waiting for Bleed to make an aggressive play, but more recently, extremely fast hits, trying to bank on the fact that Bleed are quite separated out in their holes. There's usually at max 2 on a site, and overwhelming that 2-man presence with a 5-man push is where Boom have got their heads at. They found success towards the B site, and they're likely to rinse and repeat again. But while this technical pause, I believe, from the side Boom gets fixed, we have a small break. You can see all the players quite impatient, anxious even to a certain extent to get this match going, because the nerves most certainly will start to fray as longer and longer we go through this BO5. It's why we always call it a marathon, because it's a long race, and for either of these teams to win it out, they've got to keep up their stamina, not just physically, but more importantly, mentally, to make sure
Hey,
that
is
the
that
other
a
team
kitten
doesn't take away.
there next to
Yeah.
Darion?
Yeah. I think it's a
Nice.
toy.
Yeah, toy kitten. Having to chase one of those is quite the task, dude. Like, there's these instances where these cats come into my house by mistake, and they get into the weirdest corners, much like what we see on Breeze.
Cats are very good at looks, I see. Finding all the nooks and crannies.
I mean,
Lucky
we have some
emojis
people here
house.
with cat-like reaction time, so that's
Yeah,
one thing
true.
that you can take from cats. I take that.
And the fact that they've got seemingly 9 lives. Especially with the chamber, right? The chamber definitely has 9 lives, he just never dies.
I mean, Riot killed it, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Here.
All 9 lives in one crippling blow. Oh, Famous able to dodge it. They still have the ability to push the front lines now. Famous still making his way through, but JH taking first contact. Scary still waiting for the white swing, but there's none to come. No trades. Oh goodness, it's just a free-for-all towards mid. This round went from 0 to 100 in the matter of a second, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, as fast as the Bugatti. I mean, it's pretty stuff for Bugatti, to be honest, though. Just 1 second, but they make it count. Boom, they tried to continue their pace, but Bleed expecting it, using that technical pause to fruition, and able to set up a heavy B-site hold. The null command to deny easy entry onto site. JH to find that first pick, and now Severin as well. He's going to be spotted out.
Player standing.
So
Oh,
all hopes and
lol.
berserks in this
Just
round.
went
He's
off
got the spike,
ADS.
and in 1v3, has the opportunity to make it happen. Full utility as well, so if he can get 1 kill in the plant, we'll get his hands on his null command.
No,
That suppression spotting out too. Should expect the third to be somewhere towards either nest or mid. So flashes it out to make sure he can rotate, but timing just doesn't work out. Darion coming through on the peak and with his back turned away is Bleed to pick up the lead in this first half.
again, by not much of a margin, right? It feels like a repeat of map 1 already. And hey, Bleed, They're a force to be reckoned with, especially when they get on the attack of this map. But yesterday proved to be otherwise. Yesterday proved to be quite the opposite. Boom still have the ability to pull off this comeback, but it's going to require Famous to go above and beyond. It's going to require individual play, which we've already seen a boatload of from. We've seen Blaze King pull off this kind of hero plays throughout the finale stage. Shiro has stepped up massively as well. Potential still exists for Boom to claw their way back into Breeze. But it's on Bleed to give it away. It's all going to start from the pistol.
He's looking for that mid to be hit. But their elbow players, they have been suppressed. So this B hit now revealed, especially with that drone being spotted out. Bleed, they've got to go for the rotate. To a certain extent, it will work out because they pulled heavy rotations towards their side. Now, Scary still trying to cause some presence before he rotates out. As Bleed now set up a mid to A hit. Waiting for Scary to come out with his wall.
The flash!
Pushing on to side. They flash out Berserks, but they're not able to take him out just yet. He's still got a chance to fight. And he's made it count. Takes out Juicy, and Famous comes in for the backup to find Darion as well. Berserk still not taken out. He's been that anchor in sight, and he's doubled down. And might just find a triple against a low health JH. Crazy guy though. Finally with the trade, and JH just hoping to play out the time to allow his teammate to come through so he can get the plant, but in an impossible spot pulls out a crazy flick. JH staying alive.
Jeez. I mean,
Berserks.
even though they lost that round, that flick, sheesh. I think we got the flick of the week. Wish that a replay just managed to snag that right in between. Let's see it.
Yeah, they got it.
Last player standing.
Easy clap. But hey, Berserks is the one who actually claps them. Staying alone on site on the anchor, he picks up a 4K.
One kill? Exactly.
Already halfway to his null command. It's going to be a crucial one, especially on the defense now. Very curious setup that Boom are playing. Effectively playing Severin the Cypher on the rotate, while the rest of them try to anchor down a particular site. And it's a curious one because usually we see the likes of a Sova occupying that position, playing between Nest and Halls and playing on the rotate, but Famous looking to re-aggress in the back with his flash. He's denied, but peeks out once again. The confidence is there for this player, and he knows he's got the better weaponry to make it count.
Yeah.
Finds that 3K, and while he does get traded out, Bleed won't get access to the side. This Viper is down.
Yeah, the burst on the Bulldog is an absolute shredder, so understandably finds that confidence. Paid off massively. Boom. You can see how cautious they are with this. They don't want to give away a single free kill whatsoever. The utility layered on top of the hold.
One enemy remaining.
As if that... Oh. Severin is literally playing a single player game with him, it feels like. He's just running around the server. Ay. But yeah, you can see that they don't want to give away numbers, right? They keep 4 players up, considering that they have 2 Bulldogs. When they do get the chance to invest back into that operator and keep things as clinical as they do, it will be hard for Bleed to bring back momentum. With an economy comes the ability to contest a decent bit of rounds, and that's all that Boom need, realistically.
Yeah, look. 7-7 now. That was a great anti-eco because they get to play bonus with 4 weapons continued on from that last round. So now they'll try to inflict damage and try and do just that. Famous staying in an aggressive angle. He's got that Bulldog once again. The flash comes through, but Bleed, they dodge it out, and Famous instantly shut down. But the 0 point, it delays them to a large extent. Berserk's landing those martial shots. He's tagged Darion out, but Bleed, they're still trying to push in. Finally, the Viper's wall comes online. And this time, Bleed should be able to get the plant, but they've still got to play it safe because Berserks is looking around the side.
Oh, no. On it, yes, and he is able to find it. At least they pin down the numbers a little bit, makes this flank hella doable.
Oh, Blaze King.
Playing with him. Tareen has the better weaponry, better angle, and finds the kill. Man advantage nullified on the hold, and it's all down to positioning.
Last player
Bleed.
standing.
They play off each other, and they're able to hold the backer side brilliantly. No chance for Blaze King here. Yeah. Preston discovered as well. Oh. But do
Still
damage.
gets one. And Darion is quite low, Juicy as well. 49, 24 HP respectively. But Blaze King
This is
doesn't
the
have time,
bonus.
so it is all about that damage right here.
Exactly.
Juicy denies, and Bleed are able to walk away with the victory, but still 3 weapons taken away. Blaze King and Boom able to inflict a serious bit of damage, especially now that they should be able to get Famous on his op.
Yep.
Prolific
That
on
operator.
it on the attack. He's gonna get easier on the defense.
Needs to do heavy lifting,
Ooh,
but
the knives first.
knives are
Nice.
gonna be a very enticing option. Are you sure, Famous, that you don't want to save the knives? Interesting. Okay.
No, it makes sense. Just build up the economy. Oh no, he's not in
Exactly,
range. Never
right?
mind.
He's gonna get the Vandal, so he's not gonna run the pure knife. And understandably so, right? JH is so close to the now command that it essentially be a sitting duck. There we go. Exactly why.
They rinse and repeat towards this ace side, but this time it's Blaze King lurking behind his own wall, waiting for the hit. The recon as well, not for behind the Viper wall, rather
Needs to deny.
to make sure there's no one in it, and Blaze
No.
King playing with the timing, gets denied. Famous though with a crucial trade, and it's 4v4 retake,
Yeah.
but it's a null command available for Boom to try and make it
And
happen.
the flank.
Berserks, he has to stay alive.
Removed. Bleed. They've lost the trump card. And then I'll command. Removing utility. It's all about the gunfights, and Darion more than ready. Picks up more than what he could have bargained for. Juicy. He could get this, and he finds it through the smoke. No. A heartbreak, as it felt like they didn't skip a beat on the retake, and it all falls apart.
Yeah. You can see that was heartbreak for Boom Esports. They were expecting to win off that round, but as soon as Darion find this double, for Boom, this round was trouble, because even if Juicy doesn't get these kills right here, you can see he's lined up with the snake bite scary to set up the deny on the plan. So
Out of my way.
it was coming through one way or another for Bleed, and now the economy broken. Famous does have his knives, but they've chosen the wrong avenue to aggress, because let me tell you one thing, Bleed, they're a stubborn beast. Once something works out, they will not change, at least not for a few more rounds to come. But Juicy, this is all his knives. It doesn't matter, they still got the better weapons to play.
Last
And a
player
comfortable
standing.
triple. He's all on a Famous. Neither flawless. Oh, he saw the cape.
Headshot.
He makes them. He's just a tiny bit in tax. Down to 7. Double digits. Bleed. Nothing but smiles on their face. And again, didn't expect anything to the contrary, right? Especially considering it is a team like Bleed. A team who are known to fix the holes in the hull. At least have ironed out a decent bit of this attack. But hey, folks, it's not over till it's over. It's not over till Bleed hit 13. And they're 3 rounds away from doing so. Famous has that operator, so
You want to
could be a
play?
changing
Let's
story.
play.
Now look. This is when Bleed switch up the pace, but the 0 point reveals their intentions. Still though, it's that tour de force for Darion, hoping to catch someone towards this B side. He's not gonna find one though, because Severin bound to be patient. Bleed just spreading themselves apart, hoping to pick off any aggression. But Boom, no, they can slow it down because they've got the operator and Famous anchoring that A site. They've got the Cypher, giving them information about a potential mid push, as well as holding down that B site. So they hold on to their positions, they wait for Bleed to make their move, and well, this is what I meant by Bleed is a stubborn beast. Well, nothing happens when it's a stalemate, Bleed are gonna go back to it.
And it seems like Boom, at least momentarily, have a read. They have 3 members who are in quick proximity to defend this ace side. 40 seconds left on the clock. The orb. And committed the recon. But Famous still finds the kill. And is Juicy removed. Nobody from Bleed
30
now.
seconds left.
Play point, to play dart. And they're going to rely on Darion to find the opening. Mind you, there is that camera. Right on top.
Cage triggered.
Darion being tagged. Severine. Oh no. He's allowed him to go back. Although they do have valuable information because 10 seconds on the clock. They really need to push it here, Bleed Esports. And they need to remove Severine. They do it! Oh no! A disaster! Boom! Not able to recompose. The plant down. Bleed still having the ability to fight back. And Darion finding himself at the aggressive off angle. The trades did not come in though. And Boom still able to find an advantage. 1 versus 2. Crazy guy needs to go beyond crazy. He needs to go ballistic. And he finds himself in a decent position to isolate the frags. Finds the force. Recon out, but he's not able to get the positioning of Famous. Oh no! From a 3 versus 5 to a 3 versus 3 to the spike being planted. It falls to the last man, but Boom, keep it alive.
Berserks again stepping up, man. Getting that crucial double. Because for a second, I think Severine misplayed that situation. You don't want to tag Darion right there. You want to keep your camera alive and then catch him out as he gets deeper into sight. So the tag reveals Severine's position, and just like that, Bleed are able to pounce. But Famous and Berserks coming in for the backup. They help them fight on sight and they make it count. And finally, we see a Bleed timeout as Bleed know that they're in a little bit of trouble and they need to make sure that they're able to stabilize.
Yeah,
they've got
something
the-
crucially they didn't do yesterday, man.
Yeah. I think they've still got a buy in this round. Barely so. They should be able to afford a buy right here. We'll find out soon enough, but I think what's even more crucial is to isolate particular players who are not having a great map. Like Shiro, for example, not really having the greatest of times, and similarly so Severine. So I think if you expect that Cypher towards the B side once again, you can do that. But what I really want to see Bleed do is play aggressive towards mid. Play that 1-3-1 default to then back off and come back to the A side, because we have seen Boom be very quick on the rotation. So maybe they can catch them out in those rotational points.
And the fact that Bleed got that post plant there, the fact that they were able to even force the plant, it at least gives them a little bit of comfort with the strategy they're running, right? The post plant's a tricky beast, you know. There are situations where everything is supposed to go your way, but it still eludes you. But it's a game of numbers and it's a game of odds. Sometimes they skew away from you.
Deploying drone.
That has nothing to do with the strategy, however.
Oh, they drone from the back to
universal.
make sure that the KO knife cannot catch it out. And thankfully for them, there's no KO on the site. It's just Famous on the op that they're going to have to deal with. And
Clear
the
the
trap
close
is
angle.
well set up, so Juicy can't smoke dash in as well. This is all to deny the A hit from Bleed,
down.
but Famous, he's taken down. Shiro, though, with a crucial trade, keeps a man advantage. And that trap now taken
Viper's
out.
split.
Bleed will be able to set up their Viper's world. And while Bleed have an advantage, while Bleed have a disadvantage, the Viper's world will just about even things up.
They have information
Whoa.
here, and that's what. Oh no, that could have been a collateral.
Down
But the
A.
shock dart alongside the reaggression, Shiro, you mentioned he needs to step up. Well, he did just that.
I have
Yet again, crazy guy in the clutch. In an undoubtedly harder
Stag.
position, walks into the double peak. Boom, 1 round away from the equalizer. Lead truly showing they can do so as well.
And I honestly feel like Boom used that timeout better than Bleed, because even that trap to deny the smoke dash, in case they aggress really quick, the camera available as well to help Famous out, all on the back of Shiro, playing on the rotate and being able to deny the plant, as long as his teammates are able to buy the time with those traps, with that operator now. And again, they expect Bleed to switch up the pace, so both the initiators now towards this B site, with the Hunter's Fury online on Shiro no less. This could be devastating for Bleed, because it is one of their last buys. All 5 spotted, all
Nice
5
position.
success, but Bleed, they still persevere. They still try to make their way in. And they're not punished. A 2-for-2 trade, Bleed able to make it count. They get the site and an equal trade. Now they'll be able to get the plant.
Yeah, it's Famous on that operator, however. And Blaze King is isolated, so they could. Oh no, not like this.
Spike down Down B.
Where's he
And
looking?
Blaze King's now able to fall back. Famous is set up towards stuff like this.
I kind of want to see the JH die again just to see where he was looking, because the drone coming out to clear off mid connector and CT, it cleared mid connector by the time he rotated, but I think he was looking back towards B main, maybe expecting a flank. Yeah, I think that has to be it. Maybe scared of the flank, just trying to mark that out. Caught out by Blaze
Yo.
King, and now Boom in a fantabulous spot. OG
Talking about being scared,
5
5 ultimate CA.
Yeah. And 3
Unbelievable.
people already on this B side, but Bleed want to hit. Oh no 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 no!
Up 10 moments before disaster strikes. Bleed walking into it. Oh no, the traps has given the aggression away, but they're still not able to capitalize as the flashes are set perfectly. Shiro though brilliantly jiggles between the pillars, between death, is able to find success, but he finds it through the smoke as well. Famous not able to deny. Crazy guy on the verge of pulling off a brilliant quad kill. Famous finds himself behind hard cover. The close engagement and the knives find him success. Famous
Scary spotted out.
1 away from the clutch. Scary has been an impactful player so far, but Shoulder gives it away.
Oh
And
my
boom, snatch
lord.
away the lead.
I thought that was crazy guy's round. He popped the heck off, found a huge 3k, but Famous says no no no, sit down. Shows him how it's done, finds a huge round. And beautifully played, but Shiro, man, he's the man of the day, the man of this round. Look at this shot on Juicy, just crispy flicks all the way around, sets up Famous for success to pull this off, and Scary just too late on that look. He's caught out and he's denied. Wow.
Another day
We thought they might have
of
pulled it
watching
back.
Bleed against the comeback, eh? The early start. It yet again betrays them. Feels like the same story on rinse and repeat. Darion spots the head of Berserks, but not in position to capitalize. Scary though, he finds himself a frag. Although with the ultimates that we aforementioned, it's gonna be a hard task whatsoever. And Boom using them diligently to deny any chances of a bleed that finds footing late in the second half as its map point on the side of Boom Esports.
They're pulling this one off. They're looking to pull back the scoreline in this BO5. They lost map 1. Haven was taken away from them, but they found Bleed's weakness. On the comeback from 7-5 down in the first half. Boom now in a great spot to make it happen. They haven't been used all their ultimates. Blaze King now with his Viper Spit available should be able to shut A side down. And again, Bleed set their sights towards B, but this time in a 4-1 split, leaving Darion as option number B. Trying to find a lurk, trying to make something happen. Darion is gonna have to be key. Because his teammates, they're just looking to take it slow. The drone doesn't spot anyone out, but they know that with the 0 point and the recon used towards this B side, is a double initiator towards B. So I think they're going to expect the Viper to be all alone in a ult, maybe a mid to A to come out from Bleed, but they got to contend with Famous' off because he's solo holding mid down.
Yeah, and look at this Hall's presence. Make all the difference. They're able to maybe catch Famous in transition, find timing. Because again, there is that Viper ult, sure, but you draw rotations just like said, and that needed to be a frag, that needed to be something in form of results, and they find nada. Their position given away. Yeah, it's a mid to A in fact. They want to avoid this Viper Spit entirely, but they still want to fight in towards the site. 3 members lie in wait, CA. It's not an easy fight to take, but with Blaze King down, it's essentially A main unworried about. They still are yet to breach the front lines, and it holds strong for Boom. Boom, and you miss it. Bleed. The haunt
Oh, the recon.
of Revenant. The nightmare. It continues to belittle their path in the grand finals as Boom find the equalizer 1-1.
And Bleed unhappy. Breach just hasn't worked out for them. Darion pulling out his phone, texting right Des, yo, you guys said Breeze would be gone. Why isn't he gone? Aye, aye, aye. Bleed's weakness exposed. Boom, make it count. 1-1 now in the series as Boom picked up the victory. We head towards Icebox, where honestly anything could happen. I feel like Icebox is our deciding map. I still think Boom can be very strong on it if they're able to punish Bleed's aggression. But Bleed, when we've seen them before, have just suffocated Boom to a large extent. But we saw Bleed able to get punished for their mistakes here in Breeze by Boom. So might just happen again. But what a comeback, man. And it's all on the back of redemption arcs from their players. Well, Shiro didn't have the greatest of maps. He popped off in a few of those rounds to get them in the bag. It doesn't matter how many frags you have if you get those impact kills, if you're able to single-handedly secure those rounds. And the same could be said about Blaze King. That entire first half, he was a pain in Bleed's side. A thorn in their side, continuously making insane plays and finding value out of nowhere.
I think all of us can see the man. Kind of map 2 that this has been. It couldn't have been a better story arc, right? It could not have been any better than this. Indeed. That first half, especially opening it out, they looked to be in somewhat of a comfort zone. Mind you, they did exit the first half 7-5 at their advantage. But I feel like Boom's brilliance did truly shine on the defense more than the attack, dude. The kind of
100%.
rounds that we got to witness towards that ace side, the kind of retakes,
Spike down A.
both from Bleed and Boom in fact, have been nothing but brilliant. And I really feel sad for Darion, dude. He did everything he humanly could. I don't feel like victory eluded him.
Yeah, to a large extent. And look, in that regard, I think one thing is for certain is that Bleed are not invincible. We talked about this before in their matchup against Revenant, and boom, they proved it. Now, it was not just a one-time show, a one-time affair. And Boom's style clearly reigning out. They head into Icebox playing that comfort. Like you said, a lot more comfortable on the defense because this is a team a lot more comfortable playing with that discipline. They're not a team that plays full W. You know, I think they're actually the opposite of W gaming in that way. They have the discipline to play utility before body every single time, and they like allowing people to come into their crosshairs. And they thrive on that defense. So heading into Icebox, where they literally play their game entirely so with that triple sentinel lineup, they will feel at home, but so will Bleed with that aggression. And it's like fire and water. It's like ice and lava. Both of these teams opposites of each other, but boy oh boy, when they clash, we see a spectacular show.
Yeah, and much like how everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked, a lot in this grand final has changed as Boom find themselves in equal pegging.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, you talked about Icebox being somewhat of a decider, dude. Ascent? If Bleed give away Ascent, Boom by a lot to display in terms of skill here on Icebox. If they're able to turn the tables on that, man, we might have a new contender in the conversation of Ascension in 23.
Yes, sir. Certainly seems to be the case. Boom looking damn good in their ability to just improve continuously, to use the time that they've got in the back end to evolve as a team and to correct certain mistakes. Now, they weren't able to make it happen on Haven, but as soon as they see that opening on Breeze, they pounce. Now, the question is, have they improved enough on Icebox? Because they know Bleed is likely to play aggressive. They know Bleed is likely to take the fight to them. Can they deny Bleed altogether? Because I think it'll set us up for a beautiful Ascent, because Ascent is where the team's truly equal, in my opinion. And Ascent is where Boom then will be able to make that improvement count, where they will be able to match Bleed step for step. But if Bleed close off Icebox, I think they'll just look at Breeze like, yeah, man, forget that. It's going to be gone next year. We don't have to worry about it at all. Just look towards closing off this series. And we've seen Bleed on Ascent. Scary and JH especially are a nasty combo. And I don't have to speak about how Juicy starts popping off on those simpler maps where he gets to be set up for success. So this third map, really the linchpin of this series, while it will just give one team the lead, I feel like it might decide it altogether.
I actually love the kind of rotations that we got to witness from Boom on their attack, especially towards that mid round, right? As like for example, the round where there was a deep Viper ult towards A main, they committed that rotation from mid. They made a quick play around the close angle. I think that the Chamber had towards Hall, so they made a lot of nice and decisive plays, and those map maneuvers gonna be very hard innately against a team like Bleed, right? Making those calls, it's usually gonna be a 10-second window that you find yourself in. If you don't capitalize on that small window for success, you essentially wait out your timing and then the retake is gonna be upon you. So having those kind of comms, having those kind of plays, having that to knit your way to success, yeah, it's going to be also crucial on Icebox because right now, Boom, they're not only brimming in terms of confidence, but a lot could be made to the argument that they were brimming for this rematch ever since the inaugural day of the Penta Pro Series, right? The kind of dominance that was on display from the side of Lead, it just made everyone wonder where the hell were Boom on the server? Because again, it did go close to the wire, but bowing out from a 2-0 fashion, it's still somewhat dominant what Bleed put on display. So hey, having the ability to fight back, having the ability to not only take Breeze out of the hands of, you know, Bleed, but also having the ability now to go into Icebox, where we might
Yeah.
get to see that head-on-head show where Juicy's on one end with that operator, and on the other side is Famous. Because mind you, Famous on that second half was lights out, man.
Yeah. And just like any other marathon run, a marathon stream of your favorite creators, or it may be a run in the Olympics, the race is just getting started, baby. 1-1 on either side. These teams are about to head into the deep end of the pool, ready to give it their all. But before that, we're going to head towards a short break. Catch up on your snacks. We'll see you on the other side.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with this extravaganza of a derby that we have to present to you. It started off as we expected, right? With Bleed looking
Oh yeah.
comfortable on Haven, but the narrative quickly changed in that second half of Icebox. Boom really bringing the heat to the fight as they forced the equalizer, and now we are tied 1-1 as we proceed with Icebox, where one team gets to walk away with a decisive lead. Let's revisit that map, Vito CA. It's been a while, man.
And look, both of the teams able to pick up a map each. They're sure to be warmed up. They've got the fire in their veins from each victory, and they're gonna need it because we're headed to the cold tundra of S22. Icebox now coming into the picture, and it's going to be an exciting affair because normally the reason I personally think Icebox is stale because we get to see the same meta repeating again and again. But this Icebox is not that case. Absolutely. Both of these teams play completely different styles. Where Boom play that methodical triple sentinel approach, Bleed like taking the fight to their opponents. With Juicy on the Jet, Terion on the Reyna. The question is, does Bleed change or do they stick to their guns and bring the fight?
Mm, I mean, we've seen Boom stick to their strengths on Icebox,
Yeah,
right? They didn't necessarily go the pug route that we assumed that worked very brilliantly against Bleed. Rather, they went the methodical approach and they still found ways to make it work amidst the kind of aggression that Bleed like to take on the defense and the kind of maneuvers that they pulled off, especially on the attack as Boom, the rotations through mid, the rotations through halls. These are things that were brilliantly timed by them. It's a tough call, man, but I still feel like Boom are going to stick to their strengths here, and we're very much going to see that distinct clash of two styles going head to head.
absolutely. And that's what makes it an extremely thrilling affair because in that clash is where we get to see these teams really face off against the best of each other. Bleed on their aggressive front foot, Boom in their methodical, patient, and disciplined approach. And that's why I think this map is going to decide the victor for us because when teams facing off against their most comfortable note, their most comfortable style, are able to pick up the victory against the other, it gives them a huge boost of confidence, knowing that as long as they stick to their guns in the next few maps, which are absolute wildcards, they can find the win. Wildcards, because Ascent, of course, a map where both of these teams are bound to be comfortable. It's one of the oldest maps in our pool so far, the oldest unchanged ones, I must say. And then you got Pearl, where I'm sure both of these teams are not necessarily comfortable. They're actually quite uncomfortable, which puts them on a quite an even note. So it's here and now a nice box where they've got to try to deny.
And again, the possibility of a deny looking very possible, but
Yeah.
yeah, considering the way that last match went, it's kind of put my assumption of how this entire best of five is going to be played out because we assumed it to be a 3-0 or a 3-2, but it was very reliant on Boom getting a good start on Haven, right? Now that they've completely blown that narrative down in the water and into the well of insignificance, what else could be proven wrong at this point? I'm wondering. Because again, I don't recall seeing Boom as much on Icebox. So I feel like Boom having a little bit more of an ability to prep for this. And yeah, bleed. They've shown in the past that they bleed as well. So it's a tough, it's a tough call, man. I'm actually gonna run in that hype train and go through that underdog wave myself. I feel like Boom might be able to take the dub here. Uh, I'm playing a little bit of a devil's advocate here, man. What do you think?
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just excited to see Juicy and Jet and Darion on the Reyna. Even if that's flipped around, there's a chance that Darion just decides he's feeling more comfortable on the op today, and we see Juicy on that Reyna instead. But I personally love it when two contrasting styles clash. It's like that color circle, when you try to pick the best colors for graphics and overlays, you want to pick complementary colors on the opposite sides of that wheel, only so that they can match up well against each other. It's just like that with these teams. But let's head on over towards Agent Select and see if any of these teams have any diversions, any changes, the curveball to throw at each other and really change the pace.
Well, mention how important it
Ooh,
is for having that sage, right? Is that something that
yo,
bleeds
the
stray away
chamber
from?
though.
Nope. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna get that double sentinel composition out from the side of Bleed Esports. So we're gonna get to see that chamber and the jet, right? It's not gonna be the comfort Rana heading in
Hmm.
to Icebox that we were assuming is going to be the case. And on the other side, it's going to be a triple Sentinel comp from the side of Boom Esports, who are compromising on the fact that they do not have that duelist. So they expect individuals like Blaze King, like Famous, like Shiro to truly step up, as it's going to be more of a passive approach from individuals like Severine and Berserks.
The thing is, though, like, I think this change actually favors Boom to a large extent because the biggest issue that Boom faced was the aggression. The last time we saw it from Bleed, and it's easier to do the aggressive plays when you have double duelists as compared to Chamber. Now, don't get me wrong, yeah, Chamber can be aggressive as well, but it's a completely different aspect because the only thing the Chamber is going to help them in is going to be that defense, and that defense is not something they necessarily struggled in. What his Chamber is going to take away is the aggression that the double duelist brought into play in the attack. And the attack is where Bleed faced troubles against Boom before, where that triple sentinel is just so damn easy to play deep inside, to play to deny the plants, and to play late into the round. Now, without that double duelist, how is this attack for Bleed going to work out? That's the biggest question because if Boom get off to a great start on their defense, they can just play it slow now on their attack themselves, knowing that it can't be the same level of aggression.
Oof, all right. I mean, we did all the theory crafting, CA. We talked about all the possibilities. But what's been on the server has been quite contrasting to what our expectations have been. So heading into this, I'm expecting Boom to have at least somewhat of a stiff result. I'm expecting them to continue and on their underdog trail across this finals. And that's the only thing I expect. Having any other expectations now would be criminal. As I feel like regardless what we expect, we're gonna have an extravaganza of a best of five regardless. And hey, Boom Esports, we love the way they played their attack. Now they have to play against Bleed, who start off on the attack here over at Icebox. And Famous looking to get aggressive from the get-go.
Trap destroyed.
Oof, almost. So close.
Almost, though. That is key because Bleed now starting off on the attack. It's all about this first half, man. If Bleed get the lead in the first half, then on the defense, they'll easily be able to deny Boom without that duelist, without that flash. So, Boom, they've got to make their defense count with 3 Sentinels in play. And look at that setup. 3-man stack towards the A side. You've got the Viper with the help of a Nano Swarm to anchor down B. And no way to look because the alarm bot towards mid, the turret towards kitchen. You can't find any gaps, so it's only about overwhelming this setup. It's about taking the fight to them and shutting them down, but that's easier said than done because now, Boom, they got a 4 stack on this A site. They're ready to hold it down.
Exactly, it's that triple sentinel cringe fest that we keep mentioning, right? At Icebox, it's so hard to gain control in space. Lead, they like to play off exercising control and space. At least they try exercising silence, which gives them the jump on this hit, but doesn't give them the edge, however, because rotations and utility are preset. And it feels like Bleed just walked into their graves as soon as they set foot deep past 410. Just a comfortable defense, man. Boom. They didn't seem like they broke a sweat throughout that hit.
Yeah, exactly, right? And look, the funny thing is that this is going to be the case across this entire half. Boom have looked their most comfortable in Icebox than any other map because it really, the composition they're playing really favors all of their individual members. They're not forced into aggressive fights that they don't like to take. They instead get to play on their own terms. They get to invite their teams to their very death. Now 2-1-2 as Bleed in their eco face off against better weaponry. The Boom have got in their hands 2 Bulldog, 1 Bulldog, 3 Spectres, and a Ghost. And carry on, he managed to find a crucial one. That's a Spectre taken off the equation. Shiro with the immediate trade, those should be able to recover the weapon.
And an immediate rotation committed now towards this B side. Again, a plant will be hella good for Bleed as they will get a little more money to work with in the bag. And they find the peck. They find the wall. They'll find the plant. Unbelievable. Bleed. All their expectations in this round are going to be met and beyond as they have that man advantage, right? If Juicy's able to pop the hell off, this could be one hard retake for Boom. But the only silver lining is Juicy is on the lurk.
But Scary's got the snake bites to buy time. Juicy now coming through. He's found one. Famous taken out. Juicy still on that flank as Scary sets up the snake bites for the
enemy remaining.
delay. Juicy's now been taken down, but they still cannot defuse. It's down to Scary. He's found them vulnerable, but he will be taken out. Boom, able to claw back around. That looked like it was slipping away, and crucially so, they could not afford a thrifty in this half. But they make it count.
Exactly.
Lead still though. 2 weapons taken away. The plant as well. That was a great eco round.
And considering the fact that they did not give the plant away in the pistol, this kind of nullifies all the good that they've done, right? Now it pulls a little bit of leverage in the code for Bleed if they're able to find the edge in this round, which again, they have the arsenal to back it up, right? They have by far
Focus now.
better weaponry right across the board. Quick play towards B. Looks to be what's in card.
Deploying drone.
Again, Lead trying to pick up the pace, trying to play it fast. They know they Boom haven't got the greatest of economy and they can't afford to fight. Blaze King again looking for the aggressive pick, shot down. He needs to play off his utility, man. That's how you deny Bleed. But instead he's giving them the plant, and Bleed now get to play in that comfortable spot in that post plant where triple sentinel on the post plant. It's so damn hard to retake.
Oh, Juicy. Not able to make it work. Rates go evenly, so Boom. As far as they're concerned, this is a fight that they do not mind taking. Oh, the wall bait! Yeah. Try to get a little bit of a reaction from J Hatch. But all Severine is going to get is a bullet in between his eyes. I mean, all things said and done for a bonus, it's okay. Certainly could have been better. But like you said, right? Crucial punishes not in position means Bleed are just going to walk away with this any time of the day. Just about how much you make them pay.
Yeah, exactly, right? And that simple idea that for Boom Esports right now, they can't afford even these small rounds going away. They need every single round they can get into back. I would say an 8-4 would be a decent half of Bleed. So they need a 9-3, a 10-2 to really make it count. And Bleed, they're trying to continuously pick up and drain out utility wherever they can, but this time they've left Scary on the duck. A 4-1 split, and Scary hears Famous TP away, so he's found a beautiful position to set up the lurk. Could call his team to rotate off, but Juicy, he's been shut down. Now they've got to play it slow. They've got to wait for Scary to either find a pick or find the site and give them an option or pull off the rotation.
They still have the option of committing that wall, right? So it's in a hypothetical, it's possible for them to force that plant, but still with so many barrels aiming at the vicinity, wall is going to be torn out shreds. And they anticipate this, right? So they're trying to take the aggressive frag. Darion still finds success, although his teammates did not find better fate. They find death, and Darion is not fortunate enough to elude the same.
Now, Famous crucially holding on to A, able to shut Scary down, and it's a double blow. It's a 1-2 punch because on one hand, Bleed no longer have the second option. On the other, they don't even have the wall to go for their first option. And Bleed find themselves in no man's land. 3-1 now. Boom Esports should be able to secure a significant lead with this round coming up, as Bleed will be forced into an economy, but that Torde Force is Darion's favorite weapon coming online.
You want to play?
Can he once again find that miracle that we've really got to see from him time and time again?
Blaze King, realizing that he can't go down early, at least chooses a far more conservative route. He does have a little bit of support to play out of. Zerx is going to take first contact. All about Juicy being as evasive as he can with his blades. 3 players on the other side though. He really needs to be cautious in the fact that he picks the right fight at the right time. And you can see the entirety of Bleed just at a standstill, waiting for the aggressive stance, waiting for the
This
opening.
patience game won't change much for Boom at all. They're happy to hold on to the site. They will not make a step out of bounds because Famous is giving them all the information they need. With the Sage marking out mid as well, Bleed, they have to force down this side and they get massacred instantly. Blaze King with 1 and Berserks with 3. Is Darion now again left on his lonesome to pull off an absolute miracle.
30 seconds
He's found
left.
one.
The
He's
34
recovered the
clip.
spike, but at this point, aye. Surely he's just gonna get caught out because Famous is on the flank as well.
20 seconds. Time's of the
Found
essence.
my trap.
I think Darion just gave away footstep. Close range. And he knows the proximity of Severine. Still, though, cannot make the calculations. And they play off each other at that B side here, Boom. It's what keeps them afloat. Juicy well denied. Darion again close to making another clip. But he as well. But
Spike
place.
down B.
This is exactly what Boom Esports need to do right early on in the first half. Not enable any individual plays from the side of Bleed Esports. Don't give the sense of comfort that Juicy and Darion desire.
Buy round now for Bleed. The Viper split online for them, but it's Blaze King who sets it off first towards that B side. Trying to deny, and again, Famous in this aggressive spot. His position given away. They could try to
Exactly.
spam him out. Surely they heard the trademark as well as the rendezvous coming into play. I think they might group and try to spam all of Nest at once.
Take flight.
As soon as the tag comes on through, yes.
Drone doesn't check
Good
it
done.
though.
Oh.
Do they really not know? They don't know.
Serious?
They don't
Are
know.
you serious right now?
Spike
That is
down A.
unbelievably weird from the side of Bleed. They still find a way to
Pull
even
off
out the trade.
trades.
But look at the spike.
I don't think so. Teleport's ready.
One enemy remaining.
It's all denied. Crazy guy left on his lonesome in a 1v3. Lockdown as well, forcing him out. Blaze King will shut him down. I'm still confused. How do they not hear him?
Yeah, that rendezvous
Because he
should have
sets
been.
up the trademark, he sets up the
exactly.
rendezvous. Both give away noise.
Right. That is a heartbreak of a round. And hey, we expected the early segment of this half to be, a harder half for the side of Boom Esports, but Bleed, the kind of pressure they've put at this A side's really not working, CA. If they want to condition
Yeah.
their enemies into being afraid, committing false rotations, being on haywire, it's on the back of such aggressive plays, being denied, forced to play so passive, forced to be thirsty on information, and then making the desperate play. At this point, it's not even desperation that's pushing Boom ahead, it's more like confidence.
And that's the problem, right? Bleed, they're trying to force the fights, trying to play just one dimensional in their way. There's something we've seen from Bleed in every single map, but it's not just not going to work out here. If they want to force rotations, they're going to have to default nice and slow. Maybe play like a 1-1-3 default, have Darion marking mid, for example, or rather take Darion with you on the default, have a player marking mid, a player marking B, you take the Sova, the Jet, and the Chamber, you force Famous back, break his trap, you leave Darion there, then that's where the rotations will come out, and you can look for the rotations yourself. Scary might find a lurk. Maybe JH finds a lurk. That's where they can make it happen. But Bleed, they group, they hit. They group, they hit. And Boom are happy to respond. They know that it's not going to be denied for them. They have the utility to continuously ensure that they can hold on to site. And now with the Viper split as well gone from Bleed, their economy devastated, doesn't feel like they have any options.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the reason, ladies and gentlemen, it's so crucial for
Here.
Boom to get off to a good start here in map 3 is the fact that they're running this triple sentinel composition on the defense, right? They need to find mileage in the first half if they have to find opportunities in the second. So far, so good.
All trap destroyed.
Oh, Famous. This time switching up his position, setting himself up on pipes. He's got the backup immediately ready as well as the Viper Killjoy on that B side is a death sentence. Breathe, they have nowhere to go, man. This is why they need to set up the lurks already. They're expecting aggression, maybe. They're trying to play it slow, but it's just not gonna happen. Famous. This time he finds the peak and Bleed, they needed that pick, but Famous instantly rendezvous on away. He now invite Bleed into this site. Knows he's got his eyes on them. And without the drone, without the recon, Bleed, but just be walking into their deaths.
Another day of watching Bleed walk back to the A side. Right?
Trying to play
Been
contact.
yet again silent about this, right? They're trying to play contact and they're trying to play smart, but little do they know, Boom already have quite the good read.
Ah,
Spike
Famous
down
just
A.
ripping them to shreds.
and the lack of options that is surely frustrating. Bleed right now is Famous able to get away. Finds that 4K. And he's so damn good on that jiggle as well. Like those thin margins that Bleed get to try and pick him off when he aggress towards pipes, when he jiggled towards backside. If they catch Famous in that moment, then it's GG. Bleed get the round. But if they don't, then it's GG. Boom, get the round. It's so the margins are so thin. It's like threading a needle, and Famous is damn good at making sure that the margins are on his side. 6-1 now, Bleed. Once again, on their bye. They've got the Hunter's Fury this time, and they'll finally set up a default, I think. Because they're going to smoke off mid. Smoke off aggression, but they've got to actually get proactive in one angle. Try to break that alarm bot nice and early, or try to push Famous off his op.
Exactly. They're expecting presence towards other parts of the map, and you can see the rotations that Boom have committed, right? They have 3 members towards A. They have a buttload of utility towards that mid
crazy.
position.
Oh, he's
Oh,
gone.
no!
He's gone.
Oh,
no, he don't. What?
Nice dodge, nice
Wow.
dodge.
Put on his
That
dancing
Michael Jackson
shoes, a fancy
sidestep.
feet. Yeah.
Alright, smooth criminal. Famous? Oh, no, not like this. I don't think he anticipates Carry's reposition, and they're gonna, I think, commit the double peek from Sarah under Nest.
No, they're gonna back off.
Nah, they're giving it away. Although it's like walking into this landmine towards the B side, right? Not only do you have the Killjoy utility, but you also have Scary. You also have Blaze Kings, Viper's Pit to play, Viper's Venom to play against. That spray looked like it almost got the second, but that revive is able to at least fight off the numbers advantage that Boom have managed to accumulate. Have broken that wall,
Manus
not
Rom as
really
well.
much in terms of safe security. Although Darion with this upfront positioning is the only silver lining for Bleed Esports in this position.
Yeah, he's got his rendezvous set up as well, but the plant will be denied. The fights just won't matter. Boom pay on their utility, and Bleed are made to pay. No time left now. As the buy round picked up for Boom without taking much of a fight. So yeah, sure, Bleed get away with 3 weapons, but Boom now with a 6-round lead, inching their way closer to their ideal scoreline. A 10-2 would be perfect. That would be that devastating blow, because the pistol not so as hard as the buys when it comes to their attack. The pistol for Boom in their attack, they can actually try to force it down. So if you get a 10-2 and you pick up the pistol, that's almost GGWP in the map.
Almost, man. That's what's crucial. Lead. I mean, they regard themselves as the best team right now from our region, which is not in the franchise. So that position of confidence, it surely comes from a place built with not only solid foundation but also results. And they still have the opportunity to pull off said result. All things said and done, CA, if they're able to recoup this into an 8-4 half, still will not be the worst thing in the world, my friend. Of the 8-4 half, if they win the pistol, they stand a chance to make it somewhere close to 8-6. And depending on how things go in the bonus and economy, when you give Darion and Juicy the operator, it'll stand a chance of at least inching you close to an equalizer. So hypothetically speaking, even if you do think of the long run in this map 3, it's possible for Bleed Esports to claw their way back into this matchup. And Boom, they now need to resort to that old saying, right? Once the beast is at its weakest, you don't show mercy, you slay it.
Yeah.
Right now, that's what they need to do. You know,
Currently,
slay.
Bleed are on their knees, man. I couldn't agree more. They're bleeding. They've been inflicted multiple cuts across their attack. And it seems like they've run out of options. They've got nowhere to go, and they're stuck on their knees trying to make their way through. But this timeout could mean all the difference, because Once Bleed gets back up, once they get that adrenaline going, not just will it be a comeback, but it'll be a mighty one for sure. So you gotta strike while the iron is hot here, Boom, and push forward all the way to the victory. Try to get double digits in this first half. It's easier said than done, and I love the fact there's still smiles on Bleed's face, well, at least on JH's face. And this pause will give Bleed time to just reset themselves, to focus in on what they do best. And I must say, I'm sorely missing the Reyna right now, because the entire style with which Bleed is trying to play, these extremely aggressive 4-1 splits, more than even the 1-3-1 defaults or the 1-2-2 defaults, it would work very, very well with that Reyna, because then Juicy would get some backup when he's trying to go onto side. They would get to play a lot more aggressively and try to deny those passive positions that Boom pick up. Right now, it feels like Juicy is left on his lonesome. And while Darion is able to pick up the slack towards the later parts of the round, is the entry where they're really lacking.
Yeah, it does feel like after Juicy dies, the entire plan falls flat for Bleed, right? They're not able to get real estate. Even if they do get real estate, they have to walk into utility. So they're not able to get the plant, which means if Boom just buys enough time, Bleed will be at a stalemate position towards the side, not even being given the comfort of a spike plant to play, time and to force mistakes. And I feel like a lot of the CA has to do with the problem of having the opportunity, but having the options, but not exercising it. It doesn't feel like this Boom defense is uncomfortable towards the B side. They let the Sova drone in the first 10 seconds. They play passive. They have utility. They just chilling, yo. And towards mid, it doesn't feel like there's a lot that Bleed do, because you have Shiro who juggles between the ace side and boiler position, and Shiro never has a problem finding timing. He knows exactly when not to play mid and exactly when to play mid.
Yeah. All in all, Boom in a very, very comfortable position. Like you said, too much utility on that B side. You've got Famous on his op with a thriving economy set up towards A. The Sage to back up Famous, and the Sova to ensure that he gets information towards mid, though he doesn't even honestly need to do that because they've got the alarm bot always. Boom, they've got every single one of their corners, their bases covered, and ruthless as ever in this first half. They've been on a roll. We talked about how it was important for us to see whether Boom have improved in this map. And I must say, they certainly have, at least on the defense. But the true test lies in the second half. And to set themselves up for success in that second half, they need to pull off a resounding victory in the first. They need to pull it off right here and make it work. A technical pause will slow things down. And now, usually, I'd say slow things down is bad for the winning team because they lose momentum. But I think Boom is just chilling. Like, yeah, cool. Rounds are slow, anyways. They're fine.
Yeah, and considering that, it's a lead in the fashion where Boom have a complete outread, they also stand a chance of trying to read into the mental reset. Once Bleed are mentally reset, what kind of strategies do they like to try and go for? They like to slow things down? Do they like to play ultra aggressive towards the mid round? Is there's gonna be another round where they just simply camp out that A main position and then hit at the last 30 seconds? So all this are possibilities that could be running within the minds of Boom Esports. And hey, I mean, we've talked a lot about Famous, right? I think that one thing that is still yet to be on full display is his operator prowess. We've seen him with that Tote Force. I don't think we've got to see him quite a bit on this defense with that operator. So there's still yet a show that's to be put on, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not only you that needs to be wary of that show, but also Bleed Esports.
Bleed Esports, they've got to worry because Famous is on a roll. 10-3-1. He's been on a tear. Hasn't really faced any issue. No sweat. Been able to comfortably make it work. And I think they might change up their setup. Like you said, like reading into what Bleed are likely to do is try and map things out, understand how Boom are likely to work. So I wouldn't be surprised if they instead now start putting Famous and Berserks on this B site, get the Viper to anchor down A instead with the help of the Sage or even the Viper Sova together, because that utility can be absolutely destroying when you line up the shock darts and the snake bites at the same time, and make things insanely hard for Bleed, because you go for the mid to B, you've got the Killjoy to deny. You go for the mid to A, the Sage comes into play. If you try to hit B site, there's Famous Op ready to shut them down. If you try to go to A, well, of course, that's where the Viper comes into play. And they have so many options. That's just one option of what I said. They could easily play the Killjoy anchor towards the A side. They could go back to what has worked for them and just not change anything. Keep Famous towards A. Boom, with every single option in their side, they've got a plethora of chances to make it count. But still, tactical pause. I wonder what's gone wrong.
One thing that I still feel like we've not seen a lot from Bleed is the ability for them to bait out the utility, right? Now, when you're playing against utility, there's two things that you can do. Either have an agent like KO, maybe like a Sky who can heal up the team post the fight or deny that utility fight altogether. Or B, bait it out, play the late round timing where after the utility is baited out, recommit. Again, I don't feel like the utility is baited out at that B side. The wall comes in at the last 40 seconds, which becomes so much more problematic, right? If you're a team like Bleed who likes to rely on the last 35 seconds. So having those key pieces of utility up at such a crucial time in the round, alongside having the Nano Swarm, alongside having the Snake Bite, and with the alarm bots never broken from either Famous or Berserks. I feel like for the majority of this first half, their kitchen presence has been secure. Their deep B presence has been secure. So you're essentially not challenging those Sentinels one bit, man. It's essentially a Sentinel's dream, right? At this point. Apart from just walking into your utility.
Yeah. It seems like it is a bit of an extended issue. So we're gonna have a little bit more time, not just for us, but also for these teams to try and figure something out. But hopefully it's all gonna be resolved real soon, because I don't want to stay on the edge of my seat for this long, man. My nerves defrayed, and I'm sure the same could be said for these teams as well, because
I get it.
anything could happen. We're at such a suspense-filled point in this map. 7-1, it could end up being a stomp for Boom. Maybe we get to see the most insane of comebacks from Bleed. It's still anything can happen.
Exactly, dude. The fact that Boom are the ones in such a commanding position here at Icebox after taking the last map by such a cliffhanger, it really does set an, I'd say, unpredictable, unforeseen tone for this best of five grand finals. Like, I have my damn Icebox Penguin right with me as this entire map was unfolding. So I guess both of us are at the edge of a seat and are in a position of denial because we wonder what the hell happened to the Bleed Esports that both of us had in mind walking into this broadcast, walking into this best of five before we started things off on Haven.
Well, they kicked out the Reina.
Oh, dude, is this a classic case of reading into your enemies and into your own strengths a little too much? At
I'm
least
not
for
sure,
Bleed.
honestly. I'm not sure if this is even a case of like them trying to adapt to Bleed, or if it's just Darion a lot more comfortable on Chamber today. I can't say we can understand what Bleed's intentions are. It's just a little confusing considering that the entire storyline we haven't built, right, was on the back of Bleed playing aggressive and matching up against the passive, comfortable, disciplined playstyle of Boom. And it doesn't seem like that aggression is really there, but they're still trying to make it happen. And that's the confusing part. I have nothing against the composition. Actually, I think it's a lot more well-rounded than a Jet Trainer composition, because you've got the chamber with his trap. But the issue becomes if you try to play it like a Jet Trainer, then maybe the Reina might be better off rather than play a lot more defaulty style. Let Darion get into forward positions. Let him try to force individual fights. But that's not really happening so much so as more just Juicy trying to force out fights and then getting traded out. And it feels like because of that, it's just a Juicy and Darion show. The rest of the team don't really actually get to play because they're just trying to trade. But that's easier said than done when on half of the map, Boom are playing on utility, and on the other half, the guy just rendezvous away.
Exactly, and the fact that he rendezvous away, they have solid information to base their utility out of in that A side, right? Which is also crucial, especially when you're playing that Sage. If your wall isn't used to stop your enemies at the perfect time, it better be used for the post plan. Otherwise, it's honestly like a throw, in my opinion. And hey, this entire half has been a half of aggression. It's funny, right? Usually, when you think of a team like Bleed, you can't think of anything else apart from aggression, taking that early fight. And Boom, they've shown us that they are no strangers to that. It's
Yeah.
weird almost to see Bleed being faced by their own strategy.
It's honestly lovely to see Boom adapting and coming out even ever so stronger. 7-1 now with the lead in this first half as Boom look to persevere and pull off an absolutely crazy one. I think anything short of a 10-2 from this point will be a failure from Boom. Even a 9-3, considering they have a 6 round lead, would be a failure for Boom in a large regard. Like, don't get me wrong, a 9-3 is still good enough to try and pull off the win, but it's not just about the win at this point. It's about making a statement on this map where elections may happen. This map is basically a swing state. The swing map in this BO5 series, where if Boom are able to pull off a convincing victory, it gives them so much confidence going into Ascent and an ability to stay strong to their fundamentals, to their mentality, and to their approach to pull off Ascent and pull off the victory to get that throne of the Penta Pro Series.
And here's the thing, I feel like a very important part of this conversation has to do
Ooh.
with the draft that Boom Esports have bought because they have that triple sentinel, right? And especially on the defense, it pays dividends. But much like the problems that Bleed are now going through on the attack, where once they lose Juicy, they don't have the ability to take the side, they don't have the ability to force the fight. That's something that's going to be a recurring theme for Boom over in that second half. So, like you said, see it that 10-2, a 9-3 half, it's going to be also crucial for Boom to have a good mileage in this first half and having the ability to bag it in the second half. Hey, this is professional Valorant, right? There is no game of Valorant that's ever played on the professional stage where utility has been used to the max efficiency and,
Mhm.
prowess. So everybody looks for those certain small deviations in the rounds opening, and that's what Boom now need to rely on, considering how much of a brilliant start that they've gotten.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like we just got news that there is going to be a bit of a rollback. So I'll let us get back into the lobby to understand exactly what is happening. But seems to be the case that all of the technical pause caused with a small issue in that last round. Now we'll be able to discuss it a lot more in detail once we're able to go back into the match, of course. And it's not too long. I think it should be a matter of minutes really before we're able to head back into the matchup. So I'm curious to see how this affects the mental because this is not really a usual affair. This is unforeseen circumstances, especially for Boom, because I believe the mistake on their end and it will be pushed back in around. We just go back in time basically and Bleed get to play it again. And it's a very precarious front because if Boom are still able to win the round, irrespective, there's be like, yeah, whatever, and Bleed get dealt that mental blow. But if Bleed pull it back, it's almost like go sign, for the comeback to begin. And it could really all just change in the matter of this one round.
I mean, you think of that entire storyline, right? The
Yeah.
ability if Bleed are able to claw to come back into the game on the back of this kind of tactical pause. Now, it could be a double-edged sword because if Bleed find their way back, they'd be like, "Hey, bro, we just needed this all along. He was doing this," and they just carry about with this being a best of five, mind you, it's not going to end on the third map, ladies and gentlemen. It has to go all the way, and Ascent is almost guaranteed. I mean, not almost, it's guaranteed for us.
Yeah. Yeah, really. And look, I, I think one thing we know for certain is the way this match unfolds, we're going to see a spectacular hit irrespective of what happens towards the last five. I think since we've already got 1-1, I'm expecting five maps altogether. But what do you think, Koji? Is there a chance a team pulls this off 3-1?
I mean, we have Ascent coming up, right? And you know what? I actually assumed that we're going to get a way stronger Bleed right off the get go for Icebox. It's not something that we've gotten. If Ascent continues to, be a Boom show,
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'm still in the back of my mind. I'm like, dude, is the momentum from Breeze still
Yeah.
carrying on? What the hell is happening? How has Boom even come to a position where they force a team like Bleed out of their comfort zone? Something that we've seen a lot of other teams in our region and APAC in general struggle with. So my mind's gone haywire, just like this best of five, man.
Yeah. And I think similarly so for Bleed because they have to be perplexed about how it happens. And we'll have to see how this small technical point does change it all out and really force Boom to adapt because they're the ones who are going to have to change their setups altogether. While Bleed will get, well, if not a round win, a small win of making sure that a bug or an exploit, whatever it was, has been noticed. But it's easier said than done because none of this changes the fact that Boom still have a triple sentinel lineup. A single placement will not necessarily change the style in which Boom are likely to play, and that it's that style clash that has really been helping Boom out to a large extent. So hey, I think Bleed they're gonna have to use this time properly to ensure that they have a plan going into this next stage of this map because I think, like I said for Bleed, even if they pull out an 8-4 from this point, it's a big victory because they get to go on to defense and then tell Boom, well, how are you going to enter the site?
Exactly, and I think that at least coming from you comes from a place of personal experience, right? Because let's not forget, this being an official off-season event, it's a very crucial finals that both these teams are playing, and we've seen it haunt teams in the past as well. In fact, in one of the events that we did have in South Asia, there was a rollback that was not called, and I think it was VLT back then who paid the price dearly
Oh,
for it. So it's very important for all these, you know, discussions and more or less procedures that happen behind the show. And hey, I'm so happy that Penta are taking that time with this decision, right? Because it heavily impacts on the trajectory that this best of five sets us on. And both teams getting to proceed with all the air being cleared is the only outcome that I see where everything is a W.
yeah, exactly. And it's an interesting affair because the way it was set up in map one, Bleed really started this series off with a fast sprint. They were looking like the team that might just run rampant all the way through to the finish line. To now, Boom pulling it back in Breeze, exposing a weakness, but it was still a very close map. It required hero moments from the likes of Shiro, from the likes of Blaze King, from the likes of Famous to pull it off. Heading into Icebox, Boom, they flipped the tables. They picked up the speed themselves. They got off to a great start. And it's looking like an exciting affair because if Bleed pull off the comeback, then that's truly the Bleed we were questioning. We are wondering, can this team only win when they've got the momentum, or can this team actually stand strong, weather the storm, and push back? And pulling this map after going down so bad, that would be weathering the storm. That would show insane mental resilience.
And for all those South Asian viewers that are joining in who kind of lack context in how we're discussing this, I think a good way to describe what you're saying is how G were pre that VLT comeback on Haven. Because
Uh-huh.
everybody assumed that G can play good when SK Rossi is fragging, when everything is working according to their plan. But in that game, it was very much working against them. And slowly but surely, they started building up into their own morale, into their own kind of synergy, and they were able to get their engine rolling, right? And we remember GE to be such a big powerhouse, at least that roster at that time period, because they had the ability to wither many a storms. And that's something that, the teams that directly, competed against them for the throne lacked severely. If they're able to set that precedent and, take this best of three, best of five, 3-1, it would surely be more than just a statement. See, it would be like, you know,
Yeah.
boom, you might be able to read us, you might be able to outdo us in the first half, but hey, there are two halves to this game for a reason, right? You just need to wait for ours.
Exactly. And hey, I think we've got a little more time to go. So, in that meantime, I'm curious to know just how these teams are faring as well. I'm sure the players are a nervous wreck because I've seen this before, like you said, where players have to deal with just sitting in silence while the back end team figures out what's gone wrong, how far the bug or the exploit actually goes on. And the players are just like, trying their very hardest to keep their mental strong, trying their very hardest to keep the focus on. And it's so damn difficult, I must say, because it's not in those chaotic moments where your nerves really start turning up. It's in that silence, the dead of the night, where you're like, I can't do anything about this, where the control isn't in your hands. That's when things start going wrong. Because even if you lose a round poorly, right, you can talk about it. You can't do anything about the situation that is right now. It's not a power or a net issue or anything like that. This is just a game thing. So they're just going to have to wait. And in that patience game, it's really going to show the true colors of the mental strength of every single one of these players, as well as their coaches, in being able to make sure that their players stay focused on the right note.
One thing that at least this buys us is definitely time, right? So we can try doing
Yeah.
a usual theory crafting as you may. Considering that this is the last, time that we're gonna see Bind, we're gonna see Breeze, we're gonna get a new map come January. And hey, that new map, it has the possibility of either being really, really loved, like maybe a Breeze was initially on release, or really, really hated, like a Fracture was
Breeze
on
was
release.
loved.
I love Breeze.
Wow.
I'm just talking from personal experience
Yeah,
here. So
because you're
my
an
bad, I
opper,
guess.
man. That makes sense. Yeah, I love
At least
every
the love
single
is there.
map on release. See,
Okay, I mean, I like
I
you.
came
Yeah.
from MOBA, so I like every single map, every single agent. But I don't think the only map that I remember being loved on release so far has. Actually, I can't think of a single one. So maybe you can let us know in the chat. But for now, we're gonna take a small
Actually,
break
yeah.
and figure out exactly how long more this is gonna take. It gives you the moment to refresh your snacks, and we'll see you on the other side real quick.
Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow. down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow. down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow.
Sure.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Penta Pro Series, an official VCT off-season tournament, and we're extremely apologetic about the time it has taken over the last bit, but we can finally inform you that we're very close to being ready. So it should just be a matter of minutes before we're ready to head back into the lobby. But hey, Hoji, how you doing? Have your nerves calmed down at all? Are you still just as excited?
Well, I mean, I can't say the excitement has died down, but the intensity certainly has, right? Because that matchup was getting so neck to neck. It started the day off with a Bleed dominant on Haven, and then we went to a very confusing affair in Breeze, without a doubt, where for a moment we assumed that, it's going to be typical Bleed duo fashion, but hey,
Uh-huh.
Boom showed that tenacity. They showed their ability to fight back. Boy, oh boy, that map 3, it started off as something else. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I can't wait to get back. But hey, one other player who can't wait to get back is JH, right? So while keeping you guys waiting, while we're getting ready to get back into the game, let's have some quick words with
What's up, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to yet another post-match interview. This time with the one and only JH from Bleed Esports. How you doing, JH?
Hello, I'm doing fine.
That's great. It was a tough match today. Revenant, one of the first teams to take a map off you guys. So I want to ask what happened in Breeze. Was it just like an off map?
I think Revenant they did play really well on Breeze. We had a good first half, but the second half they really showed their strength as a team, and yeah, we just got this right.
Yeah, fair enough. And you mentioned that, like, obviously Revenant able to get that huge run of form from Breeze. You guys headed into Pearl with a very different lineup. Now, is that something that is going to continue to tomorrow? Or is that just something to throw Boom off the road?
I mean, I guess you'll find out tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Another thing I do want to ask you guys, like, who is the motivational person in the team, or how do you get your mental up? Because we've seen with you guys many a times where teams get 1 or 2 rounds against you. For other teams, it may just end up in a big swing, but you guys stabilize very easily. How does that happen?
I guess we see the game in one round by one round. We just want to win every round we go into. We just want to win that round, and then we move on slowly until we win.
Lovely. About you individually, how has your experience been with Bleed? It was a little bit of a roller coaster ride, right? Because for a second you had left the roster, then you came back within a matter of weeks. So how has it been now?
I'm really glad to be back, and no, I'll get a lot more chances to prove myself as a player. So I hope everyone can continue to cheer me on.
Lovely, definitely. I think you're one of the best supportive players I've ever seen in terms of utilities. I hope you get those chances. But talking about the next year, 2023, we're very close to it. What are your individual goals? Because I'm sure Bleed wants to win Ascension, but is there any personal objectives or milestones that you want to achieve?
I think I said on Twitter that I want to be every year they do this top 20 APAC players. I want to be on that list by the end of this year or next year, I guess.
The Valor to Asia list?
Yep.
Lovely.
I want to be top 20. And
I'm
of
sure...
course win Ascension.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure you got the talent to do exactly that. But tomorrow you're going to go up against Boom Esports. Now, you guys were able to give them a quick 2-0 last time around, but it was still a close matchup. So what are you expecting from the grand finals tomorrow?
I don't expect too much. I really think they're a really strong team and it'll be a very close game. I'm expecting 3-2 either side. I hope we win though.
Okay, nice. I love the fact that you said 5 maps though, because yeah, it does track with the fact that you guys are both strong teams. But hey, before we close it off, any shout outs that you'd like to give to anyone in general, fans, family, any of that kind?
Shout out to everybody who's supporting me. Shout out to everybody supporting me, and also shout out to my girlfriend.
Girlfriend buff, truly online. Thank you so much, JH, for taking the time to talk to us. And yeah, I hope you have a good match tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, yet another player who resorted to the girlfriend buff, right? You know,
And
we've had a
vouch.
lot of players who've been at that for quite a while. And hey, you're one in the same boat as well. Do you believe you have the GF buff when you play your games?
Oh, 100%. Not just play my games, right?
Really?
Even
Yeah.
like during my casts, just meeting the person right before your cast makes it a lot better. And definitely in my own like coaching games, like I don't know, it just feels like you're on a different boat. But hey, I think to each their own, right? Some people have the music, some people have their girlfriends. Can't really find. It's just all about finding your routine and finding your pattern. And off of that point, actually, all of these players are going to need those routines, like those songs, it may be, or some random hand exercises, whatever it is for them to get back into the groove. Because we're about to head back into Icebox, starting from 5-1 in the scoreline, OG. So these players had to wait for a long time for it all to be figured out. Now the question is, can they reset just as easily?
Exactly, right? And what at this point we've been in it for quite a while, and hey, we're gonna be restarting it from what close to 5-1, if I'm not mistaken, from what
Yeah.
info I've been given. Yeah, I mean it's still 5-1, right? Considering what we were seeing, we still made the argument for Bleed to have the ability to bounce back and make it a decent half. But now they can not only make it an even half, but they can even try hypothetically taking the lead. But they need to kind of change the story for what it was, right? At least for the entirety of the way Icebox was prior, it felt like that presence towards B was slightly absent, as the only thing that was disposed towards the B side was a drone. A lot of Bleed's early conditioning was towards that A side, but it didn't really pan out to the same effect that they were hoping. Just got to hope that, that narrative changes. And Bleed, they're firm believers in their approach. Again, you're been mentioning this throughout the times that they've been appearing on broadcast, right? It's not the fact that they're unbeatable, it's just the fact that they allow you to beat them a couple of times, learn from whatever
Yeah.
is not really working out, and find a golden solution to all the problems that behold them, which again, like finding golden solutions on the fly, like is not something that you can rely on, but they found remarkable consistency at it.
Exactly. It's remarkable, honestly, the way they've been able to continuously adapt and overcome, but they haven't necessarily been able to do it on this particular map that we're about to witness on Icebox. The defensive half, which Boom is on, with their triple sentinel comp, has just been too much for Bleed to overcome so far, especially with them going away from their double duelist lineup towards the Jet Chamber, where Darion has picked up the chamber. So, really, now for Bleed, it's their biggest like task, their biggest opportunity to show that not only are they a team that can do the adaptation with remarkable consistency, but more importantly, they're a team which, when they have their backs against the wall, will bounce back against all odds. And I think that simple factor is how you differentiate yourself from being an S tier team to being a champion team. And that's what we want to be.
Exactly, dude. And the kind of, uh, series that we build up to, especially a best of five, it's all about the endurance, right? Like we mentioned. And hey, this requires endurance and much more, if you ask me. Personally, despite me not playing any tournaments, obviously,
Yeah.
right after you're in the game and you take that long, abrupt pause, right? There are some players who weren't feeling it who can get back into the zone. There are some players
Yeah,
who are
yeah.
feeling really hot and in the groove who then gradually start to fall off. And looking at the way the matchup went, it was Bleed who was not really getting into the mojo, right? Rather, it was Boom playing in absolute confidence and who looked to be in control of the show. So, you know, this could be a unique opportunity where Bleed just play the Uno reverse card and we see a Bleed slaughterhouse being engulfed in Icebox.
Oh my god, and that would be absolutely insane to witness, because we've been talking about a potential Bleed comeback, how it could still change because it's still very early in the half. And if I may remind all of our audience that even if you go back to Haven, where it was a 6-1 lead for Bleed, Boom were able to pull it back to a 7-5 half. And again, that's where it's important, because this first half is crucial for Boom. That Jet Chamber change, while it has hurt Bleed's attacking presence, it's only going to buff Bleed's defensive presence. So for Boom to make this half count is extremely important. If this goes from a 5-1 to even an 8-4, where both of the teams evenly pick up the last 6 remaining rounds, then I think Bleed will likely win out the map overall, because it is a big struggle to attack with those 3 sentinels. You can't necessarily carpet bomb the site the way you would with 2 initiators. You can't necessarily force entry the way you would with 2 duelists. All you can do is hope Bleed make mistakes. And let me be honest, man, Bleed are not the kind to regularly make mistakes.
Exactly, and that's why we found it a little off, right? Especially that first segment of Icebox, because every time that they try to go for control, is Juicy playing overly aggressive, and Boom always finding that pick off. And right after they get the pick off on Juicy, you see the rest of Bleed fall into this pseudo passive state where they're just camping out for aggression, and it's not given to them by Boom whatsoever.
Yeah.
Considering that triple sentinel composition, they're much better to play the timer down, play off their utility, and then put a lot of sweat and trouble in the side of Bleed, then exploit again when your opponent's nerves are at its breaking point. So I see the entire game plan here turning out to be brilliant on the defense, but that composition on the attack is quite weak. Like we mentioned, the entire problem that's been plaguing Bleed throughout the early part of the attack, their ability not to get anywhere without Juicy, is something that's gonna be there on the side of Boom for every single round, because they have no duelist to make the compensation of having a triple sentinel with, you know.
And look, I don't even blame Juicy, right? Because I think he's used to playing with a secondary duelist on this map. So it's almost become habit for him to be that aggressive. Well, of course, he should adapt, should try to pull it back. It's also down to his team to make sure he does exactly that. So we'll have to see. They got plenty of time to go over everything that's going wrong, to try and figure out what might happen. But similarly, so did Boom. They're sure to be prepared for what Bleed are to bring to the table. And that's why these are 2 of our best teams. That's why they are in the grand finals, because they can anticipate each other's moves. So we'll have to see which one is able to take the cake, which IGL, which coach is able to set his team up perfectly for success, and who is able to come out. Because I maintain what I said, Icebox is our decider map. I wouldn't be surprised if the team who wins Icebox wins it all, and I would be very surprised if one of these teams loses this map and then goes on to win both Ascent and Pull.
Both Ascent and Pearl. The only team that's looked dominant on both, at least in my opinion, is Bleed. Like
Yeah.
Bleed looked to be in decent form against Revenant, and hey, even though a couple of those rounds did end up coming close, I think Bleed can look at the overall macro structure or what they pulled off on Pearl yesterday against Revenant and find adaptations in what worked and what didn't. And again, Ascent, right? A map where I think it all falls down to a stalemate, and looking at the head to head between both these teams, I just feel like if Bleed walk into Ascent with maybe a double initiator or a double duelist composition, the innate strengths within those lineup at least make me favor that roster just a teeny bit more.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I do agree. I think it would be less surprising, I guess, if Bleed pulled it off. I still think it would be surprising for them to win both maps out, but it would. Bleed are still very much the favored team, despite them being in the doghouse right now, not being in the greatest of positions. A loss on Breeze followed up with a great start for Boom on this map of Icebox. But what we can confirm is that Boom have to change certain things. Now, the reason we're going back to that 5-1 is because there was a certain aspect. You can find out more information by following Penta on the socials. But let's just say there's certain things that Boom cannot continue to do anymore because they've been informed of the lack of veracity of the same. So they are going to have to change up their setup, Soji. And we've seen before Bleed adapt very well. Before now, let's head on towards another interview, this time with the prodigy himself, Juicy, to find out what he has to say.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another interview. You guys have enjoyed the Juicy segment so far, but this time we have Juicy on the segment. So, how you, man? How you doing?
Hi man, I'm good. How about you?
Well, I'm doing amazing, dude. Considering your performance, I think every other team is scared of Bleed right now. So, before we get things started off, I think it's mission accomplished for Bleed. How you guys feeling back at your bootcamp?
Honestly, we are feeling pretty good about this, and we just want to win again tomorrow to top the table.
I mean, against a team like you who looks solid across the entirety of, the map pool that currently exists in the Penta Pro Series, what is your expectations heading into 23? Because again, I've had this chat with you guys before. You guys care about winning this tournament with ease, but 23 is where the real goal's at, right? So, what are your
Yeah.
personal goals and team goals for the next season?
Our team goal is to get into Ascension and win it, so we get into franchise. And personal goals would just be to continue dominating.
Well, I mean, so far in this entirety of the finale stage, we've seen you guys play to your comfort. But considering that you guys have already locked in a ticket to that finale, is there something whack that we're gonna get a chance to see where you guys close things off at day 3?
I think right now we are still sticking to Chamber because it's the last tournament on this patch, so we're just abusing it while we still can. But yeah, we are ready for the next patch.
I mean, you're talking about the broken chamber, right? And I
Yeah,
have
the
to bring this
broken.
up. 1 versus 4 against Velocity on Breeze with that third day force. What
Yeah,
was the
there is.
reaction like on the side of Bleed when that happened?
We were all like, how does I would say we are pretty much we knew, we had faith in him. We knew he was gonna win because Chamber is broken. Yeah,
You guys
but
knew
not in
that
the
he was
next
gonna win
patch.
that.
Yeah, but not in the next patch.
I mean, understandably so, man. It's to
Yeah.
prevent stuff like what you guys did. So I don't blame Riot in that. And hey,
Yeah.
considering the change up in patches, change up in agents, what variation that you guys were attempting, are you guys still looking to do in the server? Is there anything that you guys are just completely sticking to Old Faithful, or is there something that you're variating with?
I mean, you have to wait and see everything new.
Oh, okay, the classic.
Yeah.
The classic. Okay, I see how you're doing us, Juicy. But hey, I mean, it's been a delight to have you in the interview so far, but I feel like there's one crucial question that I need to ask from you, because I didn't get a chance to ask this from the rest of the Bleed members.
Okay.
Considering that you guys are one of the most favored team from our region to win Ascension, is there any tips that you'd like to give for all those up and coming pro players and those, fans that you have just cheering you on every stream?
I think I'll just say keep up the grind, continue working hard, and you will get there one day.
Well, that's lovely to hear, man. Any final words before we do end up closing this interview?
I just want to say that Ching, tomorrow you're gonna lose.
Sheesh. All right, talk about targeted harassment.
Yeah,
Damn,
see?
juicy.
No, it's okay. He's my good friend. He's so noisy, when we play rank. He doesn't keep quiet at all. He's just singing and singing. So noisy.
Dude, I actually like that about Ching, because every time you
Yeah.
get to see him in the
Yeah.
Revenant player cam, it's always Ching
Yeah.
either cheering people up or having that obnoxious little
Yeah.
evil smile of his. So you just gotta love to hate it and hate to
Yeah,
love
so
it. don't you?
he brings fun to rank games. Yeah.
Well, it's been lovely having you here, man, and I hope that you guys have an amazing time at the Pro Series. Again, good luck with the finals, and hey, you're yet to decide who you're gonna face off against, Boom or VLT. Anybody that you're favoring to fight off in that finals? Anything that we need to look out for there?
I think we're fine with fighting anyone.
I mean, it can't get more obvious than that, but hey,
Yeah.
had to ask it for the question's sake. Love you, Juicy. Good luck for the
Alright, thank
finals, man, and
you.
hope to see you on Fumes.
See you. Thank you.
Well, I mean, we hope to see him on Fumes, right? And we really do,
Yeah.
especially to heat things up over at Icebox, and hope that he gets off to somewhat of a decent result over at the attack side. So he has something to work with when he heads over to that second half, when he has the opportunity to then lay waste to his enemies on the back of his old faithful operator.
Yeah, exactly, right. And it's going to be interesting to see if he's got any gas in the tank left. Because look, he's 16 years old at the end of the day, right? While he sounds very mature as a person, while he's proven himself to be a prodigy in the game, it's a whole different story to go through this much non-game related. I mean, not exactly non-game related, but this much of a pause where you don't really can't control anything and still come out on top. So it will be a great testament to his character if he actually takes this as life gives you lemon make lemonade kind of situation, and just instantly comes back looking like an absolute beast. Because that's the Juicy I think we expect to a large extent, but then we also have high expectations.
Exactly, man. And expectations will keep running high, right? Unless we get the result,
Yeah.
unless we get know for sure who the champions of the Penta Pro Series are gonna be. And like we said, we're gonna be live with the score of 5-1 at any moment soon, as it's just getting prepped up from the backside. And again, see with the way this entire map pool has panned out, right? With it ending on Pearl. What's your opinion on Boom's Pearl? Have you gotten the opportunity to see any of Boom's Pearl recently? Because I don't have in my recent memory.
No, we haven't seen Boom Pearl recently at all. And again, this has been a team that has been relatively missing in the offseason, of course, building up their roster. They lost two of their key players who have been upgraded to franchisee with RRQ, I believe. So, all in all, they did take the time to build up the roster, which means they missed out in quite a few of the offseason events. And the one time we saw them in the GXR event, they didn't really pay that Pearl at all. So, if my memory serves me correct, I think the last time they played Pearl was likely sometime all the way back in Champions. And I don't think they did well. I remember it being a close matchup, but I don't think they won, though I'm not 100% sure about that. I'll have to check. But what we do know, of course, is that this roster is very different from the roster they had previously in the sense that they were never this passive before. They didn't necessarily have as many Sentinel players before. So you can see they've adopted a very different style. So going into Pearl, I'm curious to see what they bring to the table.
Honestly, man, and again, the entirety of Bleed as well, right? We know them to have that deep map pool, so I think that's gonna come into huge effect, especially
Yeah.
as the specify progresses. Is there this? So I hate the kind of meta that Boomer pulling off an icebox. I'm not gonna lie, especially when I see this triple sentinel, right? It kind of hits me in a place of trauma. So you have to get me here, CA. Do you
I feel
think?
you.
I mean, see, we kind of know the trajectory that Riot wants to go with how they're changing Chamber, with how they brought back Jet, with how they try to reintroduce, the flashing duelist, quote unquote, rework of uh, with the rework of Yoru and with giving a decent enough buff to an agent like Phoenix. Because these are agents that
Yeah.
at least now we get to see. Yeah, I mean, even in the Penta Pro series, right? We got to see VLT pull off if I'm not wrong, it was Deathmaker on the Yoru. I mean, Deathmaker on the Yoru and the Phoenix. So,
Yeah.
I mean, considering the way this is going, I still feel like there's a lack of, a hardcore need to go more duelist. Do you think that, you know, it's as even as it gets now, or could it get more even? In my opinion, I
Oh,
like
it
it if
could.
it's more uneven, if more duelists are prevalent and shit like that. But that's me,
Yeah,
man.
because you're a duelist player, man. That's why.
Exactly.
No, but I get what you mean. I think this is the reason why I'm particularly not a fan of Icebox currently, because when you go over to the new meta, what Boom is playing is going to be meta, which is one small change, which is Chamber out, Jet in. And you play the oldest comp that you know on Icebox, which is you're just so utility dependent, op dependent, and really boring to witness in a lot of regards. But at the same time, I will applaud Boom in this moment because they're playing it with no duelist chamber, which is a lot harder to pull off. When people start playing with the Jet, it's again not just standard stale meta. But hey, like you said, this is one of the most even metas we've seen. I fully think in the new patch, KO is one of the best initiators out there. So he's amazing on Icebox. He's just never been able to find his place because you need a Sage, you need a Viper, you need a Sova, you need an Oppo, and you need a Sentinel. So like there's no space for the KO to come in altogether. So I'm curious to see how teams start trying to fit that KO in, not just for the suppress, but also for the flash extra bit. Maybe they take out the Sage, maybe they take out the uh, Jet altogether, and it's going to be an exciting one because you have to sacrifice something to gain something in this meta. It's not no longer a meta where you can just have everything with your comp.
Come to think of it, there's actually two ways you deal with a broken agent, right? You either nerf the agent or you buff everybody else around it. And different,
Yeah.
devs follow different philosophies. So one thing that I would actually like to see is, everybody else getting a buff instead of a particular agent getting a nerf. In the context of Chamber and Jet, I completely get it, man. It was broken from the get go. And this is coming from a person who spammed Jet to an extent where I went on a solo mission, Mumbai server only to hit Immortal, and I'd be like, sorry guys, my
Let's
finger
go.
slipped every time I interlock Jet.
Thank you.
So yeah, I feel like those changes are very important. But again, the insignificant ones, like, the kind of nerfs that they're given to Sage, Those are the ones where I truly feel a little pain, man. And even the Sova Shock Dart nerf, you know, still feel like it required a lot of tricks to do so. But hey, we're back in the game. We're back in the action, baby. 5-1. Bleed Esports. They have the opportunity to fight this right back, and they're heading in hot to the action with Juicy being the first casualty.
It is the eco round for Bleed right here, so just trying to force this A side down. They have been denied. Bleed will still hold on to their guns here, and I don't think across this time Bleed are the kind of team to give up their style of play. I think they're just gonna double down, and this might be a thing they regret, or it might be one of the biggest testaments to the strength of Bleed in their own comfort. Now though, walking into a 4 stack with barely any weapons, it's all down to Scary, who has that Bulldog to make something happen. Bleed just trying to catch a lucky break, spam it out, find someone, but it's just not gonna happen. Boom patient as ever.
It's gonna be a 4v4 brawl here, man, 2 versus A-bomb side. The re-engagement and Famous slightly overwhelmed. What the hell just happened? What did Jayha just do? Just massacres that A-side defense.
Oh my god, you talked about this, OG. Sometimes pauses result in players losing their form. Sometimes it results in a player waking the heck up, and it seems like JH has done exactly that. Cracking shots with that Sheriff to pull off a 3k, and to get Thrifty, to get Bleed a Thrifty in this round. Humongous, because we know the effects of a Thrifty like this. Not only is it going to help Bleed's economy, but it's going to help them work towards a workable scoreline from this first half where they can then focus in on the defense and try to pull this map out.
Yeah, and it's all just gonna be an easy affair for them to save these guns. So 3 upgraded weapons, the Hunter's Fury 2 points away from being active, having the Resurrect in the back pocket. Damn. Alright, Bleed pounds right back into Icebox.
Yeah. And a huge one, Bleed, utilizing this. I can't say even if it was the pause, right? It was just JH popping the heck off. It's going to give Bleed a lot of confidence to continue with this firepower and re-hit this site again and again till they can make Boom just give up, to be crippled altogether. And just to remind everyone, this is of course Bleed's map of choice right here. Trying to make it count where they have beaten Boom before. Now the Toad Force coming out though. Famous, he'll find that first blood. Shut Juicy down for immediately revive, bringing him back to
Hunter's Fury. Oh, the tailwind saves him, and he makes it out. Juicy heals as well. Everything he needed.
He's 65 HP. That means he was 5 HP when he escaped.
He got hit by 1 tag at the Hunter's Fury as soon as he respawned. Yes.
Yeah. 5 HP.
All the difference. And right now, Famous, a similar kind of situation that he's stuck in. Well, the crazy guy from up top finds the first kill, and JH, not an inch of his body was shown for Famous to pull the trigger on. Command advantage goes the way of Bleed. And Scary is able to find Famous as well. No! That was the only way for them to orchestrate this retake.
Boom, they refuse to give Bleed the scythe, so Bleed say, hey, you know what, we don't need it. Set up a gen plant, and Boom, without the utility to deny, since both the Viper and Killjoy are playing towards the P, it seems like Bleed have used the time well. They found a workaround. That gen wall so rarely used, because normally you'll get spammed by the shock darts and snakebite combo, but since Bleed know that they're playing Viper Killjoy towards B, they're able to set up that gen wall, and that chamber cannot deny. Even if they don't get the kills with that plant, they can easily play post-plant with the Hunter's Fury, with the Snake Bites and Bleed. They're bouncing back strong. They're getting these insane kills. They're looking like the Bleed come alive.
Reinvigorated, man. Juicy has a straight... Dude, the kind of cam Juicy has scares me. She's gonna have glasses in a year for sure. She keeps doing this.
It's like Juicy has a Scary cam and Scary has a Juicy cam.
True.
You know, because you can see a nice view from Scary's point of view. It's very juicy.
Exactly.
Placing swarm grenade.
They both love to flirt with the darkness.
Teleport's ready.
And again, a hit towards A, and Famous. Another day of him defending this with the operator, so it's something that he's accustomed to at this point. And Bleed, smell the taste of an operator. They smell the taste of Famous blood. Looks like they're hungry for it. It's Scary, brilliant deny. A heartbreak. Boom Esports. The A side defense that looked so stern and strong has turned into cobblestone.
It's all crumbling. Like it's a really nice pie. But right now, the only pie Boom Esports are getting is one that I cannot say on stream. I hope you get what I mean, because Bleed right now, they're stomping, they're rampant, and this is what we meant. It can all change in a matter of one round. One round for JH to
Player
get his
standing.
team to rally back, to be
Guy,
that
dude.
shining light, to help them lift their spirits and be the rising tide to get their boats online. And Bleed, they made it count. 5-4 now. The economy of Boom broken. If Bleed walk away with a lead in this half, it's surely GGWP. Oh my!
Oh god.
If
Uh,
I can't say
please.
why we laughed, but I hope you get why we laughed.
A lot of unspoken rules. And hey, Boom Esports, they're not liking the way this pans out, man. Momentum lost. The lead contested. The equalizer close to being attained by Bleed. Now Crazy Guy with the Hunter's Fury can comfortably find maybe an opener or find the closure. Given the options that lay wait.
They're trying to deny Famous. And you can see the setup change here from Boom. They're trying to bring the Killjoy to deny that Gen plant. The Nanoswarm now set up towards his A site. So Bleed have got to now adapt themselves because Boom have developed a counter. No,
Oh,
Hunter's Fury now coming out though. Bleed are trying to force down the side. The Hunter Fury, it clears off. Gen clears off Elbow, and JH will lead the charge. The battle stage coming online as Juicy doubles down. Bleed, they've got the side, they've got the man advantage. Can Berserks use his position to pull something back?
Last
Yep.
player standing.
Double man advantage in fact. But hey, Crazy Guy, not content with it. Through the plan, they want
Aye, aye,
blood.
aye.
Want to see you bleed. All pun intended.
And this is a jugular. Right now, Bleed able to make this cut count from 5-1 down on the back of an insane thrifty. But JH led the charge. He's once again doing exactly that. 10-8 JH popping off as Bleed will adapt. They switch it up. They acknowledge that Boom are likely to start switching up the Viper Killjoy solo towards B. But you know what this opens up? An opportunity to hit that B side per Bleed. Nah. They're stubborn as ever. They rinse and repeat. Start off with the default, pull some presence towards mid, and they've done exactly that. Famous now towards Tube, and they can easily hit this A site once again.
It's been a one-dimensional approach for Severine, and the fact that he's able to find one there is criminal. Revive, pulls the numbers back for Bleed, forces the aggressive stance from Blaze King, and they do it in unison, which buys them temporary success. They still are a man down at the trade. Famous setting up on the perfect off angle from screen. He's able to put a momentary deny to aggression. Facing the same angle at the same time here. Boom.
Ooh, they back off. Crazy Guy now
Respect
able to get the plant.
angle.
Spike planted.
Yeah, no utility. It's just the op to retake. Crazy Guy's position
Close.
crucial, but he backs off. He survives with his life, and now the knife's coming out. Juicy, he'll
One
chop them
enemy
up, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Crazy Guy now with the position known. It's the IGL to lead the charges. Bleed pick up the lead.
Damn, dude. Like, my mind's kind of blown at this point. We honestly thought we've seen a lot, CA, right? Thought we saw almost everything. Nah. We're surely gonna end with a bang if Bleed are able to claw their way back into the best of 5 in this dominant a way. As they've not lost a single round from since we've gotten back on the air. And it feels like for Boom, the air is starting to slowly run out. Mind you, this is a triple sentinel lineup, ladies and gentlemen. A composition that's often beyond tricky to operate on the attack. So for all Bleed are concerned, the mileage they're getting in the first half is brilliant. It's beyond what they could have expected.
And you can see the Boom players devastated. At this point, 6-5 with Bleed Esports in the lead. Even if they lose this next round, it doesn't matter. And look, OJ, we've talked about this so much, but we've seen Boom really struggle because of the aggression. But with the chamber right now for Bleed, they don't even have to play aggressive. They can just afford to play Boom style against Boom on their own defense and ask Boom to come into sight if they dare. With no duelist, with no secondary initiator. Boom, they have an insane post plant, but can they even get there? That's the question. But it's a question
That's
for
also the
another
tricky
half.
part, right? Exactly. Then you'll fall prey to Boom's conditioning. Far more easier. So it's like a double-edged sword here in that sense. Knows that the rendezvous back was committed. Does he anticipate the angle from top screen, however? Severine is trying to play patient behind that wall. They're yet to commit to that plant here. Davis is taken down. Darion gets the double on the opener. And Severine might have taken way more time than was allocated. Although Berserk's... Oh, the lockdown. Big stuff. It forces the fight. And they're looking for exactly that. JH does it. Oh no! A disaster yet again! It feels like Boom just simply cannot get a break.
But JH is back. Blaze King comes through now, finally on the rotate. His flank denied, and he's able to shut JH down. But the post plant utility available. Crazy guy with the line off. So Juicy says, I don't need none of that, baby. Shuts both of them down. Juicy, Darion, JH, Crazy guy, Scary. Every single player coming alive is Bleed. From 5-1 down, they come back like a team on a mission. 6 rounds pulled off back to back to find the lead in this first half. 7-5. Bleed are on a roll.
It feels like Santa Claus is not the only red mystical tail that we talked about that's coming to town.
Ayo.
Feels like that tail of Bleed just being dominant off that reverse reset that happens in a situation like this. That's come into full force, man. More than just a brilliant recovery.
Yeah. This pistol buy for Boom though tells a story of how they want to play their first half. They want to get to those post plants, so they have a lot of utility. The drone, the snake bite, as well as the nano swarm picked up, all on light shields, with only Famous, basically a duelist at this point, on a ghost. So it's all about the post plant for them, but to get there, they'll have to go against Darion.
Let's go, Darion.
He's picked up one. He can dismiss out, but now he could dismiss out before, but now he can rendezvous out of the picture and set themselves up for a repeat.
Looking hella scary. And he knows it as well. Bats off. They calm things down here, Boom. And again, the reason they are this divided and this split is due to the fact they don't have anyone to commit a dive. So they're relying on individual pickoffs like the one they just got on JH. Give them a little bit to work with. Hit down the numbers at least. Oh no.
Spike down B.
He comes out with the wall, hoping to find one, but Scary picks him off. Blaze King though with a crucial
Enemy remaining.
trade,
Okay,
but Scary, he
dude.
lines them up.
Okay,
That's a
dude.
spike being downed. And now Berserk's in an impossible spot.
Feels like almost DM for Scary.
The laughs in the faces of the Blade members. They know what happened to them. And this is the level of confidence you want to see, to be able to come back against all odds, against odds that you couldn't even imagine. Honestly, there's no way Blade imagined a situation like this coming in today. But they're still able to push back and hold strong. Bleed Esports showing us exactly why they're one of the favorites for Ascension.
They've not dropped a single round, ladies and gentlemen. For quite a while now.
I win again.
And it continues. favor Bleed in such. Oh my god! Oh my god! That looked like how a deer would hop past a highway, except for not getting run
That-
over.
Well, Bleed might not have caught that deer. They find another one towards the side. Juicy has picked one off. He's not going to back off just yet. He's looking for more. He's giving his team a lot of information. But Boom instead, they're looking for the mid to be. Try to set up the lurk. And they have the wall if they can get the side to plant. But Juicy, he's anticipated this almost. He's right into it. And now Boom gets spotted out.
Teleport's ready.
They're walking into that 3-man stack, man. Yeah. Severine wondering, what the hell can I do considering the position I have? Relying on Berserks to
30
buy a
seconds
little
left.
bit of distraction. Maybe cause a rotation that he can intercept.
Last player standing. Spike
But ends up going down
B.
despite a valiant effort. And a free upgrade for Juicy now. So, Lee, they can afford to play a complete bonus.
A full bonus coming through, and you can see the struggle there for Boom, not able to make their way into sight. Where we were talking about this entirely in the first half, how Bleed were running out of options, how Bleed couldn't find their way back. The tables have truly turned. It's Boom now in that exact same spot, feeling the pain and a taste of their own medicine as they have nowhere to go, but Bleed are not the kind to just lie in wait. In their bonus, they're looking to pick up the pace, 4-man push. Towards mid here is Darion, he's got his hands on an op. So Juicy's got his hands on an op, and Darion is just setting up the bait. Oh, but Juicy's not able to
almost.
make it count.
Yeah.
Still chunks.
Brilliant
there was
idea. You get solid information of what Boom are trying to conduct, which is, again, a grindy default. So, anticipating that, Bleed, they modulate their aggression. Look at this. They don't play aggressive towards B main, they don't play aggressive towards A main. They know that Boom are looking for a pick off CA, and they deny.
Scanning ahead.
Still just trying to find the pick, but they're gonna have to contend with Darion once again. The wall hasn't come down yet. Boom just waiting for a misstep, an unforced error, for somehow Bleed to just give them an avenue back, but Bleed say no. They're not the kind of team to win 8 rounds in a row and then just throw it all away and finally Boom have to commit. But they've left certain gaps, especially in Nest. They're still able to get the plant, the wall down, and this is where Boom's strength, it comes online. The plant done, 2 nanostorms and a snake bite available. They've got a heck of a post plant. And Bleed with just bonus weapons. How do they retake?
All eyes are going to be Juicy on that operator. He needs to really provide cover from distance to allow his comrades to close the gap. Shiro, close range peek, and that's a Sag indeed. 3 versus 5, the numbers start to dwindle, and the utility is going to be oh so important, as positioning not really in the ideal place for Boom.
Diffusing.
They have to take multiple fights, and they end up forcing it out.
Diffusing.
The 1 versus 1, but the diffuse! Ha!
The
The
immortals
spray as
round.
well!
Oh my god, Bleed are currently toying with their prey. It's literally like a cat with a ball of hay. He's just like pulling them around, pushing them here and there, and Boom, they're trying their
Ball
best.
of
Don't
wool.
get me
What
wrong.
kind of cat has a ball of hay, bro?
Sorry, yeah, ball of.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, Bleed have blown my mind, man. They won 9 rounds in a row. Spare me a little break.
A little breakdown, yeah. Not as severely as what we're having on broadcast. No.
I'm enjoying it though, I must say, because I've never seen this sort of a Bleed. Almost a bear enraged. You know how a bear just idles by? When you don't do anything to it, it's just gonna probably walk past you. But if you try to mess with a bear, it's gonna mess you right back up. Hey, at least Famous
Yeah.
is able to get one back.
Blocking sight.
Yeah. They deny weaponry. That was quite the big brain move by Juicy. And
Short angle. He spots out Famous.
still stuck. Oh! No, not like this. I was gonna say they were still stuck and stern in their approach towards the site. Not getting anything. Bleed Man deficit now. They have the weaponry advantage, so taking these gunfights are going to be of the essence. It's about how they conduct themselves while doing so. Not like this. They should have at least gone for the double commit. Hey, at least the utility buys time. Scary could spam the plan as well. Brilliant!
Seconds left.
Yes, his ultimate.
Down A. Last player
Hey.
standing.
Oh, but
This world, 100 HP. Fully
1v3
in
now.
position for the clutch. This is a very doable round. Scary. Is he gonna keep the momentum spree alive? Oh, they spot him out. The cover's still there, however, and Shiro peeks from the white side of 410 at the nick of time. Boom.
When
Finally get a break.
exactly they get to see the light at the end of their tunnel. They get some water in the desert, and they're gonna keep their hopes alive. A glimmer of hope, and instantly Bleed know what it means, because again, these are our two best teams. All they need is a thread to pull on and to be able to push themselves all the way through. And Bleed, they've handed Boom just that. A little overeager in their fights, a little over aggressive in that moment, but that's how Bleed have been honestly throughout this half, so I can't even blame them. It's just they missed their duels in that particular moment. But Boom, they make it count, and now Bleed's economy broken. The Viper's pit set up to deny A. They're gonna likely 3-stack this B site and hope they can get the fights. Bleed, they're committing a lot to this round, OG.
This time it's a change of approach. Boom. Wanna hit this B site. They anticipated that Viper's pit, alright. But did they anticipate the Today force? We know what kind of a beast Darion has been with this weapon. And again, prime
As a
position
CP.
for the prime play. He gets the double. Still in position to make big impact. He's just
Oh my
body hopping
lord!
how he's
Spike
concerned.
down B.
The triple. Unbelievable. What can Berserk even do here? Hunter's oh, okay.
I got this fight.
Pulls off one, has his lockdown available as well, so can't find them, but he almost gets the clutch. But Scary coming through with the stinger, that's definitely gotta hurt. Someone get him a Taylor Swift album, man. Berserk's going through heartbreak right now, and so might Boom as well, because Darion, he just popped off. What was that bunny hop shot? Darion is insane. Thank you, we needed to see that again.
Casual SEA flex. What I like to call that. Okay, second one. Bam. It's Blaze King. Just vibing. Just a casual sage out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh my lord.
You want to
Darion
play?
right now
Let's
playing Duck
play.
Hunt for all he could care. He's just on a roll, and he's got his hands on an op as well. They're gonna walk into his crosshairs. They gotta play it smart. The drone needs to come out, otherwise Darion's gonna pick
There we
them
go.
off.
Drone.
They have the resurrect to make it happen, and yeah, the drone does push him back. The wall now coming
That he
down
pulled that out.
slows Boom down.
You should run.
Juicy could just set himself up on the flank.
Hunter's Fury. That
Which is
lockdown
great.
is gonna do jack.
Here.
The patience battle is the battle of chicken. Astarion's holding a passive angle. Famous hoping he'll peek out, but Boom, they have to commit. They know, and they do exactly that. The smoke to push Darion off his angle. The Viper's pit to set up their world and lay claim to this A side. But Bleed, they're already
Grab the
ready
wall.
for the retake. The utility now coming through. The shock darts, it slows them down. Blaze King's been caught out. The Viper's pit will go down, and so will Boom's hopes with it. Bleed. They're pushing. They're making Boom crumble apart, and now with the man advantage, recalling Juicy to back themselves up.
30 seconds left.
It's all down to Famous, man. He needs to pull off the insane moment. Has his own
Exactly.
tour de force.
Last player standing.
Oh, scary. He pushes down the side of 410. Bleed. Map point. Look at J Hedge. He's having a laugh. Juicy looks like a damn Sith hologram.
Okay? Please, not as long as the last one.
Ah. Ay, ay, ay. Dude, like, I'm happy that you said this because I was about to ask you this question. Have Bleed ever looked this scary before? And I'm
Nope.
pretty sure your answer is gonna be no. Yeah. They're looking.
It's Because for
enjoy
me, right,
their
OG,
Eve,
it's
man.
not like they haven't been in this form before. They have. They have looked unbeatable before. They've been looking like a team that can hit all their shots. It's not about that for me. It's about the fact that they were 5-1 down, and we know the tribulations they went through in that pause. We know the kind of mental hit the players, the coaches, the entire team must have taken during that break. And then to come out of that like the way they did, that's why it looks that scary to me.
It's scary because it's backed with intent, eh?
Exactly. It's scary because it's backed with an intent to break, to destroy, to compromise and just absolutely obliterate Boom Esports. And Bleed, they're doing exactly that.
I think all you said is right except for compromise. They have no compromise.
No, it's to compromise their opposition, to make them doubt themselves, you know?
Oh, in that sense, okay. Completely understandable
Spike
then.
down A.
And hey, Scary starts things off yet again. This A-side defense simply does not take no for an answer, and the aggression from Blaze King firmly denied. As if things couldn't get worse. Oh! Sheesh!
Enemy remaining.
Alright.
And that one word could basically describe this entire map. I really want to say something, but I can't. But let's just say,
I think
in
I'll
life,
say it for
there's
you.
certain
I think I'll say it
philosophies.
for you. I'll say it for you.
Yeah.
Brutal. Savage.
No, I was just gonna say, in life,
Because
there's
that's what
certain
happened.
philosophies, you know, we follow
Hmm.
about how life always balances out.
Yeah.
It looks like Bleed have proved exactly that. They made their case, man. 13-6 to win out Icebox, and I maintain what I said. If this Bleed now doesn't finish off the series on Ascent, I will absolutely lose my mind.
The mind is not the only thing you'll be losing, CA. Let's put it that way. Okay. Bleed. I think it's gonna be a very short break now. I think the discussion is gonna be like, hey guys, whatever happened in the second half is the same thing that's gonna happen for the rest of this grand final. I don't care how, I don't care why. Because let's face it, CA, especially with how Breeze panned out, right? It was truly possible for Bleed to take the dub there, but Boom just came in with resilience there at the end. And sure, they might have won the race, but they haven't, you know? I mean, they might have won the battle, but not the war. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and look, I just realized that the best way to actually describe our situation today, the way it got pulled back to 5-1, and then how Bleed came out of this gate swinging like a bull enraged. I think my man Rick said it the best. They got riggedy wrecked, son.
Spike down A.
Get out of my way.
Again, dude,
Player
this
standing.
entire
One enemy remaining.
leg, not only
This
of
was
the
a
second
flex.
half, but also a little bit of the first, it was done on the back of Bleed losing a single round. A
They lost one
single
round.
round. Exactly.
5-1 to 13-6.
One enemy remaining.
Bleed just picked up
Win again.
one of those stamping machines and stamped one nice and clear, at least for Icebox. Onto Boom. They pick this map, they find the win, and now Bleed, they find the lead. 2-1 in the series, OG. And Bleed will head on towards Ascent to finish it all off, to get $18,000 in the bag. But hey, let's not count out Boom just yet. They've shown their ability to bounce back. They did it in Breeze. They picked off Ascent, so I'm sure they have a plan.
Spike down B.
Again, passionate at what this map ended into. Every player from Bleed finding their essence. Crazy Guy going big, Scary going big, Juicy coming in with random ass kills, JH truly turning into that battle sage. Carry on with that today, first man. Ay ay ay. Yeah, this is a Bleed that's firing on all cylinders.
On all cylinders with a nitrous engine attached and a V8 engine, all this Bleed are now on a roll. It's like if you guys have seen Fast and Furious, you know, when like I forgot which part of Fast and Furious it is, but there's this one drag race where this guy attaches like a nitrous engine and like an insane like a nitrous tube and an insane engine to like a car, and it goes so fast that the car just goes away and all he's left is sitting with the wheel in his hand as he reaches the finish line.
Are you serious? That was in a Fast and Furious. The only time I remember seeing a
Yeah.
drag race in Fast and Furious is I think Too Fast, Too Furious.
Oh, actually, it
Uh,
might have been Tom and Jerry, the Fast and the Furry that I'm talking about.
Shit. How can you confuse that?
Yo, it's a car with nitrous, man. It's the same thing, more or less.
Thank God you didn't play Need for Speed.
I did.
You
I
ram
did
into every
actually.
tree. Okay.
Most Wanted best. Yeah, actually, that's why I played it. Ram into every tree, every donut shop. Like, just continuously break everything, destroy the entire city. Otherwise, racing is boring. You know what is fun though? Watching a Bleed just tear away at Boom Esports. I will say, I'm very glad I saw a couple of those Boom players, even in those rounds, there were still smiles on their faces. So clearly a team that is mentally very, very strong. They'll need it going on to Ascent.
They'll need more than just that, bro. They'll need a whole lot more. And Bleed Esports. At this point, you don't even call this a mental reset, right? You call this more of a, I think, a rugby hurdle. This is the best way I can put it. Like, I think everybody from Bleed are like, bro, hold my beer, I'll do it for us. Then everybody just wants to one up each other, you know? They're like, wait, bro, the New Year party is gonna be on me. Christmas party today is gonna be on you. So they all individually start making plays. And hey, can't help a player but making plays, right? It feels like the entirety of Bleed just came alive there. And scary. To his credit, that A side, it looked so solid even though his entire I don't know, man. At this point, the his entire team stepped up so massively. Everybody having so many relevant rounds. It's even criminal to give anybody an MVP. Straight up MVP Bleed. You have the entire team with their, poses again here.
Hi, hi, hi. What a incredible match, man. That was better than anything we've got to witness in the Penta Pro Series. We had everything in that. You want drama, you want action, you want people popping off. This match had it all.
And that way more than any of you at home could expect. So hey, do stay in touch with us with not
I want to
only
check Twitter right now.
Instagram but exactly Twitter and this entire thing ending on Ascent, right? And with Bleed looking this deadly, do you think that it's gonna go back to ye old Jet and Rena composition that we really wanted to see from Bleed?
I don't think so. I think Darion just like, guys, it's time. It's my one last ride. I gotta really live
Chamber?
up to my guy, the chamber, you know. I gotta give him a proper farewell. And
Makes
he's been
sense.
doing so on Icebox, on Breeze, on Haven. He has one more chance to do it on Ascent, because actually probably on Pearl as well, if they don't win Ascent out. So yeah.
Oh yeah, then you put in that hypothetical that they don't win this, right? And then it becomes an entirely tricky affair, to say the least. But hey, see, I mean, at this point, it's gonna be an all-nighter, dude. In my opinion, it's gonna be a long
Yeah.
ride, especially with. See, here's why I feel double-minded about this. Because let's recap on how the day started, right? We had a 13-5 lead, if I'm not mistaken, that took the
Yeah.
dub on Haven. Now it went back to a comeback in the second half of Icebox. If Boomer able to regain composure in those kind of situations, God knows what we've signed up for, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the way I love it personally. I don't like going to a theme park and going to those jolly golly rides where I know exactly what's gonna happen now. I want my pants scared out of my ass. Quite simply said. And I think these matches are doing exactly that. Haven, Breeze, and Icebox, like you said, off to a astounding start was Bleed on the map of Haven.
Yeah.
Boom tried to pull off an off meta composition. It simply did not work out. And on Breeze, Boom tried to expose Breeze's weaknesses, and they did that. And convincingly so. Icebox looked like it was going towards the way of Boom till a small timeout and a slight rollback changed it all. And Bleed, they came back with a vengeance. They had they wanted to make sure that Boom realized that they are absolutely enraged, and I think they've proven that. And look, irrespective of how strong a team's mental is, you've got to start thinking, I think we pissed the wrong team off.
Exactly right. So, for anybody wondering why we're so hyped about Ascent and why we feel so strongly about Bleed, I mean, I don't blame you. This has been a long road, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not gonna be surprised if this is a bus that you might not have been able to catch. And hey, Ascent, I
Well done.
think at least for the sake of Bleed, they look so darn determined to end this quick to enjoy their Eve as well. They're gonna try
Yeah.
playing this as aggressive and as dominant from the get go, man. It's only a question of is Boom gonna be able to stop the Bleed juggernaut?
And the thing is, like, the reason we feel so strongly about Ascent is because this is, at least in my opinion, the most well matched map for both of these teams. Both of these teams have historically looked incredible on this map. Like, if you look at the stats, Boom have a 69% win rate in this map all across their history. And I couldn't say enough about Bleed because Scary and JH, man, on that Astra KO, they combine so well. Juicy on his jet. We've seen Darion pop off in the chamber already. And then Crazy Guy, consistent as ever in the initiator role. It feels like Bleed can do no wrong on this map. But the same could be said for Boom, which is why this map, our most intense affair so far, where Haven clearly an advantage to Bleed, Breeze clearly an advantage to Boom, Icebox was definitely an open field, a clash of both styles, and Bleed came out on top. But this match right here, the most evenly matched one, and Bleed are sure to stick to their styles. If it worked in Icebox against the triple Sentinel comp, they're not going to change it in a set.
Exactly right, and especially with Juicy really feeling himself after him coming back onto the server, because a lot of the rounds prior it was him being the first casualty, and mind you, even on the first round that we had after the rollback, Juicy was the first casualty. But hey, that didn't deter him. He still was a stone cold killing machine.
Yeah, and
Bro,
talking about
if you get the chance
Vanguards,
to see that, bro, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a hardcore chamber battle. Like you said, I think Darion is gonna miss the chamber, and so is Famous, right? At least to the credit of Famous, he did play really well in the
oh yeah,
opportunities that he was given by his team
hmm
setup. But hey, that composition in and of itself, they knew heading into the draft that it's gonna be problematic in the second half, and
yeah.
again, in no position to deal with it whatsoever.
Exactly, and that simple difference between Bleed being a team that was matched well against the likes of Boom versus us going into Icebox fully expecting Boom to punish Bleed for their strengths, right? To punish Bleed for their aggression, and for the first 6 rounds we saw that happen. And then after the first 6 rounds, it looked like cracked open a can of spinach, glugged it down, and suddenly they had massive biceps. If all of you Zoomers don't know what I'm talking about, it's Popeye. Sailor Man. But hey, the Void Wake, they just leveled the heck up. And we saw a beast unleashed from 5-1 down to 13-6. Bleed were on an absolute tear. But now we head in towards Ascent, a map where I think all of Boom themselves are on comfortable roles just like Bleed, where Famous gets to go back to his jet. We see Blaze King pick up that Sentinel role that he looks so damn good on. Berserks gets to pick up the KO, where he gets to be a little more aggressive at times, but also the supportive agent we've seen him really thrive to be. So, on Ascent, every single player individually on their comfort, there are no excuses. There can be no lies. It's now, right here, right now for Boom, do or die.
Exactly, man. Considering the way we were seeing Icebox go, you very well. I mean, you kind of told that it's going to be somewhat of a decider, right? Well, it's a very decisive way that Bleed took it in, and that's why I feel like
Yeah,
it's a decider.
yeah.
If they wouldn't have taken it in such a flawless fashion, I'd still say Boom have so much of a chance. But yeah, that kind of got me doubting in the back of my mind. So right now, my vote's gonna go absolutely in the court of Bleed. Let's see what Boom have to reply with. Oh,
Exactly.
KO.
And Select
So a
now coming
double
online.
initiator.
Oh, Severin on the KO is actually a slight change because we've seen Severin actually play something different before. So I wonder if this is going to be actually a Sova KO instead of a Fade KO. that Boom have pulled off before. And yeah, it's exactly that. So Shiro pulls off the Sova. Normally, we would, in the last time they played Ascent, and they actually did play it in the off season, unlike the other maps, it was Berserks on the KO and Blaze King on the Killjoy. So clearly a lot of agents changing hands as they, instead of the Fade, they bring that Sova back online. But the only key difference between these comps is that Chamber versus Killjoy. And the difference is basically the team's play style, right? Where the Killjoy, a lot more passive, a lot more utility based, a lot more focused on denying rather than taking. Darion on that Chamber, he's bound to try and take some names.
True. The one challenge I see here for Boom is the fact that considering Bleed's playstyle, it's going to be hard to put that Killjoy utility to its max use, you know? Bleed do a
Yeah.
pretty good job of baiting said utility. So that's going to be one tough cookie for them to try and crumble. And hey, it's their last chance here in the grand finals as they trail the map down and Bleed strongly in control here of the best of five with them leading 2-1. I expect nothing but a Bleed victory, my friend. And you know, you made the prediction earlier, right? You see this going one or two ways, 3-0 or a 3-2.
Look, I think Shiro threw a wrench in that way, and my prediction that I'll stand by is the icebox being the decider map. So, I still think
So you're
that
choosing.
Shiro. Yeah, I'll choose my predictions nicely because honestly, it looked like Breeze would be won by Bleed as well till Shiro pulled off some monstrous rounds. So, I can't account for individual skill. Okay, these are cracked players.
I mean, makes sense, dude, considering all the, you know, bamboozle and stuff that we did get to see as soon as we came back on Icebox. I'm not going to
I need a
disagree
stress
with
ball.
it. But these are all individuals who are more than willing to tear people apart. Because, hey, I mean, you saw that based on the way they took fights, right? Like, you look at the example of Scary itself, the way he conducted himself towards that B side and the A side thereafter on the defense duty. So it feels like a very. Uh, very energized and revamped Bleed
Mhm.
after that entire technical timeout, I must add. So yeah, Ascent with us getting a signature chamber, with us getting a juicy jet, like one and
And
done.
exactly. And I think the biggest difference between Bleed on a map like Icebox or a map like Breeze, basically any map where they have to play Viper versus a map where Scary gets to play the Astra, is the amount of freedom Scary individually gets. You don't get to do as much as you'd like on the Viper as compared to what we've seen from Scary and JH on Ascent, where sometimes JH is setting Scary up for aggressive peaks and he actually takes it willingly. But they also have the other extreme where they set up combo traps where they play double A shot and they have a pull set up on A shot. And as soon as someone comes in, Scary takes contact, he backs off, the pull comes online, and so does JH's fragment. And so many times across this round robin series, we've seen them just smack people completely on the back of a single combo. So Bleed, they certainly have a lot in the tank. The gas completely filled up, but nothing to take away from Boom as well. I'm sure they have just as much ready, and they'll have to show it off. Boom starting us off on the attacking side, looking for a mid to be, I think.
Yeah, and a quickly orchestrated take. Famous tailwind equipped, and he's looking to make a meal out of the market aggression, but little does his teammates know there is a trap that lies towards main, although Juicy does find a way to escape. He lets his comrade down, however, and he follows suit. 2 versus 4 right out the bat on the retake.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and they leave Blaze King back to ensure that he can cut off rotations. Boom off to a quick and fiery start. Pick up the pistol. I love the smiles, the jokes being made across the team. The mentor, very, very strong for this team.
Yeah, but again, Bleed, a team that don't mind really taking L's early on as long as they find answers to the questions they desire, you know? As long as they're able to find a read on the adversary, which usually is quite potent, they're willing to pay for this in way of sacrifice.
Boom, looking to switch things up though. There's the anti-eco and an interesting one they bought because only 2 Spectres. A Marshal on Berserks They're looking to execute off of this because I must say this opens up the opportunity for Bleed to make it count if they can even get one Spectre in their hands. But Famous, he gets shut down. That Spectre actually now picked up for JH. The damage coming through as he finds yet another, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. And boom, they
No,
get
reloading.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, still gets caught off guard.
Spike down
1v2.
A.
Finds himself a weapon, does he? There we go, Scary. He's able to pick off a Spectre and playing within his own Nebula. Mind you, he has 3 more stars, but the ability to place them is scarce. Oh, he finds Berserk. Good for the clutch. Scary! He does it! The beast continues to prevail. And boom, fall prey. The individual brilliance yet again from Bleed Esports.
I don't know. I feel like Boom kind of threw that round because it's a very weird buy to go just 2 Spectres when you're looking to execute. It's a very good buy if they played mid default and let that Marshall take the long range fights. But when you're going to execute, even if a single thing goes wrong right there, like JH popping Famous's head off, they get the Spectre. They get to cause a lot of chaos, and you don't have Spectres in the hands of the rest of your teammates to answer back.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, Darion was
okay.
a little busy breaking that 0 point. Juicy had to eat the bullet there. I think they still have control and positioning, right? This allows them to spread the defense a little more comfortably.
Boom trying to take it slow, and they are the kind of team to pull off another thrifty up
Is
the
the
back
spike?
of one, so the Sheriffs could definitely count, but yeah, the spike could have been exposed.
Deploying drone.
Shiro backs off in time though, and all this chaos has allowed Blaze King to set up a crucial look. The only player with a gun in his hand, but now his position exposed as Boom regroup. They set their sights on a mid to B, and just one man to hold it down. The man, the myth, the legend, the Chamber. For Darion himself, he finds one, but he's getting wrapped.
Valiant effort. Although it is a Phantom gifted over to the side. Boom! No! The flash! It was pitch perfect. They find numbers here, and mind you, they still have the Phantom on Blaze King. This round very doable, considering the position Blaze King puts himself in. He essentially is playing off the bait that Shiro now is trying to buy. Very important that Blaze King doesn't go down here. They line up for him. And a thrifty followed back by a thrifty.
I'm loving it. What it's like I'm saying things and they're happening. I'm just like, huh? First that Spectre in Blaze Thrifty, and as soon as Severine gets that opening pick, you know that Boom can pull it off. They get their hands on Darion's Phantom. He doesn't rendezvous back, and that Phantom gets them this round. Boom pull off another Thrifty. They pull the momentum back. They pull the economy back, and now Bleed in a tough spot. Starting into a bit of a brawl here, Roji.
What can you do with this Marshall, my man?
Here.
Let's see some brilliance. He knows. That's exactly why the Killjoy is set up. Spots the gun barrel. Oh, he actually gets the tag. Not the kill. Fortune did him bad there.
Taking that back.
Numbers dwindle for Bleed.
Last player standing.
Only find one. Crazy guy with another drops the spike, but
Spike.
doesn't have access to a weapon just yet. Needs to go towards mid lane to get one, but pops another head off. Thankfully, Berserk's there for the trade. And boom, they get to keep their economy alive. They win that round 3-1. They have a lead, but now Bleed on the pie.
Exactly. And Bleed know that this is the moment that they've been asking for. Not mistaken, Scary should have just enough money to maybe drop an operator. Juicy so desires. And again, such a doable clutch, right? Considering Severine's HP. Little sad that he didn't end up getting it. And hey, we have the operator. That's on Darion, mind you, not Juicy.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. I think it's something we expected. Darion trying to get that one last dance. Killjoy lockdown now set up to take A. I can't see the positioning of it. No, he shouldn't be able to break it. And Bleed, they have to give up the site. They're trying to play on the retake off the back of that null command, but Scary's been taken out. That's man advantage now for Boom, and if they play it safe, making look could really work out. But Crazy Guy doubles up. And before the retake even starts, he shuts them down.
Oh, command popped as well. Essentially forcing Boom to head over to that B site. But Juicy put himself in prime position to intercept the rotation. Does have backup in the form of Crazy Guy. Not able to spot the cross. Oh no! The aggression! Crazy Guy makes it out with his life, but not for long. You know
But still,
that
that's
defender's spawn is not compromised, so Juicy can focus his efforts in towards market.
I have this
Denied the avenue. Blaze King undoubtedly having a tough time. He dodges that 0 point, so they anticipate this kind of a
30
position.
seconds left.
And they confirm.
he's been hurt. And the
All back
spam
for
to
a Darion.
catch him out. Yeah, I think he ran to dodge the 0 point, so they heard him. I think Darion heard him specifically so. So they're easily able to just catch him out and Bleed secure the round. But hey, that was just a bonus for Boom, so they should be able to afford buy in this next round, and they have their own ultimates to play with. The Null Command, as well as the Hunter's Fury online, Boom can continue their pace. That's what they've been doing over the last few rounds, just aggressively hitting the sites. Not just the Null Command and the Hunter's Fury, they've got the Cosmic Divide as well, but it seems like they'll actually change the pace. 1-1-3 default focus on taking A main, but their spike towards B site might be exposed to Darion's off.
They're trying to play off that turret though. Trying to base themselves in caution, and Darion not gonna give chance.
the
Has
random not
Juicy
locked.
right around the corner, so there still is a chance that they walk into Darion's operator. They're all walking into his B side. This could be a disaster. The aggression traded out. Brilliant null command. They force the CQC fight, and at least rotations there in the nick of time. 3-man hold.
Oh, and it works out beautifully, but Crazy Guy pulls one back. He's still looking for the fight, pushing through sight. Manages to chunk out. Shiro finds that one as well, but he finally gets traded out as Boom pick up the round. Chaos unfolding in the nether realms of this B site, and aye. Boom, they know the pace at which they're playing can easily be turned around, but they're happy to make it happen. This is Boom sticking to their strengths.
Darion was expecting that as well. A perfect use of the null command. They catch Bleed in the most trickiest of position, and their economy looks to be painting a similar picture.
Here.
Darion actually attempting this. Oh,
Oh. Yes, they back away though, and now that they know where the tour de force is likely to be, they're gonna set their sights on a mid to A. The A split coming on. Dodging out the potential nano swarms as Crazy Guy gets shut down. Darion now spotted out as well. The Hunter's Fury coming to take him down. The tour de force denied as Boom looking damn strong in their attacking half. It's all down to Juicy to pull off a miracle though. The double up draft, he lands one and he's able to dash right back.
small chance, one opportunity that they're given. Trade. Harry does end up biting the dust, but look at the HP. So dead low on two of these Boom players. Severine has a lot of heavy lifting to do. And Juicy left in a 1 versus 3. Love the individual effort that this guy brings to the team. Sadly, that contribution is not going to be enough to win him and his team this round. Boom look to be in a position of control, something that they haven't been in quite a while, CA. Now, we wait for that oh so elusive Bleed timeout, right? The one timeout where they're able to read into all the tendencies and find the miracle cure to all the
And
problems.
unlike all of our other maps, OG, there is no like ideal scoreline or anything like that in Ascent. There's nothing like this team is going to be better on this half or that half or any of that case. This is the most well-matched map, so anything can happen in any part of this particular map. But right now, Boom, they've got a significant lead. They've broken the economy. Oh, Bleed! But Juicy, he shuts one down. The trade though, as Crazy Guy with the Ares, the spam comes out. He's been known to make it happen with the Norse gods, but he'll make it happen with the Grease as well. And Juicy, trying to make them understand that he's a god himself as Kerry pulls out another one. Are we in the cards for another Thrifty?
I don't think I'll be able to handle myself if we are, dude. Every intact so low. Position noted by Crazy Guy as well.
One enemy.
No. He walks into the 1-2 punch.
More like the 100 punch, man, because it's the Aries.
Just
Spamming out.
I mean, he's been
Absolute.
gifted 1v1s here. Hypothetically, it's still doable. A clutch! It's still doable, a clutch! Crazy guy! Left to redeem his team from this crazy position. But he has a brilliant off angle. Is Blaze King gonna expect the aggression through main? 25 seconds left. It's possible for Crazy Guy to play time in a more diligent fashion with the clutch!
Oh my lord, that's
Unbelievable!
huge.
And he's not phased by one bit.
Blaze King, man. He did it on Breeze and they won that map. He's done it on Ascent.
Remaining.
I know correlation does not result in causation, but that correlation does not mean causation. But at this point, it just might. Because Blaze King, he's sure to bring Boom alive. He's sure to remind them, yo, I got your backs, guys. I still need you to step up to finish off this map for us with me right here. They're not trying to make it happen. The 0 point not broken. They're exposed in that hit. And Boom, with knowing that Juicy and Darion are both here, they know exactly what the setup of Bleed is.
Yet again, wanting to make this ultra aggro towards B main. A tendency that has been repetitive from Bleed's end. Boom, they don't seem interested in contesting this early on whatsoever. And once they retake it, they have the drone, they'll have the 0 point. So they have feasible utility. I think at this point you just hold your own against the drone. It's fine if the drone reveals your position, just stand your ground. But the Hunter's Fury is what's gonna force him out. It's actually the Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy, which denies aggression.
Yeah, just slows
25
them down
seconds left
to
on
an
the clock.
instinct.
Yeah, it needs to be a
I
quick
think
move.
JH spotted Blaze King out, so it might give Bleed the wrong intention, but no. Since they spot out the Astra, they expect the hit towards B instead, knowing Blaze King left on the lurk. Bleed with a phenomenal read. Slowing things down, utility exchange on both behalves, but now the rotation is coming out. Blaze King has got access to this A site. They're trying to make their way in, but JH in an incredible position. Timing working out beautifully so, but
Oh, he
JH doesn't
misses!
know the Blaze King on site. He finally spots him out, and JH now stuck in an awkward spot between a rock and a hard place, but he still makes it work, finds one until Blaze King comes through for the trade, and Bleed get access to the site.
Oh,
Planted.
the ability to play aggressive was still there for Darion. And Juicy, another time he's put in a 1v3, another time he's left to retake this A site. The crossfire is set firm within hell. And the insurance policy towards Jen, not gonna fail Boom. He almost got the read there. If he would have landed that fragment, I think it would have been GGWP, because that would have been enough time for the rotation then to come on through. Or it would essentially force Boom players to take a lot of damage, which, considering the HP that they had for the post plant, it would have been a very, very different ending to that similar story. His economy yet again down in the dust, down in the shambles.
I mean, exactly, and they've got no tour de force, got no Blade Storm to work with, but they have got a hero in the making in Darion with Wander. Never mind. It's degraded to a Guardian instead, but still a weapon to make something happen. But Boom, they're only going to put the pedal to the metal and ensure that Bleed are taken to the 5th map on the highway to hell. Boom waiting for that killjoy. Ulti to pan out and Juicy forced into their hands as Darion has to now back off. Crazy Guy though, able to stay
Position,
on
give it
site.
away. Aww, yeah, he got revealed by that recon there. Sports look to be firm in their road towards the 8th round.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, the opening. Okay. Giving Darion the fight that he desired. Coming a massacre, CA. And look problematic. 3v3.
3v3 though. Darion trying to lead the charge. They need to kill off Severin in B main. But Severin holds down the fort and denies. Boom now on a roll to answer back against the form that Bleed found on Icebox. Boom are able to pull off on Ascent. Doesn't look evenly matched. And it's all on the back of that laughing menace. Blaze King currently having one heck of a map. An MVP map in the making.
I don't know what I expected this point, CA. I mean, I expected a Bleed to be on fumes. Right now, it feels like they're still fanning the flame.
Now it feels like they've only got fumes. No gas left in the tank.
Yeah, decent utility combination, but not in the prime position to punish his Juicy. And they've been at it with this B main control with it not giving them results for so many rounds in consecutive fashion that you think they changed their approach. But it seems like they're headstrong at it.
Bleed have slightly changed it up though here, OG. Instead of the jet chamber towards B main, they've got Darion now anchoring down A side. They've recognized this is a moment of weakness, so they've laid the trap and they're playing deep angles on site now. Shiro with the Hunter's Fury trying to fake out towards B as they head on towards A side, and he finds Scary, but still the trap remains in JH. He finds one.
It's on
Sleeping down,
Darion.
but the Null Command's still alive, and they have no
Brilliant.
idea Darion's on site. Finds the two,
Pop-in.
and the pop-in swing denied. JH left stuck on site. He's giving them information, but it's still a 2v2. It's Severine coming through on the flank.
Last player
Oh
standing.
no! Divide and conquer! Juicy! Left with an all to do! As they almost line out from beyond the wall!
Spike
Juicy!
down A.
1-on-1! Knows the position! Gets the confirmation! Gets the round!
What a match.
Bleed! Finally!
Finally, Bleed pull one back, and again, it's on the back of a clutch. These teams, man, they are giving it their all, neck to neck. They refuse to give up.
Seconds left.
And they're
One
finding
enemy
hero
remaining.
moments in every
Spike
single
down.
one of these players. Severine and Shiro combining so well. For Severine to go for that jiggle peek towards heaven and gives Shiro the information to spam crazy guy out. But Juicy comes up clutch, finds a round, and despite all of that, it's still Bleed in the drain with the eco. Their weapon's not so great, but it's the man who clutched it out with the Vandal Phantom in this round. Can't find a lot more, but he's been flashed out. Crazy guy, though, trading jet for jet. He upgrades to Vandal. Waiting out for the flash himself, but nothing comes through, and instead he's caught with his back to the wall.
Initiation.
Please can
Ooh, presence through main. And that gives it away. They at least know
Last player
about the
standing.
positioning to some extent. Although it's all on a JH now. 1 versus 3, turn 1 versus 2. Shiro on 2 HP. Tries to clear the close box angle with that fragment. And he spots them in transition. Knows how they want to play around with the situation. JH gonna fake it. Although him not getting revealed by that recon tells all the story that doesn't even need words to describe it.
One enemy
Shiro gonna be the first man on the swing considering he's so low, hitting through the wall as he's committing the half stick
my
here.
God.
He might call the bluff, he might get the round!
Oh my god! He gets it, he
JH!
gets it, he gets it!
The hero of Bleed!
Holy moly. Christmas came early for Bleed. And yo, I just want to remind everyone, it was 5-1 down. Boom were dominating Icebox. Until Bleed pulled off a Thrifty to make it 5-2, and then it looked like Bleed were a beast unleashed. You remember who pulled off that Thrifty?
JH?
Who is this guy on your screens? JH coming alive. He does it once again against all odds to find an 8-4. And while Boom still have a significant lead, this is sure to be like a bell ringing in the ears of Bleed to wake them all up and to bring them alive. Bleed now on the attack where they can play just as aggressive as Boom have been playing. But this time, unlike Bleed, Boom have the Killjoy. Can that make the difference?
Side riddled with utility, so it's gonna be a little hard for the members of Bleed to get access from within the site. And considering that 0 point, they know that the presence within this B side is far larger than they expected.
And
Don't want to go the way of
Risking slow-
caution. But towards the B side, they're not gonna be deterred. D-man
He's
stats
telling
here.
them all they need to know though, OG. He's pushed up all the way into A main and he's telling them it's definitely a B-side hit. So now Boom prepared with the trap, the Nano Swarm to deny the entry. Crazy guy will get taken down by Severine's fragment. And Bleed, they have nowhere to go. They're running out of time. So much utility pushed out to them. They're all chunked out.
They have to force such an uncomfortable fight that they're relying on one of these random gunfights going their way, which it simply isn't.
Last player standing.
Just walk into the meat grinder towards that B side. 1-9. One away from double digits.
It should be an easy one. They move on now to the anti-eco. I will say should be an easy one, not will be, because in the first half these teams pulled out thrifty after thrifty. So definitely anything is possible. No way, Bleed go for a force. Oh my god, they're going for a force.
Do or die, brother.
This is scary. Yeah, this is scary because they lose this, it's GG, surely.
Oh.
They all get spotted. This time though, they won't stay at the same spot. They're looking for the rotate, trying to catch someone up. But remember, they just got stingers and specters. Not so great to take mid by themselves. Facing off especially.
Are they gonna set up?
Against the
Is that a flash?
For Base King, waiting on the flash to go for the aggression. This Astra has truly been an MVP. Blaze King popping off right now. He finds a crucial pick. And Bleed, they gambled on this round. Not off to the greatest start.
That 0 point yet again should confirm a lot, right?
Oh, but Crazy Guy selling a fake takes down the turret towards B main. And there we go. Like you said, the 0 point telling Boom the exact story. They will not buy the fake anymore.
Patient from mid now. They've been patient with that alarm, but Scary has just been waiting on the other side. So they're looking for the perfect moment to pounce.
Scary, he smokes off the alarm bot, gets sneaks in into sight. And Darion, while he finds a 1-for-1, Scary is able to pick off yet another. Still, Bleed at a disadvantage in this site. Now, Scary has 2 stars. Could play on the post plant or could rather turn these stairs positions into a choke point, and I think he's elected for the latter.
That's gonna be
They're looking
brilliant
to fight
considering
here,
the
Bleed.
rotation. Boom are
Look, JH has flash as
always...
well.
Exactly. Boom are always going to be at a handicap if they enter through one choke point. So if the utility is based around it, you could see this realistically be a Bleed round. And it has to be brilliance from JH. He gets the first disengages. That's all he needed to do. Even the odds. Now the pressure is on Boom Esports. Play off Scary. He takes the bait. Does they take the switch? Nope. They read into it brilliantly. And I think just in the nick of time.
Yeah.
It was crucial
Just
for
over a
Scary not
second.
to die there.
It is over.
If he didn't die, maybe that 2.8 seconds would have been a W for Bleed. Now it feels like almost a done and dusted affair for Boom in map 4 of this best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, I'm surprised Scary takes contact there because they're trying to hunt down JH. So like you said, I think maybe just play off the contact of JH to a large extent and play for time, because even if he doesn't kill them, as long as he's able to buy time, it was just over 2 seconds that he needed to buy to win off the round. But Boom, so many rounds in this map where it looks like it might slip away from them. They've pulled it back, looking like the team deserving the victory, and they're in a great spot to do exactly that. The gamble, the forced buy of Bleed not working out, as Boom now have a significant economy lead, with likely Famous to pick up the op, if not this round, in the next. I think we are witnessing a Bleed timeout.
It has to be, right? Considering the deficit, considering who's been in control. I mean, kind of luck plays that they're attempting on rounds like prior are commendable for sure. But they need to find a little bit of success at the front lines, at least on one occasion, right? I feel like that's what at least put the conditioning of Boom into Bleed, especially for that late B main hit. It felt like every time Bleed contests for B main, it's a death sentence. You're not having that same punish for Boom. It psychologically is going to be a huge plus side if you're a Boom Esports fan.
And this is where that psychological factor going to come into play, because Bleed are going to keep forcing till they're able to claw their way back. So this is a moment for Boom to close out this map right here, right now, and they're delivering. So a 1-for-1 trade for Crazy Guy. He finds Shiro and leaves Berserk. Lone man stranded. He's only able to find one, and Bleed, they get the favorable trades. They get the site.
Fragment slightly off the mark, so Crazy Guy not going to be pushed off the angle, which means the lurk still very much at risk. Okay. That flash brought so much distraction that Crazy Guy got timing in the worst possible fashion, and it suppresses both of them, so information secure for Blaze King. A clutch menace so far.
Out of the charges.
Can continue to do so. What's the gun barrel? Double peek. Too much for him to withstand. 5 to 10. Lead. Stay alive and afloat momentarily.
Momentarily is key though. Because like you said, Bleed, they haven't. This doesn't necessarily mean they will be able to set up their runner form because Boom have in control for most of this map. But it does give them a lot of room, a lot of freedom, and a breath of fresh air. Because now Boom, they're going to have to eco. Severin, the only man on that hero Vandal. But if you needed anyone on a hero Vandal, it's got to be your top fragger, your top player right now. 17, 9, and 10. Severin might just pull this off. Especially because they're going to mid. Oh, they push him off. Oh, 1-for-1 trade is all it is though, OG, because in the midst of it all, they got stranded. They still have time to rotate though, and they will just instead look to commit onto this side. Berserks makes them pay. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Shiro is able to catch them out, and again, Bleed left caught, but Scary finds the trade. 2 for 2, but they will not realize Blaze King coming in from mid. He's managed to hide. Oh, they go back to A. Oh, it seems like. Look at this.
Spike planted.
5 on board.
One enemy remaining.
Blaze King, he pulls off one in a 1v2. Scary now in an impossible position. Famous though really low. Scary just going to hold on to his guns, but Blaze King denies. Boom pull off a thrifty against all odds. They deny Bleed any momentum, and surely at this point this guarantees us going to pull, going to map 5. Seems like my first prediction will come true. Not a 3-1.
Yeah. I'm sorry, CA. Sorry. Just had to do it, didn't I?
Hey, the way Boom are beating Bleed out though, it might just work out for me as well. If it's such quick maps, you never know. But you never know in seeming fashion if Bleed are able to pull one back. Still forcing, man. They're still trying to stay alive.
You better.
We'd have the null command. Have that astral wall. That's on Berserk as well. You have key pieces of utility to make like one set piece. That's about the momentum straight up. You're gonna be playing off that alarm bot. Trade.
Ooh.
So good. Oh, famous!
Coming through from A short, he finds a double. Darion with the trade, though, still Bleed not in the greatest of position. As Crazy Guy waltz himself to his death. Boom Esports ready to secure a match point right here against a 17 HP Darion. Surely he can't pull this one off. But Darion on the lurk, his position unknown. If he can find one, he'll get access to a weapon. He does exactly that. Looking for the ace clutch in this map, in this round. Darion trying to pull off the impossible and keep Bleed alive. But the crossfire now set up. He's not going to get access to the spike. Has enough time though to go for the rotate, so he's playing with their minds.
He's playing with his luck as well. Is he gonna find the ideal fight? Because Severin is set up for the market peak. And hey, secure it. Map and match point. Push us to map 5 of this best of 5 grand finals. I mean, there have been maps where Bleed has made it look easy. There have been maps where Boom have made it look easy. And a map where it did get a little sweaty. Just a Boom comeback. We'll witness the Bleed comeback.
You want to play? Let's play.
Had quite the tour already.
Oh.
Nice
And Famous is shutting them
Sheesh.
down. Boom on a hit straight towards Pearl.
Deploying
And
drone.
Famous is making it happen for them. He's found a 2K. Surely this is GGWP for Bleed in this map. 3v5, it's all down to JH, man. He's got the Vandal. He's trying to pull one back. Now, Crazy Guy making it happen towards me main. He's gonna get spotted out. Famous triples down. At this point, he might as well catch an ace.
Ace to close out map 4 to push us to a map 5, yeah. Probably be a tail. The comeback story.
You are divided.
I mean, look at Berserk's utility, dude. I honestly feel a little sad for Bleed Esports in this round. They don't have a chance. Not a single one.
Lockdown destroyed. One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Hunter's
And that should
Fury
be
as well.
GG. Scary's position known with the turret spotting him out is the Hunter's Fury to shut him out as 13-5. Boom bounce back and they hit strong. A devastating loss in Icebox. Boom, they get revenge. It's both of these teams taking their respective maps across this series as now we head into Pearl to try and find a winner to try and crown the king.
This is gonna be one heck of a night, CA. One heck of a night. Either of these teams having something as a driving factor that was, a Bleed fan. You can make the argument that Icebox looked so convincing, Haven looked so convincing, they're allowed to slouch in a map. But if you think of Boom, the kind of mental break that they get off of victory like this, especially after how Icebox transpired, all gonna be ended in one map. This last off-season event of the year for both these teams. They're giving it their all in this best of 5 grand finals.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. And look, anything can happen.
One enemy remaining.
Anything can happen in Pearl because it's a map that both of these teams don't necessarily play. I'm curious to see if Bleed continue with their same composition, if we actually get to see Scary on Reyna once again. But I find it quite unlikely. But while the composition may change, I think the style will remain. Bleed are likely to just press the W key, and I actually think it's going to be not similar to Ascent in terms of the closeness of these rounds, but similar to Ascent in terms of the scoreline, where a team that picks up the pace, that finds its groove nice and early, will just be able to put the pedal to the metal and close out the match.
Some of these rounds, quite frankly, that Boom one felt so criminal, right? Finally get Boom really feeling those thrifties, which again, a huge part as to why they were able to secure it with such a scoreline. Those thrifties really did hamper Bleed's ability to even fight back in that first half.
Standing.
And hey, that entire first half, right? I feel like
One enemy
they could have
remaining.
made so much more use of Juicy and Darion, because I think in the majority of the first half they were only towards that B side. We didn't see much of an operator battle towards mid, much of a duel towards a short or a main for that example. It was quite rare.
Killer obscuring vision.
Just something that I hope that Bleed are able to look into.
Yeah, and it's something that most definitely Bleed are gonna have to look forward, because just as we talked about how like
enemy remaining.
Boom are gonna be able to rally back on a center map, which we expected to be equally strong for both of these teams after a devastating loss. This case carries over now into Pearl, but even more so in terms of pressure for Bleed, because it's not a map that they're going to necessarily be comfortable in. But that may be a blessing in disguise, in the sense that maybe it just boils down to individual fights and we get to see a brawl to close off this best of 5, because these two teams are sure to be at their wits at the very end of their stamina. There's running out of strength. They'll have to pull it all together. They'll have to persevere for just one more map. And we'll find out who are the true kings.
The true journey that both these teams, I'm at least assuming that Bleed Esports were expecting a very dominant showing here in the grand finals. They were expecting something along the lines of a 3-0. That didn't happen, dude.
Yeah.
And it feels damn weird that it's not only us facing a weird proplex in terms of what our expectations were, but hey, I mean, likewise our Bleed, right? That's how we expect it to be, at least.
13-5, Severine, man. 5 first bloods on that KO. Really, really stepping up. Darion, while he had a decent map, I think none of Bleed able to just find the run of form, especially Juicy.
It kind of felt like he was so shut down in that first half. He was not given the freedom he wanted. He was not able to take the fights he wanted. And even in the second half, right, the way that Boom were able to get precise calls of aggressive main pushes, especially that aggressive main push towards a main. Now, if you're a Jet and you dash into a site where three players are expecting you to hit, dude, you're the first thing that they account for. So it it sucks, but it's understandable, man. It's not something
Yeah.
that Juicy can do on his own. It's much more of a team effort in that sense to alleviate
Mhm.
pressure off your duelist, and the only way you do that is by putting pressure on the defense. So it's not as much of a dicey situation you find your Jet to dash into.
Yeah, and the scorecard doesn't tell the full story. Imagine that clutch that Blaze King found actually ends up being a thrifty for Bleed. I'm sure they would bounce back, but it just felt like blow after blow, Boom were able to make it count and shut Bleed down. And that momentum, it paid off. 13-5, they find the victory despite Bleed finding crucial rounds. They're just not able to make it work. And I think crucially so for Boom, it was making sure that they were not being retaked on that A site. Able to play it perfectly on the post plant. They're able to find the win. And this is where you can really maintain the fact that stats they don't always tell the truth. While Boom were only able to find one clutch, Bleed found three. That one clutch made all the difference in the world, man.
All the difference, dude. That was a heartbreaking clutch, to say the least.
Yep.
The kind of timing that he found, the kind of fashion that they gave him the 1v1s in, more than enough to break the mental of any team. And hey, Severin, he's been having a quiet game in the grand final so far. It's good to see him step up individually and bag this MVP. In my opinion, again, a lot of individuals in Boom could deserve that MVP, but hey, at the end of the day, Boom, who managed to force out a map 5 and now put themselves in prime position to claw at a Bleed that might topple in the most unexpected of fashions.
Yeah, in Icebox, we had to say Boom got wrecked. Coming into his tent, Bleed get absolutely wrecked, man. We head into Pearl, knowing anything can happen, knowing that it's all at stake, and in high pressure, under serious circumstances where it's probably getting really late for them as well. Their stamina now under question, their ability to stay focused as well. Which team will be able to make it happen? Well, that's a question for us to find out in map 5. For now, what we do know is that Boom have the momentum, especially Place King, man. What a pop off series he's been having.
And we mentioned this, I think, in the midway point of Icebox, right? If hypothetically we go to a map 5, there is a good chance that Boom have been able to do their homework, considering we did get to see
Yeah.
Bleed duke it off against Revenant Esports with their matchup yesterday in the best of 3, where it did get close in a couple of rounds. So, yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to see. One thing we do know is going into Pearl, Boom's gonna start in on that defense. Now, what I do think Boom is likely to play is very similar composition to what they have to try and stick to Agent Comforts. And since the chamber is still online, I wouldn't be surprised if Boom once again pick up the no duelist comp with Famous on that chamber, Severin on that KO, maybe put in a Fade somewhere in there, and then play the Astra Viper or even an Astra Harper, maybe. That would be something nice.
Mm, yeah, I still feel like we are going to get Darion on the chamber, and I really want to see it. At least in
Yeah.
the last game, we didn't get to see the kind of Darion show that we
Do you
expected,
see
right?
Reina?
Actually, yeah. I mean, Rena is viable in this map. Phoenix is viable on this map.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm, what else?
I think
I mean,
Scary is most likely to pick up the Astra. That
yeah,
leaves
I think
Crazy
Fade is
Guy
stable.
and JH. Yeah. So I think Crazy Guy and JH likely to just play Fade KO. So we might see something like a Reina Chamber, Astra Fade KO, or maybe even a Reina Chamber, Astra Fade Breach on this map for JH. That would be a nice comp.
Yeah, I feel like on this map, the double initiator is quite underappreciated. At least when you contrast it to how discussions go around with the double controller, right? I feel like the kind of results a double initiator can get is not often looked at in the best of viewpoints. So I will be looking forward to whichever team having that double initiator having a small edge in this matchup. But yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
like the last stop, man. At this point, we've discussed everything under the living sun, and this has gone in so many different directions that we did not assume that would come into, starting the day. It's like a weird
Yeah.
feeling, right? Considering that this is the last map of the Penta Pro series.
No, and look, and at this point, like we said, it's just not just in terms of rounds we didn't expect, not just maps we didn't expect, but also the minute things happening behind the scenes that we didn't expect. This day truly has been a phenomenal day. And aye, for these teams to now put it all on the line, everything that they worked towards in the last 4 days onto just one map, and a map that they honestly haven't played a lot of on either side. This is truly the test of their individual strengths, their synergy within each other to adapt, to overcome, and find the necessary spontaneity to pull off a hoodwink on the other team. Something that I'm absolutely thrilled that we get to witness, and let's see what they have under their sleeves.
Exactly right. If I'm not mistaken, what the lobby should be underway at any moment, and we hope to be in
Yeah.
game at any moment as well. uh, well, the draft again, where a lot of it lies, right? It can't go back to, I feel like, that same fallacy where Boom faced an icebox with that triple sentinel. Things get hella problematic once you swap sides. I feel like there needs to be equal compromise to it, and that's where the true difference lies. Because even if you dominate the first half, let's say 9-3, right, and you're playing
Yeah.
off the half that you're powerful in, it's not like Bleed do not understand the compositional difference to know where their strengths and their weakness lies. So it's going to require a little bit of an all rounded affair, especially from the get go, from the draft, where I feel that Boom have been falling short in this best of five.
We'll have to see what kind of comps are pulled out now. We have expectations, we have things that we expect these teams to pull out, and it looks like Bleed, they're just going to run it back. Juicy on the Rays instead, so that should mean the fate for Crazy Guy and Scary on the Astra. While Boom, they stick to their comfort. It's literally the exact same Ascent comp. They said, we did it once, we'll do it again. Oh, the Brimstone for Scary. Wow.
Yeah. Brimstone is a controller that I don't really mind on this map. It's again a very peaceful controller in the sense that there's flush utility. The ultimate is really good to try and get yourself in good positions. So yeah, I like the composition from Bleed just a teeny bit more because I feel like a Sova alongside a KO doesn't really do justice for how many off angles this map has, how many nooks and
Uh-huh.
crannies, and again the kind of pacing that you get between a Fade and a Sova. Sova is much more, you know, well suited for a slow pace and a methodical execute on a map where things might be a little more open. Sova can get more long range information. But on a map like Pearl, where apart from the B side, you don't really have many long range aim duels and avenues to take fights on. It feels like the Fade is just better across every metric here at Pearl.
Oh, 100%. It's also because, like, you look at the sites, right? The recon doesn't have a great spot where you can land and reveal most of the site. Like, on A site, you can always hide in secret. If they recon for close, you can always hide behind default. Similarly, so in B, there's U-Haul, there's the connector. There's too many positions to hide from the recon. But I guess this is where we talked about the lack of comfort for either of these teams. It looks like, at least theoretically, Bleed have that extra comfort, but I think theory will probably just go straight down the drain. It's all about momentum, man. It's all about which team can get off to a strong start.
The last map of the Penta Pro Series, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed. They started off their journey in the finale stage by 2-0ing Boom Esports. Here at the finale, at the finals, they show weakness. They show blood. And Boom Esports are gonna pray. Our utility left at this B side means that Boom can afford to play this a little more loose, right? Hence, only now is the rotations coming. And look at the rotations. More interestingly, there are 3 members towards that flank.
Oh. They're trying to
Alarm
play it
bot is making
fast,
the
OG.
difference.
Boom
Look
trying
how
to make
patient
sure
they
that
are.
Bleed don't get to aggress onto side. The Prowler will reveal their presence, and Boom now they have to back off. But Severin, he finds one, doubles down, or MVP of the last map. Really making his stand. He's found a triple, and Boom shuts Bleed down.
Yeesh. And you can see how patient they were on the backstab, right? They're like, as soon as these guys start committing side, that's when we're gonna break this. And that's when we're gonna make our move. So they really wait for the opportunity to pounce here. Oh, your boy, did it pay off. Instantly, 4 Spectres. Bulldog. Boom Esports, they're looking to play this as clinical as humanly possible. And if they get a chance to do so, they will get a further opportunity to play full bonus, which again, on a map like Pearl, still pretty doable if you are playing the defense, if you're choosing the right fights at the right time.
And look, again, it's Severin stepping up to the mark. He's trying to make it count. He's trying to find that same run of form that helped Boom picked up a 13-5 victory on Ascent. Boom though, caught out by Bleed's presence all over the map. They spread themselves out, so it does give Bleed an opportunity to try and isolate some fights, but with the better weaponry coming into play, it just won't count. Famous with the 3k, leaving Crazy Guy all on his lonesome. Does have the spike, but he has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. He's likely to get hunted down.
That's all alone. And done and dusted. 2-0. Boom Esports. The start here looks brilliant. Don't Bleed to fight back. And hey, they didn't get the plant, right? So realistically, round 2, not much expectations that you can keep from him. So this is where the difference could truly lie. Vandals.
Checking the situation.
Strategy. Looks reminiscent to what we've seen from them in the pistol. Looks to be that hard B hit yet again.
Obscuring vision.
Quick play from Blaze King. Oh! Made the transition. Nobody knows. This could be big. See, they've shown the tendency of loving to re-hit. That Prowler quickly cleared out by Severin as he's trying to buy space and time, but that fragment. They read into the situation really well. They account for every possibility. That's the man advantage here, Bleed Esports. And without having a controller alive, without having Blaze King, it's gonna be a little hard for Boom Esports to find themselves in decent position and to even find the retake, as there's gonna be nothing that deters the crossfire that Bleeds are gonna set.
That's why they're looking to fight. 3-man on site. Boom trying to make this whole count because it is their bonus. And Darion, he just finds one. Severin with the instant trade. Famous now coming out of the shadows, find yet another one. And boom, their bonus now paying off. HJH left
30
all
seconds left.
on his lonesome. Boom, they ran back this comp, irrespective of what the meta may be, irrespective of which agent might be strong, just to play off their strengths, and that strength now paying off. Boom, they win the bonus off to a 3-0 lead. I though. 3-0 on board now. And look, Boom in an incredible position
Yeah,
to continue that momentum, OG.
exactly. Best of five, man. You can't allow the fatigue. You can't allow the discomfort to seep in
Bring them
at
down.
this stage of the journey. No setup towards this mid link. And there are three players on the crunch for this exact play. So at least for now, Bleed haven't taken information from Shiro. You know that one player is present there. And they don't want to give a chance here, Boom Esports. Gonna play relaxed. They're gonna play on the back of utility. Lead. Tickling towards that mid link region. So they want to try selling misinformation, but that's not gonna deter Boom Esports on the re-aggression.
One enemy remaining.
You deny the trick any possibility. Crazy guy, he finds one back, gets a vandal in his hand, but doesn't have much utility. The Hunt should give him information if he goes in, but he
Yeah.
actually just wide swing, finds the peak for Severin, patient as ever. Awaiting Crazy Guy's rotation,
Look at
reads
him.
him like a book, and look at him! Oh my god, the BM now coming through. He's like, come guy, come, I've been waiting for you.
Oh, lovely, dude. Bleed Esports. Usually looks so much more angry, right, than we usually expect him to.
Yeah.
He has his gamer
enraged.
face on.
Somehow I feel like for Juicy, a gamer face is actually just a smile. Because, you know, Prodigy and all that. Probably has a great time. But he's certainly not having the greatest of times right now as Boom are off to a resounding start in this map. Bleed here. They need this buy. Against all odds, they need to pull this off because this is not like Ascent or Icebox or Breeze. This is not a map that's necessarily easy to come back on if Boom get off to such a great start. Especially now with Famous on his op. Bleed, they set up mid presence. Deny the double doors, and
no.
the peak comes in. Berserk's trying to back off. Caught in a bit of hesitation, gets taken out. The Nightfall now to bait out the rotations. Are they going to commit to this side? Oh, the Prowler doesn't spot shield.
The Boomer doesn't detect! Oh, just the nick of time it does. Sheesh, kabish. Boom Esports. They're taking these fights that in other rounds you see them winning realistically. But hey, Bleed Esports showing that the punish is still very real.
There. Here.
Even attempt this, I think saving the operator would be a very big plus point for them and will push them for the save. Again, Boom Esports, they might have been winning the past few rounds, but they've not been doing it in the cleanest of ways, right? So, I mean,
Yeah.
considering the circumstances, save should be
You'd
the most
expect them to,
ideal
but-
route. Decent damage.
They're able to catch some exit frags. Back right up. Still Famous looking for some kills to make sure they can't get away from sight. And he might ensure that Crazy Guy doesn't get away. Instead, he himself gets taken down. That's Bleed denying the operator as well. And like you said, with the rounds going down to the wire, I think they should be able to afford one buy again. But I'm not sure if they can afford an op.
Expensive death. Hey. Esports, they've been showing us resilience so far, man. It's on Bleed to string a couple of these rounds together, right? And they have brilliant pieces of utility to do so as well. They have the showstopper. They have the orbital strike.
I'll find you. Bring them down.
And boom, man, what a journey it has been from barely closing out in the very first match where the 13-11 fracture, they almost got it in the bag, but almost was not enough. To now in the finals, their Haven comp not working out. They had to persevere against all odds, and this roster has displayed incredible resilience. Now 4-1 up in the lead. Can they deny Bleed that momentum? Because surely that will get them into an incredible position. Carry on with the strafe. Denies Famous Blaze King though with the immediate trade. And this man has been the MVP so far across this entire series. Now in a very crucial spot to deny Bleed this round. Shiro, he finds a 1-for-1 and Bleed, they will rotate. They'll back off.
They're basing themselves to win individual duels here, Boom. And it's pretty evident with their positioning, right? They're trying to account for everything. And I think this is a part of Bleed's conditioning where towards the later segment of the round, they find a split defense. So they're able to really get the ball rolling.
30 seconds left.
But I guess on this call, the
Boom
gamble
led into this.
might not pay off.
Blaze King making the call. He's on his site and Boom with a brilliant read. They're expecting the hit towards the B site and they're ready for it. The alarm bot as well will slow down Bleed and they're running out of time. With just 14 seconds left on the clock. It's now all down to Berserks. And Severine, the MVP from map 1. Berserks get shut down. Severine with the trade. He'll find only one. Bleed, despite the clock against them, despite all the odds and despite Boom's read, they find the advantage. They're able to hold on to this round.
Versus 2. Do they
Blocking vision.
give this one away? Again, Blaze King, a player who stepped up on the clutch and a player who stepped up big time for Boom. Has that Cosmic Divide as well, but needs to make quick from the position he's put in. The half stick, they need to go for the close engagement. The Prowler doesn't catch him, but the Flash certainly does. And JH finds himself and his team round 2.
Honestly, with Blaze King in that position, the kind of clutches he's pulled off across this series for a second, I thought it might just happen.
10 seconds left.
But Bleed, they're able to hold on. They find the clutch and they deny the clutch and they find the round. 4-2 now. Bleed slowly clawing back. And finally, Boom's eco hurt. Famous though, he still got his hands on that Blade Storm. And again, man, I believe Boom pulled off 3 thrifties
Let's play.
in a sense. So this is the time, this is a team that can pull anything off. Playing on their strengths. Look at Famous, so damn aggressive. He's got himself all the way towards Long. Spots out Darion and we're back right up. Keep his team the man advantage.
Oof. Swift duel by Juicy. And instantly they whip out the showstopper. They know that the thrifties have been something that consistently picked. No, Juicy!
Oh, Blaze King!
How? What's happening?
Wait, what?
Blaze King still managed to get 2. And in a position like that, he's done more than what you can expect. He makes this such a doable round considering Famous now has his blades and JH has just run out of that ult. It's gonna be a big problem.
Dodges is out!
She dashes as well.
Gets a Vandal.
He knows.
Player standing.
1v1 though. And Berserk's in the proximity to trade. But he's given Scary a little bit of room to maneuver, and that is something Scary's gonna use to his advantage. The plant is towards main, so Berserk really needs to make a Berserk play and a read. Power it out. Could stick the safe diffuse and will give him information, but yet again, no Molotov! He is done! Bleed! They boil it down to the last man alive, but they manage to avert disaster.
Oh my god, Blaze King, the legend, anchoring down this site. He's doing his very best to keep his team in that momentum. And Famous comes up with some insane cat-like reactions. Almost even found the second one, but it's just not enough. Because Scary, in those 1vx positions, I've seen a stat, I believe from last year, where Scary in those 1vx position is the most clutch likely player in that situation. He's the most likely player to pull off a clutch in that situation. He always does it. Pulls it off. Does it once again. Still though, that was just an eco for Boom. This is the buy and this is where Bleed will try to pull it back. Famous caught off during the unscoped position. Crazy guy finds him. That's the op taken away and Bleed, they're picking up the pace.
And Boombot will get them face the dual Shiro and they double up. Beautifully done. Alongside utility, they find success with their gun duels. And it feels like across the board, Boom are taking these aggressive gunfights, but not in tandem. Little confusing there. Because you look at the mini-map, right? One dead towards A main, one dead towards Art. death towards mid lane. So it felt like, Bleed Esports were just expecting this coming from a mile away.
This is something we've seen before, where on maps where Bleed just seem to have the slightly better prep, they they might get surprised by a comp, but they seem to always claw it back, adapt just as quick. Now, I don't think it necessarily applies to Boom the way it did with every other team, because Boom is not the kind to just fold and give up, but you can clearly see, especially with that Sova, right? I don't think this is Boom's natural comp, not their natural habitat, and that hurts their adaptation, especially when it's going down all 5 maps. Nerve-wracking display, but Severin finds one. Now he's not going to be able to find the clutch. Can inflict a ton of damage. And Severin doing exactly that. He's found a 3k.
Damn.
Some crispy clean shots, silky smooth with that aim.
Exactly, and makes Bleed pay. Money is not going to look all that great. So hypothetically, if Boom Esports are able to bounce back, it's an easier Bleed for them to break.
Flash. Can't use that.
4-4 though, and look, despite Severin's 3k, it won't change much for the economy of Boom. They'll have to go off to an eco once again, and Bleed with a chance to pull it all back to find the lead in this map. 2-2 across our BO5, and Boom, they pull a timeout. And a crucial one, most definitely so, because they'll need a miracle round. They'll need their coach to give them an insanity call to find a thrifty in this round. It's all about that read. Because look, again, Bleed have been just playing simple mid control, then off the late rotation. So I wonder if Boom now start fighting for that mid control. Start setting up Famous rather than letting him go solo like he did in the last round.
I think coordinated aggression should be the name of the game, because with that passive stance alongside utility, Bleed have already shown how they're able to break it apart, right? For example, what they did towards mid link. So if they're able to coordinate aggression towards either side of the main, I feel like they might stand a chance at a better pick off. Hey, I said that, Bleed ran into that. They're heavily stacked up towards A main now, having that chamber raised duo of Juicy and Darion.
Bring them down.
Again though,
Members here, dude.
Boom trying to pull off an impossible round. As we talked about, they're fighting for mid control, but not necessarily aggressively. Going back to something that Boom have been extremely good at this entire series. Playing that disciplined game, playing that patience, setting up a trap towards double doors. The turret to spot out art aggression per Bleed. They back off in the nick of time. And all of this Killjoy utility focus towards mid means B site open up for grabs. They're relying on the MVP from the last match, Severin, to hold it down. The Jiggle will soon spot Bleed out, but what can he actually do to deny them access to this site? Because all he's got is a Spectre to play.
Oh, very good suppress. That's utility now for Bleed as they walk in towards the side. So it's possible at an early fight back, and the Hunter's Fury brilliantly time. Oh, he gets attacked. Does he find the bag? No. Does find the double connection though. But the spike not to be rifled with. Darion, brilliant timing on the backstab as it gives Bleed an upper hand in their negotiation.
Shiro!
But Shiro still finds the double.
Last player standing.
Famous finds a couple more, and they needed this round. They needed the miracle. And it seems like Boom might just pull it off. It's all down to Famous to do exactly that. Darion's run out of bullet, but Famous not able to land his shots. Trying to stick to the fuse once again as Darion on 9 HP. 1v1, time running out. Famous just holding down the angle. He'll have to stick the spike once again. It's a fake though, and Darion just playing with his heart, playing with his time, and Famous will now stick, and Darion spots him, finds the headshot and the clutch. What an insane round, man. They deny Boom that momentum. A round where Shiro and Famous absolutely popped off. Denied by Boom, Bleed, and sure they keep the lead.
So close, man, and that worked so brilliantly as well for Boom.
Did you?
A quick succession to try and retake that side. They committed a lot of utility to it. They committed a lot. They committed an ultimate to it as well.
Where are you?
Not mistaken, both the Hunter's Fury and that null command, so the heartbreak that
Yeah,
go
they
away.
almost pulled it off, man. Which is why anything can happen in this map. Either team could really pick it up, but right now, Bleed, they're on a 5-round win streak. Severin, though, again, had a phenomenal map 4, continuing his run of form to find the first blood. The null command now pop for JH, though. Bleed, they're picking up the pace, and it's again Darion coming in on the solo split from Amin, who might catch Boom out. So it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Juicy looking to avenge his fallen comrade,
Play.
and he does exactly that. 3v3 on the post plant, the lockdown available, but it's Famous's position that is key.
Have the spike as well, so they want to take this fight. They really know that forcing the issue would be the right move here. Oh no! Boom, just walk into it.
Bleed. I think that aggression, because they, like you said, they knew the lockdown was available. They didn't want to plant the spike and have to play on the post plant, so they look to get aggressive either to find some fights or a free rotation, and they get the Christmas cake. JH with the double, and Juicy shutting them down. Bleed now on a 6-round win streak.
Here.
Looking nigh unstoppable.
Boom, yet again, resort to desperation strategies, right? This time, a 5-man effort towards mid as they leave both the A and the B side. But hey, considering the way this map is set up, at least the rotation towards the A side is far more shorter, so they're able to at least read into what Bleed were trying to go early on, and hey, Bleed, they themselves want to try and disengage off it. They want to try and force the issue. Again, it's against these Spectres, it's against these Stingers, the Sheriffs, that either team has been facing true problems against, right?
Yeah. The drone clears off Amen, so that should give Boom enough information that Bleed is looking for the rotate, and with Famous and Severin coming through on the flank, this flank might just be crucial. The trap spots out the flank door, the Nightfall now coming down as Bleed look to execute onto side the Prowlers, and the Nightmare that is Juicy will deliver as Bleed, they pick up the plant, but now have to play 5v5 on that retake. It's again Darion and that crucial flank as Bleed play against the lockdown.
One away from the showstopper. Juicy, he has a lot on his shoulders for this specific round. Oh, brilliant one tap. He finds a double. What the hell, Juicy? That is criminal. Boom.
One enemy
Yet
remaining.
again, set back to spawn, back to the next round. And this time, as the members from Bleed just absolutely defying logic and expectations. Normally, conventionally, Boom just trade him out there.
There.
Let's look at that second clip. That's where the
Oh my god, that's
Ow.
nasty!
that's Juicy.
That's gotta hurt, man. I think that made Boom just take a step back. Still, just their eco. It's their buy round which will truly count, and it's not about the scoreline anymore. It's about denying Bleed their win streak, denying Bleed their momentum, because from 4-0 round, Bleed have pulled out 7
jeez.
rounds in consecutive fashion. Now the pull, it slows down Juicy, but he's still able to clear off the site as Boom, they'll have to back off. They're playing on the retake on the back of their Cosmic Divide, but with an op, that retake gonna be damn difficult, man. Especially against
Exactly.
Carry's post plant.
The fact that they've not planted yet is a little weird. But hey, they needed the advantage. They were looking for it. They didn't find it yet. The Astral Wall is going to be something that Boom have to use as a choke mechanism on this retake. Crazy guy, he's been a phenomenal talent so far, but he's been put in a position to prime success, and he's done good so well. Severin is out of the picture.
Oh, it's
Face
Famous
King, his
though.
ultimate is going to be crucial.
Blade Storm coming online, the recon to reveal. The secret is empty. It's Famous again. You think it's gonna be difficult with the op? Not for this man. This myth, this freaking legend, as Famous is single-handedly pulling Boom back. The Cosmic Divide now set up, and all Skerky can do is wonder. Slows down Famous, but all they gotta do is hold it on, and Shiro shuts out Scary as Boom. They will put a stop to that momentum. They get a crucial round. Keep the scoreline close.
And that's why it was so crucial for Blaze to stay alive there. That Cosmic Divide was very important in securing that diffuse, essentially. At the minimum, if things started getting a little sweaty. They certainly were in the direction that we were heading before Famous came in with that operator though.
Can't use that. One
Yeah,
enemy remaining.
normally we consider the retakes of the op to be difficult because it's so damn difficult to entry with the op, but Famous, he's like, it's a piece of cake. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. He gets that 3k like it means nothing to him. At least the first one, Juicy ran into his crosses, but the next two just
Better hide,
absolutely
old man.
nuts, man.
Look at the buy from Boom Esports though. Ghosts and a Sheriff. So utility is something that they're going to be a little sparse on as they're looking to fight their way into this pistol victory.
Leeds knife didn't spot Blaze King. Oh, but they're still holding on. Boom. Really trying to sell this fake so that their teammates can walk into this B side, but they're gonna have to contend with Juicy. He spots them out, knows it's coming, sets up the nade to delay, and now Boom will once again play on the rotate while they pull the rotations to B. Boom playing with Bleed's mind. I love these mind games.
Gonna work though. I mean, Bleed aren't fully blind, however, to this fact. They're rotating back towards the site. Just that X factor of are they gonna be able to make it in the nick of time, or is this a de facto retake? Pressed. They hear the utility being dumpstered in towards the site. They have no other choice but to bow out initially.
Spike planted.
Oh. Decent position. Could have found decent results, and they do! They flood their way from flowers, and they're sending
Oh,
Boom to
bazooks.
their grave!
Look at Bazooks. Oh, they spot him out. That C should reveal his position. He's taken out, and will he pick up a crucial round? Now that's what I call a fast retake.
I know, right? They knew their timing, they knew their strengths, they knew their weaknesses. If the, Chamber and the Brim, the early rotators from Bleed who came over to that A side, if they single file took that side and took that fight, it would have been a completely different picture. Because Boom, they relied on numbers being their trump card for taking that fight. The fight was never given to them.
Eight 5 now. And look. Boom, they're going in for the force. They refuse to give Bleed any momentum because they've got a taste of what happens when Bleed are able to pick up the pace. Gambles from these teams, it may not work out though because Boom, they're in a tough spot now. They did plant and it did go down to the wire, so this is the best spot to go for a force buy because if they win this, they get 2 rounds, and again that close score line comes back. The suppress doesn't reveal anyone, so JH's presence not necessarily known, but with the fragment, they know he's likely all the way in backside. Flash for a flash, he delays them, but JH does get taken down. That's Boom with the plant now. Blaze King already set up on the lurk as well.
Yeah, he almost found timing there. He must think ultra aggressive. Need to be rooted out. They spot him, but they're not able to deal with him.
Huge.
The close range stinger continues to be a problem.
One enemy remaining.
Famous, yet again, alongside Shiro, put his team up on the board, and I'm curious, where did that fragment go? Because if I'm not mistaken,
Amen.
JH used that fragment, but it didn't look like it did even a tick of damage.
Yeah, because they just flooded into sight. He threw it when they were flooding into sight for a main. So they just waltzed past it, and I think it did maybe like a little bit of damage to the last players coming into sight, but to the main players fighting him, it didn't really do much. Boom, their gamble pays off, and this is what I meant by they're going to get 2 rounds because Bleed now have to eco. Boom in a great position here. No sheriffs
Seen them all
available
play
either
the
here.
pistol before, man.
Yeah, but
Just
no
that
sheriffs
headhunt
is...
on Darion.
Yeah. He's making that aggressive push happen. Darion on the flank. Can he be the hero for Bleed here in this round?
Looking for the pick here, and Bleed are just trying to play this as passive as they can. They want to rely on work on the backstab that's in picture at the moment. They have control here, Boom. They've gotten control of halls. Soon to wrap around to the back of site, and the plant as comfortable as they desire.
Blaze King is just taking matters into his own hands. They're hunting Bleed down, refusing to give them any chance. Boom right now. pedal to the metal. They shut everyone down and they make their way into A side. They deny the flank. They dodge the headhunter of Darion. They will not even give him a chance to be the hero in this round.
And they forced the sky smoke, so
30
a
seconds
lot
left.
more money that Scary could have had in the bag, but not going to be at disposal. They save here?
No.
They save that Spectre? I don't think it's even worth saving at this point. Let's try getting a couple of exits, maybe. See that he's set up in a decent position to do so as well. Apart from the fact that, you know, Boom made their rotation through defender spawn, so they have an easy exit out of the spike radius. Ooh. I believe this was a phantom.
Yeah, I think they will eventually end up dying to the spike, just making sure they don't necessarily give away any ult points.
Exactly.
To Boom right here, and there we go. For Boom, crucially so, they get to play a bonus in the next round, and that bonus is going to be key, because if they win that round, Bleed's economy broken, Boom, they'll have that momentum once again to claw back the score line, but more importantly, push through all the way for a win. 6 rounds away right now for Boom, 5 rounds away for Bleed. Is that championship, the $18,000 cash prize online, as these teams trying to make it happen. Bleed, they've got to buy, but no op on Darion just yet.
Looks to be a fast mid crunch that Boom commit into. Again, in a buy like this, where they have only Spectres, this is the best way that you can close your distance and find an even fight. Made the defense a little paranoid. Got the comms of Bleed up and running. And they deny early map control towards mid. It's only towards main where they find aggression and information. Boom, now realizing this, need to make a quicker move towards that B side, where it's going to be Darion who lies in wait.
And again, they leave Blaze King on that lurk. If Darion's not able to hold on this site, it's Blaze King's lurk that is going to be absolutely crucial. But Darion, he stays alive, so that trademark, very much in play. And Crazy Guy expecting that lurk with the haunt. He shots Blaze King down. That's no smokes for Boom to play with. And Darion takes full advantage. Finds one, but famous with the trade. Darion just 4 HP, but with an insane flick. Holding down this site. He will deny, and now the headhunter looking for that 4K. But Darion, he's just buying time. His carry coming through as Bleed pick up that buy down. Darion with some cracking shots, man.
The fact that he gets the 2 kills towards side is something that Boom really can't cope with, man. 4 HP. That is straight up unluck, Ko. Forget that now. How about luck? This is all skill.
Down B. 1 enemy remaining.
9-7 now, and Famous actually has picked up an op. Boom looking to slow things down. Set up a more defaulty approach. As these fast hits, they're just now working out. And this plays to Boom's strength. It's something that they've done beautifully so before. They're going to do it once again. Oh, I think trying to get that trademark. Yeah, the second shock dart finally takes it out. So this is going to force Scary Guy, Crazy Guy, my bad, to stay in this exact position. He is a scary guy, don't get me wrong. But again, Bleed accounting for that with aggression. But Boom, they set up the trap. They know Bleed's going to come through. And they make them pay all 3 members down. And should be just an easy waltz into that east side now.
Yeah, and I think Crazy Guy knows that as well, so they're trying to make the quick rotation here. Are they going to be able to beat Boom is the question. That haunt, not much of a deterrent just yet. Crazy Guy making his way into his side. Mind you, the spike's not committed just yet, and they do not know the presence of Darion. They still choose to commit, however. It's all on one man, and he finds the double! He doesn't expect him here, though! Does he? No! The readjustment, 5 HP!
5 HP! If Darion found that clutch, surely it was GG. Boom, their economy was hurting. But Severin, the MVP, stands, denies, against all odds, ensures that his team picks up the round. Still, their economy will be quite hurt. Are able to afford the operator, but no buy for Severin just yet. It's all down to Famous to make that operator count.
It's down, guns up, get there.
Darion now on the tour, they force himself, playing aggressive towards B longest. This time, Bleed realized they can't just push him in. They gotta play for mid. They gotta deny that presence, but Boom instead playing contact towards him in. Might catch Juicy out. Oh, they hear the
Yeah.
jump. Juicy hears the jump.
The null command's gonna be big, man. They can't allow utility to dictate the gunfights. He's just waiting. His trigger finger itching. Oh wait, what? Is that his teammate's Molotov?
Yep.
Lol.
That's how you can tell how nerve-wracking these rounds are for these teams as well. Force a lot of utility out from Bleed, but Bleed, they've got utility to play the Nightfall and the Orbiter Strike available as well, as the Tote Force is holding this B-side down. The drone though, the discipline maintained for Darion, he still lines them up. He will not move. Strong like a mountain, stands
There they are.
undeniable in his position.
Teleport's broken.
Last bullet in the chamber. Can he make it count against the Op of Famous? The stuns, all of the utility just to push him back. Doesn't have the rendezvous either. He needs to make this last bullet count.
Ooh, juggling between the angles, between the smoke.
No time. No
10
time
more
for
seconds.
Boom.
He's done his mission and
10
beyond
seconds
it.
left.
Now he can go and collect his reward in the form of the final kill. Spells the final bullet, but hey, any more damage that he can do is gonna be also mighty. Bleed Esports is gonna be happy that all that they lost to gain a round is a chamber that just popped the hell off and stopped them. Who needs nanoswarms? Who needs Molotovs when you have Darion?
Killjoy makes fun, dangerous utility. Chamber makes weaponry. And Darion, that's the way he likes it. He likes those fancy guns and he makes them count. That Tour de Force coming into play. And look, this time it's Boom with the key ultimates online. The Null
Ultimate.
Command, the Cosmic Divide, the Hunter's Fury, and the Lockdown. And the Lockdown, crucially so, because Bleed, they have the Orbital Strike to deny. But if they can somehow bait out Scary nice and early, that Lockdown will come into play. The mid-aggression
Fight
denied
HP,
this time
man.
though. Bleed fight for it, and Boom now looking for the rotate over towards that B-side, but Darion's ready.
Take flight.
They have the
Oh, very
Nightfall and the
passive.
Orbital Strike. So it's not going to be all the bothersome for Bleed Esports. And look at their control towards A. They're relying on that to be more of a comfort cushion and this B side to be more of a retake side.
Oh, look at Berserks though.
Are you serious?
Spike
Blaze King though with the
Flashing
trade,
for
and
back.
that's crucial because now Berserks is on the look. Shiro is going to be able to back up. Boom, they've got the plant and they've got the Hunter's Fury. Sure, Bleed may be able to retake with the Nightfall, but the Hunter's Fury will slow them down and they're all in a choke point. Famous makes it count. Is Darion again with the trade. As Famous,
He lives!
he manages to escape. Scary taken down by the Hunter's Fury, and now Boom in a 4v2 will pull this round back. Bleed, they'll just have to save.
And they don't use the lockdown as well, CA. They have the lockdown. They
And the
have
Orbital
the
Strike is
astral
gone.
wall. Exactly. There's almost no way for them to counter unless there's a fragment or a Molotov lineup, which seems hella unlikely. Maybe Juicy's nade, but again, far-fetched possibilities from what has been a very fluid Boom Esports in the second half. And again, right, the way that Severine was the only one who got detected by that knife outside A main, and the ability for Bleed to be reverse conditioned in such a fashion where they still kept 3 members stuck towards that A side.
It's that lockdown Cosmic Divide combo that is absolutely key. They've got to make these ultimates count. Because Bleed still have the Nightfall Null Command to retake, so Bleed, if they lose the side, they can most definitely take it back, but they're playing quite spread out, looking to get aggressive. The Boombot not gonna spot Famous out. Yeah, it doesn't, so they don't know the op is waiting for them. And this trap, beautifully said, Boom with the read. They expect the main aggression might pay off. Oh, but Berserks with that turret reveals that position and reveals his as well, so I don't think Bleed are gonna take another step.
You're the prowler towards Art as well, Boom. They hit that timing. Gonna be patient about it. And now Electo approach door. And considering that smoke, I mean, it's a dead giveaway that a peek is gonna come the way of Crazy Guy. The way they smoked that trap over there. And oh my goodness, the boatload of information that he received. By so much time, man. When it's 45 seconds on the clock,
But
these seconds are crucial.
they certainly are, because look at the way Bleed are positioning, right? They know that they've used their ultimates to buy time rather than play on the retake. So they're playing on site, but in deep angles, inviting Boom into their crosshairs, hoping they can catch them out. But it's a costly trade. If Boom are able to overwhelm the site, for Bleed, there will be nothing to retake. So Scary, he's got to play it smart, hold it down, but he instead goes for the rotate and they hear him out. Now all down to Jay Hedgen. The fragment will reveal his position, but it also slows Boom down. Scary comes back on the backup, and now Boom are sandwiched with nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. The nades coming in, they made quick work of. The
No
Famous
time.
will also fall down. Bleed just 2 rounds away from the victory. But the way these rounds have been going, OG, it's like 1-1. 1-1. So we might just be set for
Feels
overtime.
like ping pong, right?
Yeah, actually. You ping, I pong.
Well, and again, this kind of back and forth affair, dude. It's not only us, but also the players, right? It has to be mentally taxing. When you don't have any solid strategy that's a fallback which nets you victory, it puts every round on, the tip of your toes. That's when you're most likely to trip.
And I think Boom are able to afford the buy in this next round, which is why this timeout crucial, because while they will be able to afford the buy in this upcoming round, I don't think they'll have any if they lose it, which will be match, series, and championship Penta Pro Series point for Bleed Esports. But Boom, they still have a chance, because Bleed, they used 2 crucial ultimates in that last round, and Boom still have that lockdown to play with. They can just go for the hard W down aim in, use that lockdown to make it happen. And they might do exactly that, but all to sell a fake.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially Boom's last leg in this tournament, right? If you discount the amount of thrifties and the amount of random rounds they were able to get at the bag. And it's going to be Darion on the operator. How fitting of an end could this be? It truly is that. We're in prime position to find success. Let's see this man on his beloved chamber for one last time, ladies and gentlemen.
So last dance for Darion on that chamber. For Boom with their economy. And they've got the ultimates to make it happen. The Bladestorm and Famous. The lockdown on Berserks, which has been there for quite a few rounds, I might say. And the Cosmic Divide as well. Still a broken buy somewhat, because Blaze King, the clutch legend for Boom, is just on a Spectre. While Darion's got his hands on an AWP. And with this A-main push, Bleed, they're giving their team a ton of information.
Not only a ton of information, but they give themselves more opportunities down the road to how they want to deliver the crunch. So patient, both the teams. And the recon set further in range, so it's not going to dismantle this close setup.
Doesn't spot Juicy.
He's been having a slow game. This is a brilliant way for him to recoup all his sins.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
and they're
Time
running
is
into
of the
him.
essence, and they almost lined up. Has the nades, has the double satchel. Could disengage on the back of utility, and he finds the nade kill on a Severine. Unbelievable. Juicy, when his team required it from him the most, he steps up to the plate, and 15 seconds on the clock. The desperation move now from Boom Esports.
No time.
Punished. Bleed. Championship point on the cusp. A best of 5 that started well over 5 hours ago.
And they're not gonna let him save. Oh, but Blaze King, he denies. He will be able to hold on to his Vandal, and that's a crucial gun. Still, all odds stacked against Boom Esports, and while in previous situations they've managed to fight back, to stay strong, to pull off the round,
30 seconds.
this is higher stakes than it has ever been. And aye, man. This matchup is really getting spicy. 12-9 now. Bleed on the cusp of victory as Boom, their buy broken. Famous though, has his knives. And Boom, they're gonna look to play it quick. Again, that Cosmic Divide, they've got to use these ultimates finally so to try and get themselves back a spot online. And Famous brings his knives. And Shiro denies the op. Darion shut down. Boom, they're very much alive.
They have the showstopper here on Juicy. They need a bite time for his rotation as he's still stuck towards that A side. Famous on the front lines, almost finds himself the double there. But JH holds on to hope, holds on to life. No! Caught in transition, and the man advantage goes the other way. Boom Esports. Lockdown is going to reveal there's no presence in towards the site. But I'm not sure if that turret would have given them the information about the back lines. I don't think it has. No!
No, I don't think it has. I think it was. Oh, now it
Deactivated?
will.
Now
He
it is.
finally comes into range, and now they know that the flank is coming through.
But did they know about Scary and Juicy being this close to finding the clutch? Because again, showstopper up on Juicy. Scary 1 kill away from that orbital strike. Very influential ultimates here, and he spots the gun barrel, but not the kill. It's all on Scary. Nano Swarms again, firm on the deny, and Scary cannot do anything. Needs to concede, needs to give this one up. At least, hey, he finds a frag. I think he should just about stay intact. Yeah. Makes it out of the spike AoE.
And again, it's Shiro, man. Even on Breeze, where it looked like Bleed were running away with the map, he pulled off some monstrous rounds to get Boom back into the picture, and he's done it once again. I know it's just 1 kill, but that 1 kill on Darion's so damn crucial, because even if he managed to rendezvous back, it's a completely different story in that round. To shut Darion down, huge for Boom, but they still have to win this next round. They've got a much better buy though, so Boom buying themselves some time, buying themselves some room to breathe. But Bleed, they've got the Orbiter Strike, the showstopper. They can really light up the map and get these fireworks down, and they've set up Darion on the aggressive peak towards mid. Bleed, they want to fight.
Showstopper out in hand. If Juicy's given the opportunity, this would be it, my friend. Flash doesn't deter him. No, Juicy still dies. They have the orbital strike, but they're forced to use it this early into the round.
And look at Blaze King, he's
Knowing they
already
have
on
the
the look.
advantage, this rotation is brilliant.
Boom. They're not the kind of team to give up, man. They certainly won't, but JH is trying to buy time, trying to get info. The knife doesn't spot anyone out, but he's bought enough time. Darion now coming through, but the Cosmic Divide will make sure that they can't go in for the aggressive peaks. The plant now coming down, but Darion still peeks through and finds one. The instant trade, and that should be the plant now. The fragment though will slow it down, and Bleed, they're just trying to buy as much time as they can. Because in this 3v4, that's exactly what they need. Severin will get burned down, but Famous with the trade. They've got you holding on, the aggression panning out, but Scary, he pulls one back. A 1-for-1 trade, leaving Crazy Guy in a 1v2 clutch situation. Needs to tap the spike to bait out some peaks, but inside he's playing contact, letting it get aggressive, and Shiro takes him out. That's 12-11. Get ready for overtime, because Bleed now don't have the money to make a proper buy happen.
Oh, man, Juicy has just not been getting a break. Not been able to find assassins here at Pearl. It's costing his team dearly. What's the variation here? What's the change up? Darion is not gonna compromise in terms of weaponry. He's gonna go down the route of half shields. Oh! Darion. Reddit had the tendency, right? Every down they commit that drone, but this time, courtesy of him being alone, he knows it's somewhat of a fake. So that kind of tells Bleed that, hey, you know what, I'm not being pressured as much as I expect to despite missing a shot here at B. So there's a good likelihood that they're camping outside A, guys. Just hold your boots to your ground and be patient.
Launching smoke.
It's all about that patience game, because again, Juicy's got his hands on that showstopper, but it's perfect counter. The null command now gonna get popped out as Boom set their sights on this A side. Bleed though, playing effectively on retake, but Scary's been spotted out. He's got to play it safe. Boom now making sure they double peek him. They want to give Scary the opportunity, but they give him a 1v1
given
and
it to him.
Scary bounces. Severin now
Oh,
really
no.
low, and Scary will make it a double. Boom, they were on the cusp of their comeback, but it's all falling apart. And Sneezy Guy finds the double, and boom, they fall apart. On the cusp of the comeback, Bleed, pull it back. They are the champions of the Penta Pro Series. They are the kings.
It went down to the last possible round on the last possible map. Bleed truly tested here, but they emerged with champions. The sweatiest best of 5 finals I've ever seen, CA. The sweatiest. Boom Esports, understandably heartbroken.
Man, rightfully so, because what a fight they give. Let's make it clear, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed, they got the victory today. But for Boom, they will live to fight another day, and that other day will come through in Ascension. I maintain what I said at the very start of our main stage. Bleed Esports and Boom Esports, two of my favorites to win Ascension. And they've shown us exactly why so. This was a Boom, by the way, that wasn't even ready for pull. Imagine when they get to put their practice in. Imagine when they get to pull it out. But Bleed, their biggest strength, adapting against all odds, denying momentum. They deny the comeback from 12-10 down, 12-9 down. Boom, pull 2 rounds back. But on the very edge, Bleed deny them. And they get the championship. Bleed Esports, your champions of the Penta Pro Series.
Bag 18 grand. They bag themselves the bragging rights of not only winning the Penta Pro Series, but having the last laugh of 2022 as this ends 22 season.
Let's have a look at the highlights, because what a ride it has been, OG. Very glad I got to share it with you, because, man, who first Boom took the lead. It looked like they were going to be unstoppable till Bleed pulled off this round, where they overwhelmed this B site, and after that, it was just the Bleed show 7 rounds back to back till Boom pulled a crucial one back, and it was famous leading the charge. And I think today, every single player...
Box, right?
Yeah, exactly. It felt like Bleed were just going to close it off, but Boom, they did not give up. And they pushed back strong.
Give me those back.
Stronger than ever, my man. Well, kind of defense that we got to see from Boom. Sure, it's something that relied on the individuals really feeling it. Because it feels like Bleed, right? They found themselves in positions where they committed a decent bit of backstabs. They committed a decent bit in terms of just individually towards that side. Especially that A side, a side that I think they've truly gotten a taste of. And on so many occasions, they get sweaty, see it boiled down to that 3 versus 3, where at least the members inside are able to individually hold their own. It's all the chaos and unpredictability that unfolds thereafter. You know, when the rotation starts, when the aggression starts from the attack after they get the spike planted. That this map went into another realm where sanity clearly doesn't hold any weight.
I certainly have lost my sanity. All our predictions, they went down the drain because of how amazing these two teams played. With drama ensuing in Icebox, with the comebacks now in Pearl, with Boom stomping out Ascent, it looked like anything could happen. But it's Bleed standing against all odds and barely scraping together this win.
10
But
seconds
it's
left.
the win that matters, it's not how you get there.
Spike down. 30 seconds left.
One of the few rounds where Juicy managed to play proactively in the second half, right? That's
Yeah,
like
you mean
he was very well shut down by the side of Boom and their slow methodical approach.
See ya.
Spike planted.
Toasted.
Oh, that was so salty. The nade, the C's Molotov combo past that astral wall. 101 on how to do your enemy dirty.
Spike planted.
Gary, again, everybody on Bleed individually did not skip a beat in this best of 5. Because you saw Scary come in with brilliant clutch moments over at Icebox, over at Pearl, Even on Haven, he looked to be composed. Oh, one of those few maps where we didn't see Juicy just absolutely break the server apart. But hey, crazy guy stepped right into the picture. 22 kills on a fade, differing even the enemy jet. That is certainly
It's
one heck of a result considering it's map 5 of a grand finals.
yeah, man. Look, in these high stakes moments, in the high pressure matches of game 5, you need your IGL to step up to the plate. You need your leader to lead from the very front. And crazy guy, he did just that. 22 to 15, 4 first bloods. That's what I find astonishing. On that fade, he's really able to make it count. Darion as well with a great map, 19 to 15. His one last dance with Chamber paying off. Gets them $18,000 in the bank.
I think at this point, this graphic is so irrelevant because of how
Yeah,
that
no, it
game
doesn't matter.
actually did transpire. Like, despite this being one of the only maps where we didn't see a single thrifty from either side, still evades sanity. That's something that you can't say about quite many games, ladies and gentlemen.
The
But
only
hey,
relevant stat, maybe those 2 clutches, because that's the round difference between Bleed and Boom. Just 2 rounds.
all yeah, true. And hey, I mean, this entire best of 5, right? We predicted to go one or two ways. We either wanted this to go a 3-0, which we expected it to, or we were thinking whether a 3-2 would be far out of stretch. Hey, I mean, I don't think we could have asked for it to get closer than this, bro.
Yeah, it couldn't get closer than this. I mean, unless it went overtime. But even like, I think even then it wouldn't have been closer than this because we were on the cusp of Boom pulling off the comeback. It looked like it was gonna happen. It looked like it was gonna come through. And aye, what a beautiful matchup. They denied the comeback, and I'm still partly in shock over what we just got to witness. Potentially history in the making, because this may be the last time these teams meet, all the way then to Ascension, where it will matter so damn much to get their organizations, their teams a slot in that final match.
And boy, oh boy, is that going to be a while from now, right? I think it's
Yeah.
going to boil down to that same stake, CA, because again, heading into this grand finals, heading into the finale stage of the Penta Pro Series, both teams hadn't duked each other in quite a while and didn't have any at least relevant matches up until that point. So, eh, I mean, what a day, man. What a day.
What
We
a day.
expected a 5 mapper. We almost got into overtime at map 5. Couldn't have asked for a better finals, hey. Couldn't have asked for
Yeah,
one.
and for that, a thank you to the teams. A thank you to Penta for making this happen. And a thank you for Riot for making this game. Because I freaking love it, man. But with that, that's the end of our day. Bleed are your champions. And we'll see you once again back with the Penta Pro series. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you check us out on our handles and all of that shebang. But make sure, most of all, you have a good time. See you guys. Good night. And Merry Christmas.
Flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. get down, cause I'm here to flow.